And we even had a guest yesterday. I think their name was Caleb. They came up here arguing like the most insufferable takes ever, that they support Donald Trump trying to coup the Constitution, but they like left for like 10 minutes. They came back and they said that they were wrong and they got destroyed. And then guess what? They were getting W's from everybody in the chat. So I mean, it really does show that changing your mind can be very valuable. But go ahead.
Who are you speaking with?
You.
Oh my goodness. Look, all I know is that if you think that Joe Biden,
we're talking to
was
Gary.
such a great
Gary's
president
fucking insane.
for
Gary is
4
wild.
years with an
Wild.
open border.
It's unbelievable.
Come on, dude. Come on, brother.
Shut up! Your talking points suck. Get the fuck out of my stream. Goodbye,
Yes,
Gary.
Yes.
Oh my God!
Thank you, Dean. Thank you, Dean.
Drew.
Afternoon, gentlemen.
Give me a second here, Mr. John, Mr. John Shepard. I need a second here. Holy fuck, Drew with the $500 super chat on YouTube. I think that is single-handedly the largest super chat I have ever received on the platform. Oh my God.
You deserve it, bro. You're young and you're doing this. I respect that. You deserve it. Bye next time.
It's very kind of you, Mr. John. Drew with the $500 super chat says, thanks for not tolerating insanity and for pushing illogical nonsense and bigotry back under the rock where it belongs. Please enjoy the weekend on me. Drew, I'm going to take my girlfriend out to the nicest fucking dinner. Oh my God.
Cheesecake Factory.
Cheesecake Factory is pretty good. I actually
really banging steak.
I want everybody
for
in
people
here.
on YouTube, I don't know how long I'm gonna have this.
So much fucking love to Drew in
probably
the chat, man. I do not deserve that at all. I don't even know how to vocalize in words how how thankful and grateful I am for your incredible generosity and kindness. That is seriously fucking insane, man. I do not deserve that at all. Thank you so much for the love. The best I could do to give you like a vocal like acknowledgement of your kindness is to like have the chat spam W fucking Drew for like at least the next 30 minutes. I'm so serious. Show Drew some love down below in the chat as we're talking to John here. Everybody, please show Drew the G some love down below in that chat. Thank you so much, Drew. Holy fuck, John.
You deserve it, dude. Like, seriously,
take it away, man. I'm just serious. That's so fucking crazy.
Well, I'm 37 years old, from Florida. I'm Hispanic, veteran, first generation American. I voted for Donald J. Trump. And I got to say, I've been dying to talk to both you guys. Here's the reason why. You guys are so young, but you guys are in the political system. Your conversation, you're having that communication. And that's what we need in this country, the youth. And that's what you and Parker are doing. And I'm a Republican. I'm a Trumper. I'm very liberal when it comes to social issues, though. But I'm so happy that you and Parker are doing what you're doing. Yeah, and we may disagree like on a lot of stuff. But the fact that you guys are just so young and you're into this, I mean, it's awesome. Well, I wish our youth would do it more often.
John, I appreciate that, man. That's incredibly kind of you. You seem open-minded. And I think I have a really good open mind, a really good thing I'd like to run by you as an open-minded veteran. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, you took an oath to uphold the American Constitution. It was a part of your admittance into the military. I think the biggest gripe that many liberal veterans, or in my mind, patriotic veterans, that we see in America today with the current president is his staunch anti-constitutional approach to legislating or achieving a means to his end. I think that we've seen too many examples where Donald Trump has been in a situation where he wanted to do something but couldn't do it because the Constitution limited him from doing it, where he did it anyways. Right. The biggest example is the 2020 election. Other examples, this is deportation of Rodrigo Garcia.
I'm muted, everyone, by the way. Leah, thank you for the $20 super sticker. Thank you so much on YouTube. Thank you. I really appreciate it, Leah. Thank you for the $20 super sticker. Thank you so much.
Federal judges rule that he can't. Is executive
Good
order
to see you, Leah. Thank you
striking
so
down
much.
birthright citizenship that was overturned less than a month later because it was unconstitutional, as if reading the 14th Amendment wasn't clear enough, right?
And just like his the thingy with because I'm first generation American, technically I consider an anchor baby. I call with Trump balls and strikes.
But I think that these gripes, like if you still yet choose to support him, even with these facts presented to yourself, that you are breaking the oath that you took. And I think that extends a little bit beyond the sentiment of breaking an oath, the sentiment of retracting something you once were adamant about. And it more so just kind of shows how like politics and modern American history has gotten to the point where we're somehow able to convince veterans that fought to protect the Constitution that this guy that has fought to destroy it for the last 8 years is the right man for the job. And I just deny that.
Well, I think it's open to interpretation. I mean, like it's perspective versus perception. There are things that I'd like that Trump's doing. There are things that I don't like that he's doing. Prime example, I'll give you an example of something that I don't like what he's doing with the military. I'm a veteran. I went to Iraq in 2009, 2010. I have no problem with trans soldiers serving. I don't think they should be kicked out, period. If you're trans and you want to serve the military, as long as you're deployable within that first year, which is across the board for everybody who's in medical or have anything to do with medical, you should stay in the service. I think Trump is wrong on what he's doing. I get why he's doing. He's following a campaign promise, just like he did with the whole the citizenship, birthright citizenship. It pisses me off because I'm a birthright citizenship person. I get it. He's going through the motions. He's checking the box. Hey, I said what I'm going to do. He's going to fail on it. And I think a lot of the stuff he's doing truly is just to check off the box and say, hey, I did it. I got shot down in the courts. And I think that's
why did he campaign on it in the first place?
I don't know, to be honest with you. There are things, like I said, there are things
because
that I like about Trump.
Because he wants it to happen. He's not just merely checking off a box. He's trying to do something that he wants to happen.
No, I agree. And again, he wants to get the border under control. And I think he did it without having to do any legislation. Now I think he needs to rein back his I think I'm just going to come out and say it, the craziness. I think he needs to rein back the stuff that he wanted to do in terms of like,
John, I have a question. So
Yes, sir.
so what particular, like what you just mentioned are horrible things Donald Trump has done. You've acknowledged Donald Trump has done horrible things. What things apparently make up for it?
Overall, it's just the message. I mean, what happened for me was the election. I'm not a fan of how they treated Vice President Kamala Harris, and I'm going to keep calling her Vice President because she deserves that. It's no offense to you guys or anything. I just think it's the Democratic Party brokers, how they basically just destroyed her. And they keep blaming her for the election. I personally think Joe Biden should have stand down like he said he was going to and allowed her to have that full election cycle, but they didn't. The way they treated her was horrible. And her having that 100 days, yeah, she may have had $1 billion, but she only had 100 days to try to beat Trump. I still think overall he would have won the election, but just how they treated her for me is not a good thing. And I think it was very unconstitutional how they forced out President Joe Biden at the same time.
I asked you like what specific things about Donald Trump make up for all of the horrible attributes that you've acknowledged.
Before you go on to that, I'm just gonna add on one more bad thing. You said you served in Iraq, right?
Yes, sir.
So that's like framed as like a broader part of like the war on terror that was a direct consequence of 9/11, right? Mm-hmm. So Qatar had involvement in orchestrating 9/11. That's a historical fact. Yep. You just got a $400 million jet from them.
Mm-hmm.
So how does that feel that the president of America is accepting a $400 million gift from a country that was directly involved in an orchestrated terror attack that led to you and your brothers and your sisters putting your lives on the line?
Well, the 9/11 terrorists came from Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Iran. Make sure of that, not Qatar. Now, Qatar
they were involved in the orchestration of 9/11.
Hey, trust me, look, doesn't Qatar host the Taliban? I mean, again, they're shady as hell too.
Donald Trump also wants to make allies with Saudi Arabia.
Oh, we got to. We have to. For stability reasons. We have to. They have a lot of money, and I'd rather get along with our enemies than have to fight them. Because guess what? No offense to you, gentlemen. I'm not deranging the fact that you guys never served.
Can you get along with Qatar without accepting a $400 million bribe from them?
Yeah, I think you can. And again, like I said, I think remember there's good Trump, there's bad Trump. Do I think he needs that plane? No, absolutely not. And I think right now, truly, the only reason why he's going to keep it is just to troll and cause news. 1 minute it's this, next week it's going to be something else that Trump does. Oh my God, look at he did this. No, I agree with you. He should not take it. Personally, I would not. If I was an advisor of him, I'd be like, I wouldn't do it. But
okay.
Again,
all right. So it seems like we've agreed on a lot of bad things he does. I guess we'll just go back to Parker's question. Yeah, what are the good things done?
Yeah, what good things or quote unquote great things under your perspective make up for all of the bad things we've acknowledged exist in terms of his character and policy?
Like honestly, the last 4 years, I've been called. I mean, I'm Hispanic. I've been called a traitor, this, that, so on and so forth. And I've been called racist because I love my country and I salute the flag. I had a flag on my damn car. People were saying, "Hey, you're racist." I just feel like
what has Trump done that's good?
I'm getting to that. I'll land my plane. Being able to say you're proud to be an American. I feel like that's what Trump is trying to do, and that's what resonates me the most when it comes to him.
You can't be proud to be an American when you have a guy in the position of presidency who was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, that undermine the integrity of the election, that denies basic scientific facts like climate change is real and it's negatively impacting, right, human sustainability on the planet. Like, literally, dude, this guy thinks that the climate's going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet. He denies basic science. He put people in the administration that are heavily underqualified for the position. Jesus Christ, don't even get started on that, right? And after literally claiming that Democrats do that only.
Parker, we can talk about Joe President.
How could a traitor make you proud to be American?
It's not that he's a traitor, guys. That's politics. That's what you guys are saying. He's not. Joe Biden's not a traitor. President Obama's not a traitor. President Bush is not a traitor. Again, this is just politics. You know,
wait.
How is Kamala Harris a traitor?
I never said she was.
I think he said that specifically that he wasn't. How's calling for the termination of the Constitution not make you a traitor?
Again, he didn't. Did he say that word for word?
Yes.
Yes, he called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
I've never seen that video. I've never heard it. I watched it.
It was a tweet. Look up Trump terminate Constitution.
Would you like me to read it off to you?
Yeah.
Well, can you show it to me? Can you do that little window thingy? I don't have enough followers to do that, so like I'm very.
For the next year. So I can't show it to you. I could read it to you, and you can fact check me.
Gotcha. I mean, I'll have to fact check you after this chat, but I mean, let's just say, for argument's sake, let's say you're correct, just to kind of move the conversation.
So
I really enjoyed this
calling
conversation.
for the termination of the Constitution make you a traitor?
I don't think he said that personally.
Bro,
it is what it is.
You just said that you'd assume that I'm correct.
I'm just gonna assume you're correct. If he said that,
so then why? So
wrong.
So assuming you said that, why doesn't calling for the termination of the Constitution make you a traitor?
You got me on the god. You got me. I can't really rebuttal on that.
It's not a gotcha. It's just like a.
No, I know. You got me on the no.
So he is a traitor. So he is a traitor.
I don't think he's a traitor. I don't. He took a bullet for us. I don't think.
He took a bullet for
dude,
you?
What do you mean? Dude, he didn't like intensely engage in any action that would have led to him doing that for like the country. It happened to occur to him, and then he used it as a political message in order to be able to get votes.
Are you sure about that? Because honestly, it was kind of an American moment.
What? What do you mean?
Thank God he didn't die. I mean,
dude, you're like it's okay that he's a sexual abuser. It's okay that he hurts the country. It's okay that he undermines the integrity of our democracy, our rule of law, our constitution, right, and like core American values that we hold to, right? He like a bullet grazed his ear, right? And he put his hand up in the sky and said, "America, fight, fight, fight." And you know what? He gets the vote, regardless of all of those horrible things and being a traitor to the country.
Wait. So if he wasn't shot in the ear, you'd agree with me that he's a traitor?
I don't think he's a traitor, sir, at all. I don't think anyone in politics.
I want you to respond.
Yes, sir.
I think that Donald Trump is a traitor to America for many reasons. The biggest reasons are the fact that he tried to coup our civil and electoral processes. He launched the largest internal attack on the American democracy and tried to install himself as president. If he was successful in his plan, which failed because of his vice president, he would have silenced the voice and the vote of every American. Okay? When this plan failed, he then went on to call for the termination of the American Constitution. If these two actions don't make you a traitor, what does make you a traitor?
I don't think he did those things. That's your perception.
He has admitted to both of those things. So he admitted to trying to rig the outcome of the election in 2020.
Oh, he lost that one.
So great. So he admitted to trying to rig it. His argument is that it was stolen from him, so he tried to steal it back. That's what he argued to the Supreme Court. That's what he argued to the two indictments in Congress. And you could see.
And there was no evidence that he won the election. Do you think that Donald Trump won the 2020 election?
He just admitted that he lost. He just
he lost. Full hands down. Joe Biden won. President Joe Biden.
So then he was trying to coup the country, and you agree?
He admitted to all these things.
He was a sore loser.
That's just not just being a sore loser. That's trying to organize people in order to undermine the integrity of basic fundamental aspects of our legal systems.
Yeah, hey, Flambini just called me one of your people just said.
John, you could say that he tried to. You could say that he launched the biggest internal attack on the American democracy because he's a sore loser. But like my statement is trying to install himself as president and void the vote of every American and calling for the termination of the Constitution. It's like possibly like one of the most traitorous things that anybody's ever done.
Then, in your opinion, and I'm generally curious, Parker and Dean, why did he win then? Why did you guys Democrats lose the election?
So
because people attributed inflation to the incoming president.
Sorry if I'm pivoting. I'm sorry. I'm just generally curious on your guys' opinion.
Go for it.
Answer, dude. Yes, stop pivoting. Fucking like it's so annoying.
Hey.
If trying to coup the results of an election, okay, silence the voice and the vote of every American, every single American.
Kate, thank you for the membership subscription.
Right?
Thank you so much.
And call for the termination of the Constitution does not constitute a traitor, then what does? I'm being serious. I want an actual question. I want an actual answer to my question. I actually want you to answer the question.
Parker, I don't. Excuse me.
If this doesn't make you a traitor. So if he did do that, would he be a traitor?
He didn't. Oh, if he did do it? Yeah.
If he did do those things, would he be a traitor?
Absolutely. But see, again, that's where the military would rise up.
Okay, so all that I need to do. So, John, are you saying all I need to do is provide you certain evidence that he did those things, and you?
I don't think he did it.
See that he's a traitor.
Again,
so you're saying if I gave you certain evidence of this occurring, would you believe me?
No, I don't think so. Sorry.
Yeah, that's
No.
why you're a fucking traitor.
What?
Too. That's why you're a fucking traitor too. I just said if I gave you certain evidence, if I gave you certain evidence that this occurred, you wouldn't believe it. You're a member of a cult.
Wait, John. If it was the case that John, if I could prove to you for
you're better than me.
If I could prove to you for 100% fact, right? Would you believe it?
I don't believe that he did it.
No, I'm just saying, if I could prove to you for 100% fact, would you believe it?
I don't know, man. To be honest,
you don't know.
You don't know if you believe something that is certainly true.
Like John, I just want to let you know how incredibly dishonest that is. If it's 100% the case, it's like you know, like it's like, you know, water being wet, you know what I mean? Or like the sun coming up in the morning, okay? It's going to happen 100%, okay? And you're denying that. And you're saying, you know what? I don't know if I could believe that the sun's going to come up tomorrow morning.
Basically, all that Parker's saying is if I could prove it to be true, would you believe that it's true?
He was duly elected. Again,
answer my question. If I could prove it to be true, would you believe it to be true? No, actually, quite frankly, John, I'm not going to lower my tone for you. I stopped requesting things that I'm not going to give to you. If I could prove it to be true, would you believe it to be true?
I don't think Donald Trump was a traitor at all.
If I could prove it to be true, would you believe it to be true?
I do not think you can prove it either. Sorry. I do not believe Donald Trump is a traitor. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and prove it. So here's Will Sharf, his personal attorney, talking about how, yes, it was an official act of his presidency when he installed alternative slates of electors in the 2020 election to correct the outcome, is what they call it, because they say that Biden stole it from him. So when they try to steal it back, they're merely correcting it. So let's go ahead and listen to Will Sharf, his personal attorney that represented him in the Supreme Court in this case, that represented him in front of Congress in this case, and in fact still represents him today. Let's go ahead and hear what he has to say.
Sure.
The immune acts and the indictment are stripped away, that Jack Smith doesn't have a case, that this case should be dismissed on that basis. I don't think there's sufficient private conduct here to support the indictment, to support the ongoing prosecution. And that's what we're going to be litigating in front of the district court now.
Even just the false slates of electors, you don't think that would constitute enough for a trial?
Well, we would say alternate slates of electors. And as we argued before the Supreme Court, alternate slates of electors have been a method used by previous presidents, most notably Ulysses S. Grant, to ensure the integrity of prior elections. So we believe the assembly of those alternate slates of electors was an official act of the presidency. That's what we argued before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has reserved.
So there you have it. You just heard his own lawyer say that he installed fake votes for himself in Congress to make sure that the valid, real results of the election were protected. That
why wasn't he
Biden lost? Because it was ruled as an official act of his presidency, and it held it off until he was made president again, and he fired Jack Smith.
Very interesting. I'm actually going to have to research that, actually. Very interesting.
So, John, all legal claims and persecution that were attempted to be brought forth on Donald Trump were not on if he did it or not. Because as you just heard, they admit that he did it. They just argued that he should be immune from criminal responsibility since he did it when he was president. So I've now provided you with certain evidence that he tried to rig the 2020
Again, like I said, I still don't think he was trying to commit treason. Sorry.
Okay, John, I do just want to clarify this one thing.
Yes, sir.
He did say that he wouldn't accept it to be true if you could prove it for 100% to be the case. That is by definition what it means to be a cult member. Like I do just want to acknowledge that, because you literally are saying there's an impossibility of the contrary, right? And you're still saying, right, you won't accept it.
Gentlemen, I get where you guys are coming from. I mean, again, you guys are a lot better at debating and talking than I am. I don't feel like Donald Trump is a traitor to our country. I really do.
Here's I think the right question. Here's a right question I want to be asking you. The clip that I just played, that proved that Donald Trump tried to rig the 2020 election, right?
I gotta give you a little credit. It kind of getting me to think a little bit more. I'll give you that. I don't know.
Could you either affirm or deny that?
I don't know.
That was.
I have to research it.
What do you mean you don't know? I played you a
I
clip
don't
of his
know.
person.
What research? What research
John,
did you do?
John, because I just want to go over. I just want to go over what Will Scharf, his own attorney, said in that clip.
I don't know.
So we're gonna listen to it again, and then I'm gonna evaluate it afterwards.
Can I ask you guys a question too, or no?
No, not right now.
Previous presidents, most notably.
Here we go.
Even just the false slates of electors, you don't think that would constitute enough for a trial?
False slates of electors.
Well, we would say alternate slates of electors, and as we argued before the Supreme Court, alternate slates of electors have been a method used by previous presidents, most notably Ulysses S. Grant, to ensure the integrity of prior elections. So we believe the assembly of those alternate slates of electors was an official act of the presidency. That's what we argued before the Supreme Court.
There were three things. Just listen to me. Don't interrupt me. There were three things we just learned there. We learned that they like to call them alternate slates of electors. Okay. We learned that they use these quote unquote alternate slates of electors to ensure the integrity of the outcome of the election. Okay. And then we learned that they're labeling this an official act of the presidency, the president being Trump. So in other words, they're saying that Trump did it. So what they're saying Trump did was he used non-verified, fictitious, fake votes for himself. Those alternate slates of electors is what they call them, to ensure the integrity of the outcome of the 2020 election. John, be honest. One word, one name, answer this following question. According to Trump, who won 2020?
Oh, Trump himself.
So according to Trump, if the outcome of the election was to have integrity, he would have won, right? So basically, when they say that they use these fake votes to ensure the integrity of the election, they're saying that they use these fake votes to ensure that Trump won.
Yeah, political maneuvering.
Right?
I disagree with it. Yeah,
right? Okay. So now, so far, we've learned that they use fake votes to ensure that Trump won. Okay, and they called this an official act of the presidency. Who was the president?
At the time, President Trump.
Trump. So this was an official act of Trump. So here's what we know, and here's what you've agreed to: is that they use fake votes to ensure that Trump won, and this was an official act of Trump. Okay, so all these three things are true, right?
Your interpretation.
I'm asking you if you agree with my interpretation based upon what Will Scharf just shared with us.
From what you're saying, yes, but
from what Will Scharf said.
From what you're saying, yes.
What about what Will Scharf said in that clip I played twice?
I don't know, man. Again, like I said, I have to research.
Okay, well, I played you the clip. You don't need to research because I played you.
John, I have a question. If Kamala Harris did the same thing, would you say she's a traitor?
I don't know. I have to research.
He's going to say they has to research, sir. What do you have to research? I just played you the clip. We're merely, John. We're merely talking about.
You are better order than I am.
John, we're merely talking about what Will Scharf just said.
Okay. Again, 2020 is 4 years ago.
We're merely talking about what Will Scharf just said in this clip. I'm going to replay the clip.
Question. Like, ask him.
Fine, ask the question, but then I'm going to replay the clip.
Replay it all day long. Like I said,
what evidence? John. What evidence would you accept?
Right. I don't. Again, Donald Trump is not a traitor to his country.
He's not going to answer the question. So, John, at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to replay the clip, and I want you to interpret what Will Scharf is saying. Okay, I'm going to replay the clip. Once it's done, I'm not going to say anything, and I want you to interpret it. Here we go.
Gotcha. Question. Not talking about issues.
The indictment to support the ongoing prosecution, and that's what we're going to be litigating in front of the district court now.
Even just the false slates of electors, you don't think that would constitute enough for a trial?
Well, we would say alternate slates of electors, and as we argued before the Supreme Court, alternate slates of electors have been a method used by previous presidents, most notably Ulysses S. Grant, to ensure the integrity of prior elections. So we believe the assembly of those alternate slates of electors was an official act of the presidency. That's what we argued before the Supreme Court.
Okay, interpret what you just said and repeat it to me.
To me, I think he's just trying to have other secondary delegates to try to vote for Trump, pretty much. Kind of like, what is it, unfaithful delegate kind of thing? That's my interpretation of it. And again, I'm very limited on it, so I don't know what the whole thing is about. I have to research it.
Okay. Were these secondary delegates authorized by the governor's office?
I'm going to say Trump's a traitor because he's not.
Okay, would you say that like the further research you'd have to do is to see if like these secondary delegates were authorized by the states?
I don't know. I just have to do the whole research for everything. Dean, I can't take your word for it. I'm sorry.
What evidence would you accept?
I don't know. I have to research.
Bro. Listen. So you just said no. John. You just said that Trump had these secondary delegates vote for him in Congress. Okay, right?
That's what I'm thinking. I don't know the whole situation.
So if these secondary delegates were not authorized by the states and did not represent the true vote of the state, that's Trump trying to steal the election, right?
Not trying to change up the thing. He wanted 10,000 votes in Georgia, I believe. That's the
John. If these secondary delegates that you just referenced weren't authorized by any of the states and didn't represent the true votes of the states, that's Trump trying to steal the election, right?
Oh, I guess so.
So if I could prove to you that they weren't authorized by the,
I don't think he's a traitor.
States, John, if I could prove to you that they weren't authorized by the states, you'd admit that he tried to steal the election.
I don't know. Again, like I said,
but you just said that would prove it.
I don't know.
You just said that you do. You just said that yes, I would
You're
prove
never
it.
gonna get me to say Trump's a traitor because he's not.
Hey, John, guess what? I think that you're a spineless fool.
Okay,
I think you
thank
stand
you. I've
for
been nothing but
nothing.
respectful to you.
And you've been nothing but disrespectful to the entirety of the country. You absolute spineless fool. So I'm going to go ahead and tell you exactly how it is. I think you're a spineless fool that stands for nothing. You are not just complacent, but actively an advocation of the downfall of this country. When you come on this live and tell us that you fought in Iraq, you probably saw brothers and sisters die. You probably saw people die to defend the Constitution, die to defend the American Constitution, and die to uphold respect and preservation of this country. And here you are, 14 years later, acting like a spineless, traitorous fool, as if there's not any amount of proof in the world that could demonstrate to you that what Donald Trump's own attorney is saying is true. I've been able to walk you to baseline rudimentary conclusions. You accept that they had alternative slates of electors. You accept that they're not organized or chartered by the states. You accept it's an official act of Trump. And you accept that they were trying to achieve a fictitious result of the election, that being that Trump won and Biden lost, in which you admit is not true. And yet you cannot sit here and say that this is an example of Trump trying to steal the election. You're nothing more than a member of the cult. You actively regress American society. You do not do good for this country. You do harm. Okay? And those are the facts. In the day that you can open your mind and recognize that what I'm saying is true, I will take back everything that I said.
But nothing but respect for you, dude.
And you've been nothing but disrespectful to our country.
Respectful to you. I have not demeaned you, not degraded you. Listen, I'm Hispanic American. I'm a veteran. You want to call me a traitor? That's fine. That is your constitutional right to free speech, and I fully support it. You have your views.
I've not been disrespectful to you because you've been disrespectful to me. I've been disrespectful to you because you've been disrespectful to the country.
You're a good kid. I'm proud of that you're doing this whole election thing. I disagree with what you're saying, but I am proud of you, and I want you to know that. You can be rude to me. It's fine. I will not disrespect you because honestly, we need more people like you.
John, I'm going to repeat it one last time. I've not been disrespectful to you because you've been disrespectful to me. I've been disrespectful to you because you've not only been disrespectful for our country, but you've opened the door and allowed fascism to walk in.
No, you're good, dude. You're good. I just want you to know, keep doing what you're doing. Even if we disagree, keep doing what you're doing. You won this debate.
John, the one thing I would say is that, like, you should open your mind to saying that, like, if you have 100% evidence to believe something to be true, that it's true, right?
I just will not.
That's just like an objective fact, right?
Just like Joe Biden, right? President Joe Biden, he's not a traitor either. It's politics, gentlemen. That's all it is.
What does 100% mean?
Huh?
100% means in all cases.
I understand that, but again, like I said,
if it means in all cases, well, then there's an impossibility of the contract. You're saying that you believe something impossible.
But gentlemen, if he did that, let's just say he's guilty of what you guys said, then why did he win then? Parker, in your opinion?
Because people like you.
No, I'm asking Parker.
No, and I'm telling you because of people like you.
Well, that's one part of it. Secondly, it'd be because people attributed inflation to the incumbent president, right?
Mm-hmm.
But people bought the lies of Donald Trump. That is a huge, huge reason.
I mean, think about it, John. I've been able to provide you certain evidence that he tried to steal the 2020
You're a
election.
better orator than
John, don't interrupt me. Wait your turn. Think about it, John. I've been and I'll call you a traitor again. Just don't interrupt me.
That's fine. A white guy calling a Hispanic guy.
Yes, absolutely. I am calling an Hispanic man.
Isn't this why you're
110%? Anyways, don't interrupt me. I'm being so serious. You're doing the interruption again. I'll wait for you to finish. You can speak as soon as I'm done. You asked for other reasons why Trump won the election. And I said because of people like you. The reason I said that It's very specific. Okay? I provided you certain evidence that he tried to steal 2020, and guess what? You say, I don't care. No, he didn't. Yeah, that's what won him the election, John. I played you a clip of his lawyer saying he tried to steal the election. You say, I don't care. No, he didn't. That's what won him the election.
Yeah. Again, if something's 100% likely to be the case, well, then you should accept it. And the fact that you couldn't accept something that would be 100% likely to be the case, right, is evidence that you, right, don't care about any of the evidence. You don't care about any of the facts. The research would mean nothing. You're going to believe it regardless.
Mm-hmm. Again, like I said, it is what it is. I mean, you're a better order debater than I am. I'm very novice when it comes to it. I really appreciate this, though. I mean, I thought Parker was the meat one, but hey, I guess it's Dean. But this was a good debate. Dean, sorry if I upset you, bud.
Wow. Call me mean because I want to hold people accountable.
Me a traitor. I mean, come on, dude. That's wrong. I would never do that to you.
Sorry.
That's just wrong.
Hey, man.
I have a thick skin, but just calling someone a traitor just because of different political beliefs. I mean, for example, when it comes to me, I'm very liberal. I don't know if you heard that like 30,000 times. When it comes to Roe v. Wade, fully support, trans, fully support, gay marriage, fully support. But then you're calling me traitor. I mean, I just think that you're better than that. I think
John, one question.
A lot better. Yes, sir.
John, one question.
Go ahead.
If you're in 6th grade and somebody punches you in the face and you call them a bully, are you being mean?
I don't know.
No, you're not being mean. That's the answer, right?
I just think calling someone a traitor, I mean, that's just wrong.
Okay, well, now you're being annoying because you're not even following what I'm saying. If you're in 6th grade and somebody punches you in the face and you call them a bully, are you being mean?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Why don't you think so? Because they are a bully. Is that because like the statement, they're a bully is true, right? So it's not mean.
I don't know.
Okay, do you want to know what my parallel is here?
For your development, I think that you calling people, especially
stop ignoring what I'm saying and actually engage with it.
No, it's just like dude, I'm not a spineless fool.
Yes, you are. You're not even engaging in like the most simple argument ever. Like engage with because you're not engaging with my argument. Engage with what I'm saying. Learn from what I'm saying. Like unironically, John, all you got to do here is just like engage with what I'm saying. I'm asking you a question, so fucking answer it. If you're in 6th grade and somebody punches you, have a civil debate, and you have a civil debate. I will only have a civil debate if you can. The only way to have a civil debate is actually engaging with what we're saying. If you're in 6th grade, and obviously I'm going to mute you when you're interrupting me. That is why the mute button exists. If you're so pissed off at the mute button, so pissed off at me, like muting you when you're interrupting me, like holy fuck, why does the button even exist? That is why that button is an option for me to click. Anyways, if you're in 6th grade and somebody punches you in the face and you call them a bully, are you being mean? Are you speaking facts, even though they might not like it?
If you're being assaulted and you call someone mean or whatever, you're just doing the right thing. You're setting up for yourself.
Right. Okay. Right. You're speaking facts. Even though somebody may not like it. So when I call you a traitor for saying I love fascism, stick the. Do
you like fascism?
I'm speaking for you. Wait. So when I call you a traitor, and you say I love fascism, Donald Trump tried to steal the election, and I couldn't care. He's still my daddy. Like I'm not being mean. I'm just speaking facts.
You can't speak. You can't speak for Hispanics, Papa.
Jessica, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
I'm not speaking for Hispanics.
This is why the Un-American tour was
wait.
You're
Did you say that I can't call you a traitor because you're Hispanic?
No, you are being really, really rude for no reason. Simple as that. I've been nothing but I have not raised my voice to you a single time. I just want to clarify.
I respect your passion. Hey, little boy, are you? I just want to clarify on your argument. Are you saying that I can't call you a traitor because
I'm not saying that at all. Oh, you're being rude.
So then what was the relevance in
a white guy telling a Spanish guy he's a traitor? You got to check your privilege.
So your argument there is that because you're Hispanic and I'm white, I can't call you a traitor for supporting an unconstitutional president that tried to rig an election?
Charlie Kirk beat you, hands down. This is why you failed.
Another pivot. Answer my question. I just want to clarify. Because I'm white and you're Hispanic, I can't call you a traitor for supporting somebody that wants to rig an election. Is that seriously your perspective?
You should not be doing that.
John, both sides. John, I have a question. What did Charlie Kirk beat either of us on?
The Un-American tour. It was a disaster because you had a racist person in your little group that was running it. It was horrible. I was actually rooting for you guys. So I'm very liberal.
So he didn't engage in a debate. I agree that it is the case that like there was like like
that one girl. I don't know her name.
Are engaging in racism, right? Obviously, that's
which is
that
what
we,
which
address.
is what
That's really important to address.
A white guy telling a
can I
Hispanic guy what to do and how to vote.
Can I please finish?
Yes, sir.
Can I please
Sorry,
finish? But that's not the point that he was making. He was making a point that was a case of like infighting, apparently, right? Instead of addressing like the fact that people were like taking accountability, right? And like that it was accountability that was being applied in this circumstance. So he was what I don't know what he got us on there.
Wait. Also, John,
Parker, why don't you this is the most hypocritical Charlie Kirk too? I would love to see you guys.
Hey, John, this is the most hypocritical dog shit I've ever heard. Okay, so
okay.
You're right. So you're right to say that the organizer of the Unfuck America tour use microaggressions. Where I think the hypocrisy comes in is you saying that therefore, the tour will horrible because the leader used microaggressions, but then you turn around and you say that I love the leader of the country, even though they called all black people.
Didn't you know about?
I love the leader of the country, even though they told people not to vote for Obama because he thought he was born in Kenya with no evidence, even though he had a birth certificate from Hawaii, basically saying that less people should vote for the black guy because he's black.
I voted for him, actually.
So I just want to. So why don't you hold the same standard to Trump that you hold to Z?
I voted for President Obama in 2008 and 12.
Answer my question. Why don't you hold the same standard to Trump that you hold to Z?
Hold who?
The same standard to Trump that you hold to Z?
Z? Z's the girl that.
Why don't you hold the same standard to Trump that you hold to Z?
I don't think Trump's racist.
He called all black people lazy.
I disagree with you on that one.
He affirmed that he said that. He said, yeah, I said that in 1977. 1997. He said that. Then you could even go on his Twitter feed and see where he perpetuated. No, you could even then go on his Twitter feed and see where he perpetuated the birther myth of Barack Obama.
John denies reality. That's what it is.
I don't deny reality.
So Trump's racist, right?
I don't think he's racist.
So how can Z be racist for using microaggressions? But Trump can't be racist for calling all black people lazy and systemically trying to limit a black man having a job opportunity because he's black. You're pivoting. Answer my question. I've already spoken about that at length. I know you don't give a fuck, so I will not address it to you. Answer my question.
It's okay. We all know where you tilt.
Answer my question. Stop pivoting.
I'm not pivoting at all. I'm just saying.
You said that Z's a horrible leader for using microaggressions. Why isn't Donald Trump a horrible leader for calling all black people lazy and perpetuating the birther myth of Barack Obama? Answer my question.
He was 100% wrong on that. I thought he was
answer Mike. Why? So he's a horrible leader too, right?
Just said he was stupid when he said.
So I want to clarify. He's also a horrible leader, right?
It's politics. That's simple. That's all it is. The politics are.
So answer my question. So therefore, he's a horrible leader too, right? Hey. So therefore, he's a horrible leader too, right?
We'll see in 4 years.
Oh, so why? So then why is he a horrible leader?
We'll see in 4 years.
So then why is he a horrible leader?
Say again.
So then why is he a horrible leader?
Because white privilege, bro.
So being racist makes you a horrible leader?
Videos of what your peer did.
So being racist makes you a horrible leader. So then why isn't Trump a horrible leader?
Your peer tried denouncing African Americans, Papa. I saw that thing, and you supported it, and you knew about it.
Okay, so don't fucking lie on me. I never supported shit. And I've already, once again, addressed the Unfuck America tour. And I will happily address it again to good faith actors. The difference is you're a bad faith actor. And that's why I want to address it to you. So if that made Z a horrible leader, which I agree with, by the way, this must also mean that therefore Trump's a horrible leader too, right?
I don't think he's a horrible leader. Well, known 4 years.
Okay, so then why is he a horrible leader?
Gotta give him a chance.
So if racism doesn't make you a horrible leader, then why do you think he's a horrible leader? Oh, okay. So if microaggressions can make you racist, why can't calling all black people lazy? Why can't microaggressions can make you racist? Why can't macroaggressions?
Jesus Christ.
Answer my question. If microaggressions can make you racist, why can't macroaggressions?
I don't even know what the hell the difference is, buddy.
Why can't calling all black people lazy? Why can't saying that you only like short men and yarmulkes count your money make you racist? Why can't trying to get people to not vote for Obama because he's black and therefore born in Kenya not make you racist?
I voted for President Obama. Did you? Oh, you were young enough. You're still young.
Answer my question.
John,
I voted for President Obama.
John, I think you're not listening to like the points that Dean is bringing up that are like showing that these things are applicable to Donald Trump, yet you support these certain things.
No, I just don't like how he called me a traitor. It really rubs me the wrong way. I
understand. I understand, but like I think that you should listen to like the reasons as to why he said those things, because you did actually say that like you wouldn't accept like something bad about Donald Trump to be true, even if we showed you 100% evidence of it being the case.
There's good things from Trump and bad things about Trump. I call balls.
John, if it's 100% going to be the case, then you can't even accept it to be otherwise. That just shows that like you're not willing to accept literally reality.
Am I biased against Trump? Oh, absolutely, because I'm a Trump supporter.
No, you're biased in support of Donald Trump, but that's bias. That's biased to a cult level.
It's not a cult level.
I say we do. I say we ask him one final question if he can answer in good.
I'm a Hispanic American. I just feel that Trump resonates.
Hey, John, I'm gonna ask you one final question. If you can't answer it, I'm gonna move on from you and have the entire chat laugh at you on your way out. Are you ready for the final question?
Hey, it's okay. I just want you to know.
John, are you ready? I just want a yes or no. Are you ready for the final question?
Go right ahead, brother. Take care of yourself.
If microaggressions can make someone racist, why can't actions such as calling all black people lazy or trying to get people not to vote for a black guy because he was born, quote unquote, in Kenya, even though he was born in Hawaii?
Ms. Trump is not racist, Papa. I'm sorry.
Do you think that, John, do you genuinely think that's a good faith?
Because of it.
John, would you please repeat my question?
You were upset that he won the election.
You're not repeating my question.
You're better than
John, would you please repeat my question?
Listen, you're gonna beat me anyways.
Hey, John.
I really appreciate
John.
Give me 10 seconds.
John, no, I'm gonna repeat my question for you. Once again, the question is: if microaggressions can make you racist, why can't calling all black people lazy or telling people not to vote for a black guy because he was apparently born in Kenya? Okay, when you say things like, "Oh, you just hate Trump," that's not an answer. When you say things like, "Oh, Trump's not racist," that's not an answer. When you say things like, "Oh, you're just mad at Trump," that's not an answer. Okay, I'm gonna repeat the question one last time. If microaggressions can make you racist, why can't calling all black people lazy or trying to instantiate that the black man running for president was not born in America, therefore you shouldn't vote for him, make you racist? Okay, like a good faith answer to this question would start, well, microaggressions make you racist, but those other actions don't make you racist because X, Y, Z. So it's your good faith answer this time. Come on, John.
I don't feel personally that Trump is racist. Simple as that. I don't.
John, I just clarified that that's a bad faith.
Hey, that's fine. Gene, here's some feedback.
John, you're on mute because that's a bad faith answer to the question. Try again and give a good faith answer.
Dean, I think you're better than this.
That's another bad faith answer to the question.
Fine.
It's not fine. I want a good faith answer. Stop being bad faith. Give a good faith answer.
He's racist. I don't
John, listen to the words. That is a bad faith answer to my question. That is not answering my question. I did not ask you if you feel like Trump is racist. I asked you if microaggressions can make you racist. Why can't calling all black people lazy or telling people not to vote for the black guy because you're saying he was born in Kenya even though he wasn't make you racist? I'm not. Once again, I'm going to clarify. I am not asking you if you think Trump is racist. That is not the question I'm asking. Do not answer that question. So go ahead.
I do not believe what you're saying is true. Simple as that. That's it. Simple as that. That's my honest to God answer.
Wait, questions can't be true or false.
I don't. I'm sorry. Yes, they can. I don't.
No, they can't.
Yes, they can.
No, John. Questions can't be true or false.
What you're saying.
Give me an example. Wait, John. Once again, that was another bad faith answer because questions can't be true or false. Only statements, propositions can be true or false. Questions can't be true or false. What the fuck do you mean? Oh, what the fuck do you mean? Oh, what you're saying isn't true. I asked you a question. Once again, the question is,
why are you gossiping? Come on.
Once again, the question is, if microaggressions can make you racist, why can't calling all black people lazy, or perpetuating the birth or myth of Barack Obama?
Give me the example. Can you give me the definition of microaggressions? I don't really use that whole stuff.
Okay. Yeah, John. Goodbye. Yeah, worst faith human I've ever met. Top of the list. Nobody has ever been worse.
I think the question about like saying that like would you accept this to be the would you accept this to be the case if it
black people always love Trump? Then you're talking all this rhetoric about Trump is not even true, bro. Stop your rhetoric about him not liking black people, that he's racist towards black. Hey. Even black people back in the 90s before you were born. Now hold on, let me speak. I'm 52 years old. Before you were born, black people wanted to be like Trump. So don't go there, bro.
You interrupted.
Don't go there.
Can you let Parker finish first?
Don't go there.
It's okay.
Don't go there,
it's okay.
You're talking all that rhetoric. You don't make no sense what you're talking about, bro. Nothing. And I'm black.
Wait, so I'm just.
I'm black.
Can I ask you the question? Do you think that Donald Trump has done anything that's racist?
No.
No. Okay. So do you think Donald Trump, right, in his business, explicitly not renting to black people was racist?
No.
Bruh.
No.
Was racial segregation racist?
You guys keep talking about Trump being he's not a racist, bro.
Was racial?
Are you
racial,
trolling?
And you guys, and you guys,
Are you trolling?
And you guys still on that
Yo,
2020 issue with that's 4 years ago.
Sal,
you guys are still mad about what he's done. He's done better
Sal.
than any
Hey
president.
Sal, I'm asking you a question. Was racial segregation racist?
I'm not gonna answer your question, bro.
Then leave.
You guys talk all this bull crap out here that don't make no sense, bro.
Then leave, bro.
None.
Then leave.
None.
Wait, I'm sorry. Are you trolling?
You guys talk all this crap that'll make no sense towards Trump. None.
If you're not gonna answer my question, then hit the road.
Wait, but like we can give you evidence that Donald Trump explicitly didn't rent to black people, right? And
he doesn't think it's racist.
So
that's not a racist.
Well,
that's not being racist.
I have a question. Do you think
racial? Not racist.
Hold up. Do you think racial segregation is racism?
I'm not answering your question, bro.
I'm just asking. Do you think racial segregation is racism?
Stop saying that Trump is
so
racist.
Parker, there's actually a way to do this. Watch this. Sal, I'm gonna count down from 10 with my fingers. If you don't answer the question, is racial segregation racist? By the time I'm done counting down, I'm gonna assume your answer is yes. Is racial segregation racist?
I already told I'm not gonna answer your question.
Okay, so your answer is yes. So you do think racial segregation is racist?
So you're putting words in my mouth. You're putting words in my mouth, bro. That's the most idiotic thing you can do to a person, bro.
Well, I mean, like I would assume that you believe that.
I don't have to answer questions.
Well, I mean, but I would assume that you believe that racial segregation is racism.
If that's your opinion, that's fine. That's your opinion.
Okay, so you don't think like forcefully segregating people on the basis of race is racism?
Did you guys hear about that story about that black lady that was living here in this hotel?
I'm sorry. Would you like to respond to what I just said?
No, I'm asking you a question. You guys heard about that black lady that lived in this hotel
dude, Sal, how are we gonna have a conversation if you won't like respond to?
No, because you guys always want people to respond to your questions.
I have a question.
I'm not gonna fall to
here. I'll ask you this specific question. Right? If there's a landlord that won't rent to black people, are they racist?
Look, I live around black people all day, bro.
Well, I'm asking if there's a landlord that won't rent to black people, right? Because they're black, are they racist?
How will you know because they're black they don't want to rent to them? That's a stupid question to ask.
If we know,
because they specifically put C on applications of non-white individuals to say that they wouldn't rent to them.
Wait, we don't even need to start there. What if they just say it? Okay, if somebody says that they won't rent to black people because they're black, are they racist?
There were also testers.
No, they're not racist. That's not
wait, hold up. There were also testers.
That's not being racist.
Hold up. So they had people, right, with the same set of qualifications, right, go through the system, and people who were white got through with the same qualifications that people who were black did not.
He doesn't think it's racist. Sal, do you think that the Civil Rights Acts of 58 and 64 combated racism? Did those combat racism, Sal?
I'm talking about what's going on now. But I'm not going backwards, bro. You guys go back way to the back. It's time to move forward, bro.
Well, actually, let's ask him this. Let's ask him this.
Everybody's equal. Black, brown, white. We're all equal now, bro.
Wait,
we can't be going back. We're talking about going backwards. Keep going backwards. We're talking about what happened in the past. We got to talk about what's going on in the future now, bro. Everybody's equal now. There's no racism and all that. So you guys.
There's no racism now. Or did you really just say that there's no racism?
No. I don't believe in that, honestly. Because I live around black people. I'm Latino, black. I'm Puerto Rican, first of all. So I'm all three. I'm Spanish, Indian, and
Wait,
black.
Can I just ask you what is racism?
What is racism? Go ahead, Parker. Go ahead.
I'm just asking you. To you, like,
what is
racism?
What is racism? Because you guys are still stuck on the past.
Because I'm just confused on what you mean by the term, because you just said that there is no racism, right?
I don't think.
And based on how we all use the term, we know that there's a lot of racism in our society, and exactly like Donald Trump is one of the people that perpetuates that racism.
I mean, according to Sal, has there ever been racism?
He said that there's no racism right now. That's like such a crazy. I need him to define that. Like, I really have to get him to define that.
Even if you don't give us an example, how about you just give us an example before we even go into the definition? Give us an example.
Everybody's equal nowadays. Well, same law falls in
we're literally asking you for something.
In a brown person.
We're literally asking for you something. We're asking for something.
That's a rhetoric that the left always come out with. The racism.
Can you give us an example of something that is racist?
They come down. For me, there's no racism. I treat everybody equally.
Wait, so you don't think that there's any examples?
I'm talking about me. I'm talking. I treat everybody equally. For me, there's no racism.
But like, okay, could you give me an example of racism in American history? Let's start there.
For what? I'm moving forward. This is the future now, bro. I'm not going back with what happened back in the 1940s.
1940s. Oh, there was racism in the 1940s. What was racist in the 1940s?
That's what you guys talking about earlier. You guys try to bring that back up.
Do you think there was racism in the 1940s?
Like I said, I'm talking about what happened going now. I'm not worried about happening in the back, in the back future.
Let's worry about it.
I'm talking about in the future
question.
now. That's the rhetoric that the left always do.
Let's worry about it for just a minute here.
The racism card, and that's what this nation.
Let's worry about it just for a minute here.
No, I don't talk about the past, bro. I'm not in the past no more. I'm in the future.
Hey, Dean, can I say something, Dean?
For sure. Hop in here.
Hey, first of all, Black people don't support Donald Trump. Okay, let's get that straight. We have nothing to do with Donald Trump. We have no love for him whatsoever. We think he's a racist fuck. Okay.
Yo, Cook.
That's number one. And the bad thing. Hold on, let me finish. The bad thing about people like this guy here is that they don't know the past, so therefore you're bound to repeat the future. Racism does exist. It's very prevalent in America. You know, and I respect the fact that Dean has done the work to improve himself. He's a young man that's growing. And Parker, you do a great job as well. So keep doing what you guys are doing. We respect you as brothers and with us. But people like him are a sellout. People like him we call coons. People like him we have no respect for. 5 out of 10 people in the Hispanic community voted for Trump. The devil, the demon, the liar, the rapist, the convicted felon. Black people have no respect for Trump whatsoever. We did not vote against our own interests. These people don't know. These people don't know anything about 1965 and the Civil Rights Bill. They don't know anything about the 1965 Civil Rights Bill that gave them the right to be in America. Otherwise, people like Trump would not want them to be in America. Period. The guy he promoted birtherism. He was totally against Barack Obama, who was one of the best presidents that ever set foot on this country. We have no respect for people like that. Black people, we don't have any respect for people that voted for Trump. Because these people voted against their own interests. They voted against women. They voted against trans people. They voted against everything that was good for America. They set this country back 50 fucking years. 50 years we went backwards.
You want to know?
And here's black people. Here's black people was trying to help people like the Hispanic community who turned around and turned their backs on us and voted for a fucking loser, a fucking treason, a fucking animal, a rapist, a felon. Can you imagine applying for a job and you're a felon and he has the highest office in the land? That is unbelievable. Unbelievable that these people did this. Unbelievable. And 7 out of YT men voted for Donald Trump. So you guys, Dean, keep doing what you're doing. Keep growing as a person. Parker, keep doing what you're doing as a human being, and continue to be great, guys. So you guys are our future. People like this guy is a loser, and we don't have anything to do with it. We don't associate with people like this. We are not. Black people do not have any association with these type of people. Period.
I brought you up here just as a random guest in the queue that
because God sent me.
Sal, and you came up there and cooked. You came up here and cooked, Brent. You cooked his ass. You fucking flamed him. Oh my God. Holy
God
fucking
sent me.
God
sent me.
I'm with it. I've been an agnostic atheist for the last 3 years, but today I'm a damn believer in God. Mr. Brent, I appreciate you for popping up here, and I want you to have the best possible rest of your day possible.
That's what we want.
Thanks a lot. Have a great day, Park, and keep doing what you're doing, Dean. Keep growing. You our future. Have a good one.
You as well, Brent. You as well. Dude, W, Brent.
Thank you so much, Brent.
Dude, hey, Sal, I'll beat your bike.
Ken, by the way, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. And Deborah, thank you for the $20. Thank
you. And you got kicked.
Crazy. Thank you so much, though. I really appreciate it, y'all. I really appreciate it. LVZ, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. And Christina, thank you for the $1.
What is going on with the guest today, man? These guys suck, bro. But honestly,
Sid with the $100 YouTube super chat. Can we get some W's for Sid in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Sid. I really appreciate it, as well as Ben. Thank you for the $2. Thank you. Let's get some W's for Sid in the comment section. Thank you so much, Sid. I'm sorry, Dean, for cutting you off, but thank you so much, Sid. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Ben, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Not gonna lie, Brent redeemed the queue for the day. Yo, like Brent alone brought up like the average IQ in the guest request, like alone by like 50 fucking points.
That's true, Ben.
Let me tell you. Let's gonna get that next guest up in here. We're kind of looking for like a not insufferable Trump supporter.
Thank you for the $2.
Like preferably, like we have been talking to like very insufferable Trump supporters for like the last like
how long have you been on?
Hour and a half, 3 hours. I think that the insufferable Trump supporter, it's been like 2 hours straight. I kind of just want like a normal person that supports the president. But even like now, like that's hard. It's hard to find. Really hard to find. In the meantime, I'd like to show some love to Hitman for the 50 pounds over on YouTube Super Chat. Let's get 500 W Hitmans down below in the comment section. If you even can comment that. I don't know if you can. Thank you so much for the love, though, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
As well as Veteran with the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat as well, saying, don't forget to breathe, sir. Mad respect. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. Those insufferable Trump supporters give me work the fuck up, dude. Like, man, like, dude, there comes a point where they're just so insufferable, so insane.
Dean, you accidentally followed Sal and not Brent.
I accidentally followed Sal? I guess thanks for letting me know. I'll unfollow him afterwards. It's really easy to accidentally follow guests. When
yeah,
like,
it is really easy. Like it has like the thing, and like when you tap on them to like, it's just right there.
I'll unfollow him after the stream. Thanks for letting me know. But let's show some love to Sal and Brent down below. Wait, whoa, Sal and Brent, Hitman and Veteran and Brent down below in that chat right now. Thank you so much, Veteran. And Hitman, I do really appreciate you guys so much for the $50 each over on YouTube Super Chat, as well as Sam. Thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate that, Sam. You're phenomenal. What is going on, Linda? Are you MAGA? And Linda's not here, so we are going to move on to the next guest, everyone. Let's go and get that next guest up in that box. If you are in that queue, make sure that you are MAGA, y'all.
Everyone on the YouTube streams, make sure to like the stream real quick. Everyone on TikTok, tap that screen. We're almost at 1 million likes. Let's run it to 1 million real quick, everyone.
Oh, yeah. Also, Sarah, thank you so much for the $10 over at Venmo. This did come in an hour ago, but I haven't thanked you yet. I was really lost in that last conversation. Thank you for the love, Sarah. Everybody, let's show some love to Sarah. As well as Erica. Another was an hour ago. I'm really sorry for just now getting around to it. Thank you for the $25 over on Venmo, Erica. Everybody, please show some love to Sarah and Erica down below in that queue. As well as Mark, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal, Avery with a 5, and Zachary with a 5. You guys are awesome. If you're watching and you want to support me, support the stream, support what we do here, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. Y'all, I get 100% of the proceeds over on those platforms, and you'll get a shout out as I get a notification with your name and an attached message. Let's go get that next guest up in here, y'all. Let's try to have some civil discourse, guys. Some civil discourse, everybody. Some very civil discourse. We're going to have some civil discourse. Hello, Moose. How are you, MAGA?
Yo, what's up? Parker, I gotta say the mustache is super hot, dude. I'm like 90% chubbed up right now. You should definitely keep it. And Dean, you should try to grow one out too.
Civil discourse only. Please.
Dean.
Hi, are you MAGA?
Najee,
Yeah,
thank you for the $5. Thank you.
I'm 50 years old from New York.
Trump? Are you like?
That is the best microphone I think I've ever heard.
You got a lot of noise. Oh. Your mic just connected to some Bluetooth device. Turn
John,
off your
thank you
Bluetooth.
for the $2. Thank you.
Dear God.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we hear you
Yeah,
now.
for
Wait,
sure.
it worked.
Also, Sam's message, please talk about Adriana's
worked?
refuge
You
in
hear me?
Georgia and is brain dead. She's literally being kept alive solely for her baby. Yeah, I heavily disagree with the legislation, like forcing that. Like that's literally so fucking disgusting, bro. You got a little bit of an echo,
Seriously, like that, the legislation existing, that is an example of abortion bans and how they have detrimental impacts, right? And they force people and families against their will, right, to literally sustain, right, an individual who is brain dead, right, in order to be able to give birth to, right, like an embryo or a fetus. Like that's diabolical.
But yeah, Socrates, you got some yeah, you just have an echo. Disconnect Bluetooth. Everyone just give us a minute.
People keep asking why does he have a mustache? It's random. I don't know how long it'll be here.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, you can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
So why do you support Trump?
Okay, I support Trump for all the right reasons. But listen, while you're on TV, the Robert Hur report came out. Do you know what that is?
Robert Hurd report.
Robert
I've heard
Hur.
before, but I don't know what it is.
He was the one that interviewed Joe Biden about the documents 2 years into his presidency.
Okay, so some.
Now we're talking about a constitutional crisis, right?
Biden
Joe
with
Biden.
documents?
No, not about the documents, about his health. Joe Biden, although I do no, you might laugh at me, Dean, but listen to me, dude. Joe Biden could not answer a question. He didn't remember when his son died. His son was unalived or whatever it's called.
One, that's not true. Secondly, can I ask you a question? Who is more cognitively aware, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
Donald Trump is 100%.
Hey man, I have a question.
Yeah.
What either article or amendment to the American Constitution does Biden being old like
Do you understand?
Okay.
He was not the president, Dean. He was not. No matter what you
who
think.
was the president?
Dean, we're all gonna find out soon. Turn the television on, bro. Turn the television on. It's all over.
No. Oh, I love it when people like make a claim and then
Make a claim.
Well-
Make a claim. Dean, I'm just doing it to save yourself.
Socrates.
Dean, I'm doing it to save yourself, bro.
This person's trolling. I have a feeling.
No, I'm not trolling. I'm not trolling.
I get
Yeah,
genuine vibes
dude,
off
this
of
is like an old argument,
Parker,
like a really old
Parker,
argument because
Parker,
it is the.
Parker,
What's
it's
up?
new. It's brand new.
Hey,
Turn
I have an
the-
idea.
Now he's trolling. Yeah, for sure.
Parker, turn the television on. You'll be embarrassed.
I
If you
actually don't think he's trolling. Hey man, well let's.
If you don't
Do you mind if
listen to me-
do you mind if I ask you like a question?
Yeah, sure.
What does Biden have to do with my background?
Nothing at all. But you're talking about
Great.
constitutional crises. You're
I-
talking about
tell me-
constitutional crises, right?
Your point is insane.
Apparently,
Just tell me why.
Dean,
Tell me
Dean,
why you
Dean.
think. So I just want to clarify. The question I asked you is why are you MAGA, and you started shitting on Biden. So
Okay, no,
you
no, no, but
only
you're
support
talking
Trump
about-
because you
you're
didn't
gonna
support
bring
Biden.
up you're gonna bring up Constitution, how he broke the Constitution. He challenged the Constitution, Dean. You know that. You know that if you think about it from a litigating
he called
perspective-
for a termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
Oh, I just cracked my back so nice.
Okay, did
felt good.
FDR do that?
Did FDR call for a termination of all rules,
Did
regulations?
FDR violate the Constitution? Did he violate?
I
due
don't
process?
know, but I'm not like a big FDR stan.
What do you mean? You
FDR,
should know this.
Japanese
FDR did
internment
it.
camps.
Yes, exactly.
Right?
It happens.
Yeah, that was. Wait,
What?
I'd argue that was like one of the most atrocious things.
Okay, yeah, I
in
agree.
like the last 100 years that has happened.
I agree. It's horrible. We were attacked at Pearl Harbor. They
So
imprisoned all the Japanese.
Socrates, I just want to clarify that you're making an analogy between what Trump is doing now and
No,
one of the most
everyone challenged.
atrocious-
Okay.
Okay.
Do you want to?
So you're making an analogy between what Trump is doing now and one of, if not the most atrocious thing, or sorry, no, I will say one of the most atrocious things to happen in the last 100 years of American history.
It's still challenging the Constitution, Dean. Now listen. Okay, let's talk about him challenging the Constitution.
But you're like, oh hey, what Trump is doing isn't that wrong because
no,
of the
but
most
but
bad things
you're
that any
missing
president
my
has done.
point, Dean. You're missing my point again. You keep talking about the January 6th. You keep talking about him trying to fight the election. Regardless, it's over.
Like imagine that Trump owned slaves, and they're like, "Oh, do we remember Andrew Jackson? He also owned slaves." Like that doesn't. What does it do for your point? That doesn't like justify what Trump is doing now. If anything, it just exacerbates how bad it is because you're comparing what he's doing now to one of the worst things in modern American history.
Oh, Dean, you could play that way, but I'm just talking about challenging the Constitution. He also, George Bush challenged the Constitution. President Biden defied the Constitution and found loopholes.
You're not listening, though. That's not just challenging the Constitution. This is calling for an utter termination of the Constitution, not to sustain like legitimate concerns. But
okay, give me an example.
Socrates, Socrates, can I please finish? Is it possible?
Parker, you guys talk all the time. All right, and
I haven't talked very much.
I'm watching the Knick game. I want to get off in like 5 minutes, but listen to me. Well, how did he?
Is it just like me listening to you, or am I allowed to talk in this conversation?
Okay, yeah. Ask me questions.
What was I just saying?
You said he terminated the Constitution. How?
Yeah, he's calling for a termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, not for a legitimate concern, but because he thinks that the election was stolen from him with no evidence.
Okay, we're done with the election stolen. The election's over. He lost the election.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, so then why don't you acknowledge that this is an utter threat to our democracy, our rule of law, our Constitution, our core American values?
This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. That's over, guys. It's only as bad as the last threat to the Constitution. Joe Biden was not
he's currently a threat to the American Constitution and the court system because he's trying to defy orders from the Supreme Court.
What is he doing? You don't think? Okay,
really? What is he doing? What is he doing? The Supreme Court.
Okay, wait.
Watch this. Was Biden a bad president?
He was horrible.
Oh, but it's over. So stop talking about
it. This is what I'm talking about.
No, that's different. This is different, dude.
You can't keep bringing up January 6th in the election.
You can't keep bringing up. Wait, you came up here and you argued Biden's cognitive health.
No,
I'm not. What are you talking about?
Hey, listen. You could talk about January 6th all you want.
I'm sorry. You can't say that. No, don't tell us that like it is the case that we can't talk about January 6th when you brought up Biden's cognitive health. I really don't want to hear it.
Because you are going to find the biggest constitutional crisis that ever happened in America.
With the current president. Yes. The current president is causing there currently is a constitutional crisis.
Okay.
Because he's denying an order from the Supreme Court.
Okay, what was the order?
Specifically with Kilmar Abrego Garcia.
Okay,
right? That said that he should have been given due process.
Facilitate? No, well, they said that when he was already gone. So what was facilitate mean?
What?
Facilitate the return of Abrego Garcia. What does that mean? Both parties have to be involved. Now, as I remember, there was two parties involved.
Parker, what's easier to like point out, and I've learned this about the Abrego Garcia case, is they can.
Yeah, I don't know why you guys think you're pro women.
They could like muddy the waters with like the facilitate point, even though they're wrong. It's just a little bit harder to prove they're wrong when they're this dense. Like the easiest thing, the easiest like way to.
Don't mute.
I'm gonna mute you again. Mute already happened, bro. Get over it. It's just to point out that like they ruled that what he did was illegal. Like you don't even need to talk about the facilitation of his return. Just like literally point out the fact that they ruled that his removal of Abrego Garcia was unconstitutional.
Yeah, you know what, man? Shit happens. The guy was a trafficker. All right. The guy was. You saw the video of him in Tennessee, didn't you, Dean?
Wait, who's the trafficker?
So basically,
Abrego Garcia.
So you don't care. So you don't care about the constitutional violation.
Socrates, Donald Trump is a rapist. So do you think that he deserves due process?
Ted Bundy saw it
in court. He had due process and he was convicted.
And you still voted for him. And now you're like, oh my gosh.
I didn't buy into all that garbage.
You didn't. Okay, what garbage? The court system being accurate?
I didn't buy into all that garbage.
The jury unanimously determined that he sexually assaulted a woman.
You know what? I didn't buy. I thought it was judicial prosecution of a presidential candidate.
Amanda, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo saying that Socrates sucks. So real. Thank you for the love, Amanda.
You don't think you could prosecute You don't think you could prosecute presidential candidates?
No, you know what? If they did it in 19, I would have said fine. If they did it in rather when he left office, I would have been fine with it. But when he won,
it was filed in 19.
Wait. Let me see that, Parker. When was that filed?
Eugene Carroll filed in 19. Dude, this guy has no clue what he's talking about.
When did they bring him to court?
The charge he brought him to court in 2019.
Filed in 2019.
Wait, you're
Court in
telling me the
2019, yeah.
Eugene Carroll court case
Eugene
was-
Carroll filed in 2019. Yes.
Yeah, took up the
Okay,
court in 2019.
you got to understand this. The world.
That's
ma-
actually
the
laughable
world-
that he said, like, if it
the
happened
world
in 19, I'd be
identified-
okay with it. Now, are you okay
the
with
world
it?
identified,
Yeah, are you still okay with
the
it, bud?
world identified with a.
Wait, are you
a-
Socrates? Are you okay with it?
You know what, man? No, I'm not okay with it. Okay.
Hey, Socrates, can I bring up another point?
Yeah, sure.
So you're saying like, oh, Abrigo Garcia didn't deserve due process. You don't care that he had his rights violated. Because you
Nope,
think he was
not
committed
him.
fraud.
No, you got to read
So-
the room, man. If you guys ever want to
so
win another
Socrates.
election, you'll never.
Well, bam, muted. See, here's my response. I want to assume that everything you're saying is true, just for like a quick thought experiment, and I want to make it clear that this is a thought experiment. Let's say Abrigo Garcia is a human trafficker. In my
Okay.
mind, that actually makes him more. It makes it more important to give him due process, so those facts can be duly discovered in a court of law.
Okay.
Like when we're talking about like bad actors doing bad things, like it just makes it all the more important to prove that they did those bad things in court, so the victims know that
I know,
what
Dean.
happened. That who
Dean,
did
I
the
know,
bad
I know
things
due
to
process,
them.
buddy. Dean, I know
Um,
due process, my
we're-
friend.
If you
All right.
interrupt me again, I'm going to kick you, and I'm never going to have you back on.
Oh, Dean.
I
Don't-
know, hard
Don't
line,
be like that. Don't
but
be.
I
Like
am. But I am.
But Dean, all I'm saying is that you're being dishonest to all these people.
Can I
dude.
cut? Can I cut him off real quick?
Yeah,
I'm
Parker. let me
sorry.
talk
I'm
to you.
sorry. I'm sorry. No. I meant cut you off, by the way. Because Drew, can we get some fucking W's for Drew in the comment section for the
Yeah, go Drew.
$500 on Venmo? Let's get some fucking W's for Drew right now in the comment section for the $500. Shut up right now. Mute your mic, buddy. The $500 on fucking Venmo. Holy shit. Let's get some fucking W's for Drew right
Dean,
now
what
in
do
the
you do with
comment
that money?
section right now. Thank you so much. Enjoy
Dean, what
your
do you do with
weekend,
that
by the
money?
way. Enjoy your weekend. Drew,
Dude,
thank you
huge
so much
shout
for
out
the
to Drew,
$20.
bro.
Thank you so much. Let's get some
Come
fucking
on, Dean,
W's
what
for
do you do with
Drew.
that money?
Huge shout out to Drew.
Let's keep muting his mic. Thank you, Drew.
What,
Yo, Drew,
what are you asking, Socrates?
what do you do with that money once you get it? You put it back into your show?
What do I do with it?
I don't have to tell you what I do with the money. That
I
people
put
donate
it
to
in
me.
my bank account and I use it to pay for like things that happen in my daily life.
Why are you jealous, bud?
No, I'm not jealous at all,
Then why do you ask?
I'm proud of you. You're so happy that you got the 500. I'm just asking
Absolutely.
you
Why
for
why
your
wouldn't I be thankful of Drew sending
Yeah,
me
what?
$500? I'm sorry, Socrates. Please, for 1 second, be like, if someone sent you $500, would you be thankful and happy?
$500?
Yes.
No, not really.
Why? Wait.
Okay, so wait, so then-
Explain it to me.
Wait, if
Why
he doesn't care
wouldn't you
about
be happy?
$500, send me $500 right now, Socrates. If you don't care about $500,
Why would I send you any money?
because you don't care about $500.
No, I don't
you're
care if
just-
someone. I don't care if someone sent me $500. I don't
Why
want to
would-
send you $500
Why would you not care?
because I do all right for myself, Dean. Some people have real jobs, bro.
Oh,
we
we a
don't-
real job, Socrates. I gotta ask you, man. Here's the pressing question. And Mr. Socrates, what is a real job?
I work in the economic.
I
industry.
don't
I
want you to
advise
tell
side.
us what your job is. I don't need an example. I need a definition. Define job. J-O-B. What's the definition?
It's one you wake up at 9 and you leave at 4 o'clock. 9:30
Great.
to 4 o'clock.
Great,
Okay.
My
great.
job.
So it's a 9 to 4. Let me ask you a
9:30
question.
to 4. 9:30.
So
to 4.
Donald Trump has never worked as a W-2 employee on a 9 to 4 or 9 to 5. Does this mean that Trump has never had a real job?
Oh, Dean, he's
Doctors,
Dean,
doctors
Dean,
and nurses don't work
Dean,
9 to 4s
Dean,
and 9 to
Dean.
5s.
Yeah,
Do
my-
doctors and
appar-
nurses have a real job?
Apparently, my
Yes, they
dad
do,
doesn't
of
have a
course,
real
but
job.
my
My dad
definition
doesn't
of
work 9 to 4 though.
Oh, so then you could have a real job without working 9 to 4. So just
Yes,
because
so
me and
what?
Parker don't work 9 to 4, we have a real
No, I'm
job.
not, hey, if I could do what you guys are doing at your age, I would.
Maddie, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo for the
You
real
guys
job.
got-
I
you
really
guys got an
appreciate you for the love,
amazing-
Maddie. Everybody show some love to Maddie down below in that
You guys
chat for
got
the
an amazing
$25. Thank you
ego
so
out
much for
there.
the love. Could you say W, Maddie?
Mai, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. And Jay, thank you for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so
Jay.
much. Thank you. I
Thank
really
you, Jay.
appreciate it.
Thank you, Mai. Tell
So what's the job?
You're doing your job right now. I left my job.
Oh, I'm doing
today.
my job right now, by the way. He just called it a job.
You're doing your job. I said it's your job.
Okay. Well,
What
then-
I said, other people have different jobs. That's all I said.
no, you said they have a real job, indicating that we don't have a real job.
Well,
And then I
no. If
questioned
I
you what a
had-
real job is, and then you
No,
immediately
no,
said it
no,
was
okay.
9 to 4.
Okay,
Right,
this
which we
is my
showed you that
generic-
like you don't
this
have
is
to
my
have 9 to 4 in
generic-
order to be able to consider to have a real job.
Okay, Parker. Okay, Parker, you got me. I'm a Generation X guy speaking. And so when I say a real job, they used to say to me, get a real job. Do you know what I'm saying? Do you remember that?
Yeah, look at my name. Do you see my name? Do you see what my name is?
Yeah, it's Parker.
Parker what?
I have no idea.
Click on my account real quick.
Why? I know you have like 1 million followers.
No, I'm not even on that account. Click on my account name.
Why? What if I lose you?
You won't. You're not gonna lose me by just clicking on my dude.
His name is Parker. Get a real job.
Dude.
Parker, what? Hey, dude, you have a real job.
Yo, Tyler, thank you.
I appreciate you.
Tyler, thank you for the $25 for my fake job. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Tyler, for the $25 for my fake job.
Dean, don't get aggravated, Dean.
At this point, I'm just like,
what?
Tired, man.
Parker has a fake job.
What's that pen you puff on?
Funny you ask.
Anxiety.
It's an.
Okay, get it right, buddy. Anxiety.
Give me a minute. Just give me a minute, Socrates.
Why,
It's an anxiety pin. In fact, it's my anxiety pin.
Yeah, well, he gives you a lot of anxiety. Why do you need that?
Because
you sound like you need it. What about the bars, man?
Stop.
What about medication?
Move on. Next topic. Next topic.
Dean, you're gonna get kicked out of your apartment, bro.
Next topic, Socrates.
Okay. So, do you think we had a migration problem, Dean? Oh, you want to talk about something? Do you think we had it?
Wait,
Come on,
Dean. Do you remember that time when like the neighbors
Oh,
of my
you guys
apartment
are
like came and
pathetic.
knocked on the door because you were so loud during battles?
Dude, I want to talk about this real quick. I've been memeing about this damn fucking pin for like the last 12 months. Every single time somebody brings it up on my
you have heart palpitations.
Shut up. Every single time somebody brings it up on my live, I give them the most fucking outrageous possible reaction I could give. And it is full-heartedly the best running joke ever, because what always ends up happening is somebody asks about the anxiety pin. I talk about the anxiety pin. I'm completely fucking outrageous, so insufferable, rage baiting to the max. They clip it, they post it. It gets like 1 million views. In fact, if you go to my main account and you look at my most recent repost,
I don't care.
It happened 3 days ago. So what you're all going to see is like in 2 days from now, somebody's going to post a clip of him asking about the pin and me yelling because I need it. And it's going to have like 20K likes. And then like everybody in the comment section is going to be like, oh, Dean's so insufferable. This Dean guy needs to get a grip. How do people like this Dean guy? And it's going to be great. And I'm going to repost it.
You're I would never do that to you. I take Xanax. I'm saying it right on here. Can I say that?
No.
I don't think you can.
Oh, dudes. Moving on to the next guest. Everyone, we're gonna get that next guest up in the box. Yo, Christian, I appreciate you so much for the $40 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Christian. Let's get 400 Christian W's down below in that chat while we get likely the last guest of the stream up onto the live.
Reagan, thank you for $5. Thank you.
And then also Krista J. Thank you for the $10 on Venmo because I
just wanted to pop on real quick because I found the definition of job for you guys if you wanted to hear like the actual definition.
Yes, actually, can we hear that? We can't hear you when you're out of the app.
Oh, it's a paid position of regular employment. So yeah. So and
thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I think all the MAGA who believe that needed that because they really have no clue what that means.
Yo, let's go, Bree. Yo,
or I think it's a task. Like there's a second part. Like it's just a task. Like you can. So as long as you're just paid for like doing the work, it's a job.
A paid
so
task.
Real,
yeah.
Bree. So real, Bree. Bro.
Yeah.
Appreciate you for coming up, Bree. You're a W. So real. That's right.
We're paid by the DNC, but also we don't have a job.
So real.
You know what? That's the real position.
On job, bro. On job. What's up, Roth? You MAGA? That's not. This will probably be the last guest of the stream for me, by the way, Parker.
Okay, buddy.
We'll hop off. You know, let me bully this guy about his EcoBoost real quick. Give me like 30 seconds.
Oh no, I remember this guy.
How's that EcoBoost, buddy?
What?
How's that EcoBoost?
Oh, no, hold on. No, we're not doing this stream.
Yeah, how's the EcoBoost, bud?
It's not an EcoBoost.
It's
No.
It's an EcoBoost.
Have you watched my videos?
Yeah, I have, and I saw an EcoBoost.
This video was me wiping out. So
Oh, I haven't seen that video. I did see the video where the EcoBoost went like 0 to 60 in like 10 seconds. So
no, it's not an EcoBoost because I genuinely don't like when like last time I went on Parker's Live, he kept calling me mustard, and it's just awesome knowing how y'all don't like keep calling me like EcoBoost and mustard.
I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me, mustard.
You know, the first time he came up on the stream, me and him back and forth about his EcoBoost for like 10 minutes, and I wasn't live on YouTube at the time, and I really wish that I would have been live, so it could have been
I forgot about mustard. Jesus Christ, bro, dude. Oh my god.
Dude, what have these streams become, man? What have these streams become? We've lost the plot. Hitman, thank you for the 20 pounds over on YouTube Super Chat. Huge shout out to Hitman down below. You've been supporting all stream, man. Thank you so much. Also, Too Bad, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate you so much for the love. It's very kind of you. And oh my God, Trisha, thank you for the $50 over on Venmo. Holy fuck. Let's show some love to Trisha down below in that comment section. At least 500 W's for Trisha. She didn't add a message, or I would read it off, but huge shout out to Trisha. Actually, she did. She left a bicep emoji. Very nice, Trisha. Also, big PSA, guys. If you've been watching for a while, you'll know what I'm referencing. I'm gonna bring the mullet back, everyone.
Oh no.
I've been negotiating with the girlfriend, okay? Because she's not a fan of the
negotiations have undergone.
She's not a fan of the mullet. She's never been a fan of the mullet. But we agreed that if I bring the mullet back, because I love the mullet, that her only requirement is that I also have to grow a mustache. So I gotta have a mullet and a mustache. Yeah. And I gotta get like back in the gym too. But that was mine.
What the fuck is going
on? That's what I hit her back with. I was like, okay, I'll only get the mustache if I also get back to the gym. So it'd be mullet, mustache, big biceps. You know what I mean?
What? I'm sorry. This is gonna be a really interesting combination.
We'll see. We'll see how it plays out. Hello, Tide. Do you support Trump? Oh no, I'm already.
Mustache
Hello?
bros.
Can you hear me?
Let's go.
This is how you win the young men back, everybody. Listen to me. The day I turned 21, smashing Keystone Lights on live with mullet, mustache, big biceps. I will get the youth back vote. I'll get the youth vote back by 2026. Okay. What's going on, Ty? Do you support Trump?
Crazy.
Yeah, I do. And I find a problem with both you and Parker. I think both of you are cowards. I think both of you are liars. You need to stop lying to your audience.
What are we lying to our audience about?
So earlier, I think I heard you approve of the invasion of Iraq.
What?
I heard you earlier. You approved of the invasion of Iraq.
No, I was shitting on it.
You were you were shitting on it, but yeah, you were saying that it's okay to support the U.S. military.
I actually have like a pretty like anti. I mean, I think that our military does a lot of bad things. You want me to
Okay,
go through a
would
list?
you agree that our military are terrorists?
I think that they've done terroristic things like CIA coups.
Are you okay with saying that we're terrorists? That the U.S. military are terrorists?
I think I'm fine with saying that they've done like acts of terror. Yeah.
Acts of terror. Okay, like bombing Iraq unjustifiably, like costing 13,000 Iraqi lives. You don't think that's bad? Or even like a million afterwards?
I think I just kind of like affirm that. Now, I'm not as educated on Iraq, so what I can say is like it's likely that I go out, I learn, and then I condemn it as an act of terror. But I just don't know that.
I'm confused what your point is. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. Wait. So Donald Trump supports like funding the U.S. military.
So does Kamala Harris.
Can I clarify? He supports funding it more than Kamala Harris. Kamala, by the way. Right. Secondly, it is the case that like we can reference right the global acts of terror around the entire world, like specifically Donald Trump perpetuating the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, calling for there to be Trump Gaza, right, and like a no right to return for Palestinians. All right, we can mention specifically like with Yemen, or Donald Trump like literally supporting Saudi Arabia's genocide of Yemeni individuals. Right, so like that's another thing we can address and talk about. We can talk about plenty of things worldwide where Donald Trump supports acts of terror, and also in the United States, particularly with like the pardoning of violent January 6 offenders.
I'm not here to dispute that. I'm not saying that Trump is
Yeah,
evil. I'm not here to
but
say
be
that
honest, be honest. You're a
Kamala isn't
leftist that
evil.
actually does hate us and think we're cowards. LARPing as a Trump supporter, so we don't kick you.
I'm not a leftist. I'm actually I believe I'm like
Why
would
did
consider
you
myself to
vote
be a
for Trump?
centrist. I just believe in pro-life, but
Dude,
we
oh
can
my
both acknowledge
God.
that both.
So
you know what?
rights violations,
people.
rights violations
But
on people, rights violations of people in Iraq at the hand of our military, terrible act of terror. But rights violations on
Wait, why are
women
you
at
like
home,
mocking it? Why are you mocking the idea that
wait,
it was
hold up.
terror?
I have a really good question.
Wait, Dean, why are you mocking the idea that it was
hold up.
terror?
You said that you're pro-life. So this case that has happened, right, specifically where at 8 weeks they forced, right, like a brain dead individual to go through the pregnancy, right, against the family's will. Do you support that law?
Did she want the baby?
Wait, again, it's 8 weeks in. We don't know. I don't think we have that information.
I think actually I did hear that she wanted the baby. You could look it up.
So you think against the family's will, right?
Yeah, she wanted the
they should
baby,
have been
yeah.
forced to
If
keep.
she wanted to keep the baby alive, then yeah.
They should have been forced to keep. Do you know how much?
Yeah, if she wanted the baby.
Let me ask you this question. Do you know how much it costs to keep people on the medical services in order to be able to like sustain a brain dead individual? I'm pretty sure it's around $2,000 to $10,000 a day.
That wasn't at the cost of the family.
Yes, it is.
It was the cost of the state.
Oh, okay. Can you give me evidence of that? Actually,
yeah, it was the state's decision. The reason why they did is because the heartbeat.
Can you give me evidence that it, like the state paid for it?
Why would the family have to pay for it?
Because it's private medical bills.
It's literally up to the state. So the family was fighting.
Wait.
Fighting the state.
Please give me any evidence the state paid for it.
The fact that the state is who the body belongs to the state at that point, right?
No,
it wasn't up to the family.
Body
anymore.
belongs to the. You think under your view, right? The individual that is dead belongs to the state.
This is like a logical entitlement. Like it's not hard to entail that the state had to pay for it.
Wait, but you have no evidence the state paid for it. Can you give me
What
evidence?
are you saying? If it was up to the state to keep the person alive, why would the family have to bear the costs?
Can you provide me any evidence that the
Parker, why would the family have to bear the costs?
I'm asking you a question. Can you provide me any evidence?
Like, are you serious? Is this a serious question?
Yes.
I mean,
Wait,
actually,
okay,
I think it's quite possible that the family would bear the cost. Like, think about it. If you drive on like the interstate, like you were legally required to have insurance at your own cost.
Okay,
Just
well,
like, if this brain dead patient was pregnant, like they'd be legally required to keep her alive until the pregnancy comes to fruition at their own cost. Like, I think that's incredibly possible.
I haven't seen that in any news article. Parker, you're arguing the affirmative that the family did have to pay for it, so I need you to provide proof of that.
I asked you specifically for evidence.
No, you said you made the claim first. I made a claim,
and you still have
and I contended with.
Wait, are you agreeing with me that you need evidence for claims to be true?
No, what?
No. So then why are you asking me?
So
then here's my question: why are you asking me for evidence?
You made the affirmative claim.
What obligation?
Wait, you made an affirmative claim.
I contested your claim. I contested your claim and say it wasn't true.
Tide, what moral obligation would the family have to keep?
So are you gonna provide any proof of that, Parker, or are you just gonna like skip over that?
Wait, are you gonna provide any proof? I'll provide it if you provide it.
Well, that doesn't make any sense. If you're providing proof of my claim not being true, why would I have to provide any proof? I would just have to admit that you're right. So I want it, the burden is on you. You have the burden right now because you made the affirmative claim.
I got you. I'll find.
Okay. While he's looking for that, let me ask you a question. What moral obligation would exist to keep the fetus alive?
Moral obligation.
Yeah, because like typically you'd say it's like the woman that, like under the pro-life view, you're saying that the woman has an obligation to sustain the life of the fetus because it's dependent upon her resources, and she put it in that state of dependency by like consenting to engaging in intercourse. However, like that person is gone. Okay, they're brain dead. So what obligation exists to whom?
Oh, in that case, if the woman, like I said earlier, if the woman wants to keep the baby, I think they should respect her wishes. And it was said that she wanted the baby. She did want the baby. She was aware that she was pregnant. She didn't want an abortion.
Okay, so given that she didn't want the fetus, want the baby, do you think that the state should be able to legally mandate the family to keep them alive?
To keep it alive. I mean, if it's to save another life, I mean, why not?
Okay, so it's not actually about a desire that the mother had before brain death to keep it alive. So then what obligation would exist?
It would because you're continuing with that, huh?
So then what obligation would exist to keep the fetus alive, and whom would the obligation apply to?
Oh, I just think it's a human life that has structural organization, and that's what we care about.
So if you just think that we have an obligation to keep humans alive, regardless of all else, do you think
I never said that.
Do you think that rape victims have an obligation to maintain pregnancy?
I have an NPR article right here. It says her family deserved the right to have a decision-making power about her medical decisions. Simpson said in a statement, instead, they have endured over 90 days of re-traumatization, expensive medical costs, and the cruelty of being unable to resolve and move forward toward healing. So that's specifically from an NPR article. Do you want to hear the title for it? Hospital tells family brain dead Georgia woman must carry fetus due to abortion ban.
Okay, you're saying that the family doesn't bear the cost of life support.
Yes, I just gave you an article indicating that.
Okay, then, I can say okay. That's okay. Then you're right about that.
But
that's not going to move me. That's not going to make me say that.
Do you think that rape victims have an obligation to maintain pregnancy, or should they be able to access abortion?
No.
Okay. So fucking hell. Okay.
Dude, he thinks that they should be forced to go through all of the costs. Again, $2,000 to $10,000 a day. Do you know what the cost would be? The family has to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars in costs.
Yeah, as a human life, why not?
Dude, it's not even sentient. It's never going to be sentient if you get an abortion.
What do you mean it's not going to be sentient?
I'm saying at the point of not 8 weeks, where the family had the choice.
Yeah, that was months ago, bro. That was
right. And also, even at this point now, there's still not a causal obligation from the family.
Hey, I'll actually be the first to admit it. If this guy's saying that he also doesn't think that rape victims should be able to access abortion, your logic is totally consistent. Okay, but let's point out the problems with it.
I didn't say that. No.
So should rape victims be able to access abortion?
Yeah, I mean they're not responsible for the being in a state of dependency. No, I don't think.
Perfect.
Okay, well,
because no obligation exists. Yeah, no obligation exists. Yeah. Now let me ask you a question. What obligation would exist to whom to maintain the state of dependency that the fetus is in?
Well, the obligation is the person who's bearing the child. Whoever
But that person's gone.
Yeah, the person's dead.
Okay, then it's up
so the obligation ceases to exist.
Okay, then it would be it would be society who it
caught.
would be up to. No, it's not. I'm not.
Wait, but wouldn't there also be the societal obligation for a rape victim then? No.
Wait,
so
what
then
are you
why is there
talking
for the
about?
brain dead patient? To keep the fetus alive.
The brain dead.
Wait, oh my
patient
God,
isn't-
are you saying that like?
Wait,
okay,
why can I respond?
Wait,
The
no.
brain dead patient isn't bearing any responsibility because she's gone.
Are you saying
precisely?
Any individual that's brain dead? Are you saying that we should be able to like take their organs without consent?
Well, how does that follow?
Well, because it's for the benefit of society.
No.
Wait. Okay.
No. No.
Why
No.
not?
I mean, you're just expecting somebody.
Isn't that the same thing that you're referencing here? You're saying for the benefit of society, you do something against the consent.
No, I'm saying to save a life. Like we're talking about saving a life here.
But like that would also exist for a rape victim, and you said they should have the right to access abortion.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they didn't partake in the action that
because they don't have an obligation
Same with the
as they
family.
didn't consent. But now the only difference with a brain dead patient is no obligation exists because the mother died, not because nobody consented. So there you go. No obligation exists. In
No,
either
okay,
circumstance.
she-
in order to
why would the
maintain
family have an
logical
obligation?
No, it
consistency,
does, bro,
you'd have
okay,
to
look.
argue that either both rape victims and this brain dead
No,
patient should be able to.
you're already
terminate the
presupposing
pregnancy
what
or
my
neither of
response
them
is going to be. Stop doing that. Stop being bad faith. It's okay. It's okay to argue in good faith. Look,
I'll argue
look,
with you.
the woman,
see it.
the woman who is now brain dead doesn't bear any responsibility because she's unable to exercise any responsibility. It's gonna be some sort of duty of society to make sure that baby is now gonna be kept alive.
So then why doesn't
Just
this
like
duty
just
for,
like if
for
a just
society
like if a
exist for
baby
rape
just
victims?
like
Wait.
if a baby falls into a pool.
Wait,
Ty,
let me wait.
Just like
I
if
have a
a
perfect
baby
thing to
falls into
clarify
a
with him.
pool.
I have a
Hold
perfect.
on, wait. Just like if a baby falls into a pool, you have more responsibility of making sure it doesn't drown, right? So that's the same.
Okay, I'm just gonna say it. So, like in terms of this, right? You would say that there isn't a personal obligation of the family members, correct? There's just a societal obligation.
Yeah, societal.
Okay, so if there's not a personal obligation, so if the cost is going to be incurred on the individuals within the family, you're saying they didn't have an obligation.
Well, that's just law. That's just a construct of law.
Well,
I mean,
because
I don't
the
know
law
what to do
is
about
that way, you're saying that they don't have the obligation. Because again, they don't have the personal obligation. There's just a societal obligation.
Of
Saying
bringing
we're
the
not
cost.
fulfilling the
I don't
societal
think-
obligation, that's on society. That's not on the individuals in the family. So the individuals in the family,
No, it's
right,
not on there.
again, under your view, have no obligation to sustain the pregnancy. Therefore, you are against the law that exists that says they should be required by law to be forced to go through
I would say
to like pay for all of these types of things through the context of the pregnancy.
I would say they shouldn't they aren't allowed to like unplug the woman. They can't make the decision of making sure that the baby isn't going to be kept alive. So I would say like by that they do have some sort of responsibility of making sure they don't take an action that is going to result in the unalivement of the baby. That's my point. I'm not saying they should bear the cost. I think the cost should be of the state because they're the ones who are fighting against them or whatever. But I'm not saying they should bear the cost. I never said that, but I'm still saying that I don't think they should unplug the woman.
Okay. So again, you're not understanding is that like you're saying that they shouldn't have the you're saying they should essentially now you're arguing they should have the personal obligation, even though they didn't cause it. So you're saying that
I never
obligation,
look. I'm not saying they have an obligation to not kill, to like not unplug the woman or have the That's what I'm saying.
How true is this, Dean? Is the baby? Someone said the baby was brain dead as well. I haven't seen that because it said that they were trying to protect the life or something.
Well, if the baby is if the baby is brain dead, that means the pregnancy isn't viable.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how it's able to just staying alive.
Yeah. So that's I see a few people saying that, but I don't. The baby has fluid in the brain. Where can someone let me know where they saw that so I can find that, and so I can show that to other people in the live. Timmy, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Timmy. I really appreciate it. Reagan, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you.
Well, aside from that, you guys need to stop running from debates. Like that's really cringe.
I got chocolate all over myself now. Where the fuck? I'm like a small child. Who are we running from? What?
Oh, who are you running from? I mean, you make fun of Charlie Kirk all the time for running away. Yeah, you won't debate people like Andrew Wilson. You won't debate Myron Gaines. You won't debate Destiny. All three of these people have called you out, and you won't debate them. Why?
So I offered to debate Andrew Wilson online. He just won't debate me online. He'll only debate me in person. His excuse is he thinks I cheat in debates. So
I remember that.
Yeah, like arguably, like I'm not running.
He has come up on your panel multiple times.
He's come up. No, you're talking about Parker. He's come up on Parker's panel once. But I'm not running from Andrew Wilson because I said I'd debate him online whenever. He doesn't want to.
He does. He literally does.
Also, by the way, we had a day specifically to debate him on whatever, and they literally canceled day off.
Okay.
You mean like 2 years ago?
Wait.
2 years ago?
Wait, Tide.
Wait, hold on.
Circumstance, there's no
Parker,
running
actually,
because
Andrew
I'm saying
Wilson.
that I would debate Andrew Wilson on live whenever, and he's invited to come whenever, and apparently he will come whenever. So who's running?
Andrew Wilson offered to fly you out, Parker, didn't he?
He wanted me to pay like $750 as a deposit. No, he didn't offer to fly me out.
That's the industry standard.
He said he would fly out to debate, and that I would have to pay him a deposit if he were to fly out. No, I'm not paying.
Why are you
any
being
deposit.
dishonest? He said he would pay you back double. That's the industry.
I'm not paying him any money in the first place.
Yeah,
bro, that's an industry thing. Like,
no, it's not. No one else in the industry has asked me to do that. Not a single person.
But also,
you haven't gone on people's shows.
But also, it doesn't matter because this isn't suggesting. One moment, this doesn't matter because.
And what about Myron Gaines then?
Hey, Tide, listen to me. This doesn't matter because what this shows is that Parker doesn't have a preference against debating Andrew Wilson. He just simply has a preference against paying to debate Andrew Wilson, even if
Andrew Wilson also offered to debate.
Tide, stop interrupting me! Stop interrupting me! Stop it, please! Just stop interrupting me. Allow me to finish speaking before you start speaking. Like I've been getting interrupted all day. It's so fucking annoying. Just hold on, okay? So because this demonstrates a preference against something other than a debate, you can't like accuse Parker of running. And like for instance, like Parker, would you debate Andrew Wilson on live any day, whenever?
Yeah, he's a complete
NPC. Me too. Like we'd both debate Andrew Wilson just online. Like for instance, for me specifically, I just didn't want to have to fly somewhere to debate him. I think that's fair. Once again, demonstrating a preference against something other than a debate. All right, and for that reason, you can't say like I'm dodging or running away.
You might not be, but Parker is because Andrew Wilson already offered to debate Parker online, and guess what Parker said?
He thinks I need to pay Andrew Wilson.
No, that's not true. He said online he would do it. And Parker, you said that you aren't interested in debating him one-on-one because you want to debate Brian too.
No. Okay, so I actually I do want to.
You said that on Twitter.
I do want to debate Brian, but it is the case that I don't want to pay to debate Andrew.
And then also what you're saying, I also don't think this would
Parker. He literally said you could debate him online. Online. That means you don't have to pay.
Tide. I also do think that this demonstrates. I don't think that this demonstrates that Parker's scared, because like Parker's request isn't to make things easier on him. If anything, it's to make things harder, right?
Yeah.
Because he's basically saying, Andrew, I will debate you, given that I'm also debating this other guy. So he's basically saying, like, Andrew, I'll debate you under conditions in which will make it more difficult for me to win the debate. Okay, like obviously, I don't think that we could classify that as Parker running away.
You're not listening to what I'm saying, bro. I literally just said he would debate him online. He offered to debate.
I'll provide something right now. How about this? Me versus Brian and Andrew. Andrew can be online, and I'll debate Brian in person at the whatever podcast studio.
Okay, so that's what. Okay, so you have to hold to that. You have to hold to that.
I would do that because I don't want to. I'm not paying for
it. And then you also said Myron Gaines, right?
Yeah, Myron Gaines. You offered to debate that guy, and then you backed out. Why you keep running?
That is true. So I backed out of my debate with Myron Gaines because I don't think that he's a debater. There's actually like one specific thing that occurred that led me to do that. I was a part of this Twitter space that was having like somewhat like productive conversation. It was a little messy, but it was like somewhat productive. And then like Myron Gaines joined, and he spent the next 30 minutes calling like the woman Trump supporter on the panel a bunch of like incredibly rude names, calling the Indian Trump supporter on the panel like derogatory terms and slurs A through Z, and then even turned around and did the same exact thing to like the black individuals on the panel. He wasn't even like engaging like with any of the content of the discussion. He wasn't even there for a discussion about the content that was being provided. He literally just went up there to like demean the woman, demean the man from India, and demean all of the black people. And I think that what that demonstrated to me is that he's not a debater. He's more so just like a really like morally abhorrent quote unquote entertainer to his base of Nazis.
Dean, that is actually a cop out. That's a cop out because Myron Gaines has been on Tim Pool multiple times. He's had good faith discussions multiple times on Tim Pool.
If I didn't truly believe this, then I wouldn't be running. Like I want to classify that. Well, for instance, like I've debated Ben Shapiro. I don't think that there's a single person on the right that's better at debating than Ben Shapiro. I've talked to the quote unquote God Charlie Kirk. I've debated even like people in those alt-right communities like Nick Fuentes. Like if I didn't truly believe what I was saying, like I'd debate him, thereby making it not a cop-out. Like I think that you just assume like the worst possible intentions to like create a narrative that I'm somehow scared. If I was scared, I wouldn't have had those conversations with those individuals. And if I was scared, I wouldn't run a platform where I publicly invite anybody and everybody to come up here on an account that identifies them or a purely anonymous one.
Where you're the moderator, we can mute people anytime you want.
Have I muted you in this entire conversation?
Not me. But
have I steamrolled you this entire conversation?
You tried to cut me off multiple times. But look, like I said, you can easily just go on your computer, look up Myron Gaines debate on Tim Pool. He's had good debates before. You can't just sit here and pretend like he hasn't been in debates before. Like you challenge this guy to a debate, you know what he's about. So don't use that as a cop out, bro. Like it makes you look bad. Like you only want to go after the people.
Wait. Makes me look bad to who? Makes me look bad to who?
To everyone outside of your freaking bubble. Like, look, everyone knows you as a runner.
But the bubble that's being defined here isn't merely people on the left. It's not merely people in leftist circles. I'd also say it would include like moderates, and then like maybe even like some people on the right. I think the only people that this quote unquote bubble excludes are like the people that can listen to Myron seriously spending 30 minutes in what is supposed to be a political debate, doing nothing but demeaning people because of their gender, their sex,
it's a Twitter space,
nationality, or their race. Exactly, it's people that don't care. How many it's the people that don't care that it looks bad to? Why should I care about my optics to people that don't care about that?
It's a Twitter space, bro. That's different.
Tide, do you like Myron?
No, I just think he's a skilled debater. But
you think he's a skilled debater? What?
He's skilled at debating feminism and
really
foreign policy.
Wait,
give me one debate where you think he looks good, and give me one of his arguments.
Go look on Tim Pool.
Give me one of his arguments.
It's about Zionism.
Go ahead.
I can't. I'm not going to repeat his argument.
Can you give me one of his arguments?
The whole point.
You brought up. You said something about feminism, and then you pivoted to Zionism.
Yeah, but he can do both. He can debate both feminism and Zionism.
Okay, give me a single.
And
argument.
He also debates.
Why would wait? Why would we debate Ben Shapiro but not Myron fucking Gaines?
Yeah, of course you're gonna debate the guy who has 7 million followers on YouTube and stuff. But you're running from Myron Gaines because you know that he's talented. Like you, okay, look, even
So
before that space.
So I just want to clarify that in order for what you're
Bro,
saying
see,
to be
like,
true,
look, you're steamrolling me because you keep fucking interrupting me.
wait, I said 5 words. Just one moment. And I just want to clarify. In order for what you're saying to be true, it means that Dean Withers must think that Myron Gaines is a better debater than Ben Shapiro, Charlie Kirk, Nick Fuentes, right?
You have even had one-on-one debates with these people.
Yes, I have all 3.
No, you've done like these quick, snappy, like Jubilee debates. That doesn't freaking count.
Wait, does it demonstrate that I had a willingness to have a debate with him?
I don't think so. No.
What? So me debating somebody doesn't demonstrate that I have a willingness to
I don't
debate
think.
them.
I don't think.
I
you're
think that's a
willing
straight
to,
contradiction.
I don't think you're willing to have a 2-hour sit down with Ben Shapiro. He'll.
Oh, I would. I asked them for that. I asked them for that.
Yeah. Now you're just being see. This is what you have to convince the viewers of that you can't convince the viewers of because it's false. You have to say that I didn't have a willingness to debate the 3 people I did debate, or you have to say that Myron Gaines is a worse debater than them, thereby conceding your point.
Even if he was a worse debater, hold on. Even if I say that he was a worse debater, he's still a better debater than you are. So I don't know why you're.
Wait. But my point is, even if that's true, which it's false, but I'm saying from your perspective, let's assume it's true that he's a better debater than me, but worse than Charlie Kirk, Ben Shapiro, and Nick Fuentes. Why would I be willing to debate Ben Shapiro, Charlie Kirk, and Nick Fuentes, but not Myron Gaines?
None of these people you've had actual sit downs with. Like you can't flesh out ideas and arguments in just 3 minutes.
I had a 2-hour.
So then you agree Charlie Kirk's running?
What I like to clarify, I had a 2-hour debate with specifically with Nick Fuentes.
And guess what? You never did.
And then both.
Guess what? You never had a 2-hour sit down again.
And then both with because I cooked his ass. Fried him. Absolutely, it was terrible.
You got harassed on social media like for months. They were making fun of you for months.
Yeah, they harassed me for months because of how badly I cooked their daddy. Yeah, the Nazis came after me for months because of how badly I cooked them. It was terrible for him. He like
no, they were clipping things. They were clipping you, like clipping embarrassing clips of. Anyway.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Nazis. So listen. Nazis were mad at Dean because he shit on like their cult leader.
Yeah, like it was really bad for him.
No, I think he came out better. Like he got more popular after that.
Wait, to clarify, you think Nick Fuentes beat Dean in the debate?
I think
so. What are you know who Nick Fuentes is, right?
I don't think I'm not gonna say he won, but
okay, yeah, so you agree that Nick Fuentes lost, right?
I think rhetorically Dean lost rhetorically.
So you think Dean lost the debate against Nick Fuentes?
Rhetorically.
On what point?
Almost everyone.
Name one specific point. Name one specific point.
Probably. I don't know. I'll have to watch it again.
Guess what? I can name a point that he definitely didn't win on.
What?
I debated him about Trump's tariffs before Trump was president. I spent an hour convincing him that he was wrong in his belief that he wasn't going to impose blanket tariffs. Guess what? He was wrong.
Okay, Dean. I think you. Okay, you know what? Fine. You can say you won. You can say you won the debate. I don't really care about that.
Yo, Christian. Wait, then how can you? Wait, how can you say? Wait. How can you say? No. Sorry. How can you say that he won rhetorically when he ended up saying that if God commanded him to rape and kill a baby, he'd do it?
Oh, that was bad. I mean, I'm not going to defend
or him saying that, or him saying that Hitler would be a better leader than any woman.
Yeah, how can you say he won it rhetorically? What the hell? See, you're just a rage bait,
bro. The poll in the chat literally had.
Wait, Ty, do you agree with the statement? Do you agree with the statement that Hitler would be a better leader than your mother?
No.
Do you think someone who says wait, no, to clarify, do you think someone who says that could ever beat Dean in a debate?
Yeah, do you see how it's like objectively insane to say anything other than
there's a variety of topics. You can say he lost on that topic, but I'm just saying.
What's the topic you won on? I'm waiting.
The whole chat were saying that you lost, bro. So I can't.
Oh yeah, so a bunch of like 12-year-old red pillars say I lost, therefore I did. Wait, I had a bunch of 12-year-old red pillars saying that I lost, therefore I did. Holy fucking shit. Also, if I can't convince the 12-year-old red pillars that I'm smarter than the Nazi, dude, I'm never gonna win. I'm never gonna win.
Right. Okay. So why won't you debate Destiny?
Debate Destiny on what?
Destiny wants to debate you on your socio-political views. He challenged you publicly. Didn't you see it?
Didn't he ask about the conversation? I thought I could.
Okay, so you saw it. So why don't you debate him?
So I have contentions with like certain facts that would make it very uncomfortable for me to go on a stream.
What are those facts? I see no point to engage in that conversation with Destiny. Like, I don't think that's productive.
Hold on, both you guys sat down and had dinner with him, but yeah, you don't want to have a debate with him.
And it's when we had the dinner that I like kind of
like realized that he's not good.
Yeah, so
Both
back
of you
when
guys
we
looked
were
up
kind
to
of
him, and
newer
now you
in
don't
the
want to
space.
debate him. That's kind
No,
of
no,
Whoa,
no.
whoa, whoa! The fact that we sat down with a dinner of him didn't mean that we looked up for him. I looked up to him. The reason, like, I personally got dinner with him, and probably same with Parker, was because we were scoping the space out, and we wanted to better understand and acknowledge the characters of the creators in this space when they're not in front of a crowd. And I think that was an incredibly
No,
good
you're a
decision
fan.
to make.
You're a fan.
How are you gonna
Bruh.
assume my intentions when I'm describing my
He said
intentions
himself
to
that you
you?
guys told him that you were fans.
That's actually not true.
That's not
He never
true.
said
Oh,
that.
so he's lying about you guys being fans.
He never said that.
He did say that. I
No, he
can pull up
didn't.
the clip if you want me to.
Absolutely, no, he didn't.
Oh, you want me
Uh,
to pull up the clip then?
Also, like in the past, I could acknowledge that like I've watched people, right? That's not me saying that like I'm a fan or anything like that. That's like me saying that
He
like
said
I've
both you
watched.
guys are fans and were inspired by him.
No, saying that like we have
Oh, like
watched.
inspired in debates?
Yeah, like saying that we've watched him in the past and that it's inspired us in terms of debates isn't saying that like we're a fan.
Oh
Right.
yeah, like
So you're gonna pretend that you weren't fans
early
because-
debate
okay.
com years back. Both Hassan and
Yeah.
Destiny inspired me a shit ton. to
Yeah,
get
like
into
I've
debates.
watched all of the debates of the YouTubers like back in the day. I never got like super involved or engaged in these communities, but I definitely watched them. Like,
Parker,
that
you
was,
were on a panel with Destiny, actually.
that was in the past and a long time ago. Yeah.
I don't know why you pretend like you weren't cool with Destiny. You
I
were
wait,
definitely a fan.
no, I wasn't cool with it. We disagreed on a point, and I had no communication with him. What are you talking about?
I'm saying that you like
I was
him as a person.
I
You
was
like
on
him as a
I was on
creator.
a panel on the Hippy Dippy podcast 2-3 years ago because I went on Jubilee, and it was a panel with a bunch of different people, a bunch of different creators. That's like the only time I engaged in like an online YouTube type of debate type thing.
Yeah, you can say that, but you're definitely a fan. I mean, you like to pretend in front of your
Hey,
audience like you don't care about.
You're just assuming intent. Look at that once again. Like
I mean, he
described
said it
to you-
himself. That's
I
himself. Are
described
you
to
calling him a
you.
liar?
I described to you why I got dinner with a guy, and then you're like, "Oh no, you're just being dishonest." Yeah, dude, you just want to paint a narrative to be a dick. That's all. I'm being dead ass. Like I got dinner with Destiny because I wanted to better understand the characters of the other creators in this space.
Uh-huh.
Not
Yeah, we're
when they're
gonna believe
online,
that.
but
Say it
also in
enough times, we're
person.
gonna believe it.
Exactly, bro. You're coming up here with negative intentions.
I
Disprove
mean,
it,
he
bud.
said himself that you guys looked up to him.
This fucking prove it, bud.
Oh, you want the clip? You want the clip?
What clip is going to disprove what I just said?
What Destiny said about you guys.
Okay, fine, play it.
I'm so
Yeah,
confused. I'm
yeah,
so confused.
yeah,
with this
yeah.
shit.
Disprove that I got dinner with Destiny to better understand the character of.
No, I want to
individuals in
prove.
this
I'm proving
space.
that you guys were
No,
fans.
no. Disprove what I just said.
I'm gonna prove that you guys were fans.
Okay, so
Is
you're
that
not
okay?
going to disprove what. So you accept what I just said.
No, I don't know.
Okay, so then why don't you accept it? Why don't you accept it?
Because you're denying that you're a fan.
Wait, I literally said that I was inspired by both Destiny and Hassan when I started
so
getting
you're a
into
fan,
debates.
right? So you're a fan, right?
That doesn't.
No,
that's
the
not what
claim
a
that I was
fan is.
inspired by both Destiny and Hassan when I first started getting into debates
you weren't-
is not
so you're not a
equivalent to the
fan.
claim that I'm a fan of Destiny. Wait. Do you? I just want to clarify. Do you think the claim that I was inspired by both Destiny and Hassan when first getting into debates is equivalent to the claim that I'm therefore a fan of Destiny?
Yes, you were consuming their
Oh,
content.
so you
like
do
their
think
content.
that those two claims are equivalent?
Yeah, you were consuming his. That's what it entails.
You're
his
consuming
content, you
our
like his
content. You're consuming our content. You like our content. Are you fans
You-
of us?
I'm not inspired by your content, am I?
Are you Wait.
Am I inspired by you?
You can be.
No.
You can even be inspired by people you disagree with. You understand that, right? Like
I've inspired Trump
been-
supporters to stop debating on TikTok Live. Are the Trump supporters that have started debating on TikTok Live that were inspired by the fact that there's some liberal that they hate doing it with a bigger audience? Are they fans of mine?
And also, like that's
not what
positions,
inspiring
and, positions and beliefs change over time. You learn more about people over time.
That's-
like that's just like the reality of things. Like over years, you learn different things about people, and then given that new information, that you change your mind.
Yeah, Tide.
Like I
honestly,
used to be like when I first started TikTok, I used to be a communist. I grew up in a conservative Christian household. I used to be a Trump supporter. I used to watch people on the internet like Charlie Kirk, like Ben Shapiro, right? Like Steven Crowder and all of those insane people that I disagree with now.
Okay, so you're just gonna. It's okay.
Wait.
It's okay,
I have a
'cause you wanna
question.
pretend in front of your audience. I know.
I
Destiny's
got a question. I got a question. Is Hassan a fan of Destiny?
No.
Wait, why? Because they used to work together and were inspired by one
Yeah,
another.
he used to be a fan, but now he's not.
Ah, thank you for the concession.
And he did Hassan sit down with dinner from last year?
Got it.
No, but you guys did.
Did Hassan sit down at dinner with Destiny to better understand and acknowledge his character before eventually separating himself from Destiny? He did more than just sit down at dinner, bud.
Yeah, they had a disagreement.
Great.
They had a disagreement.
Thank you so much for the
At least
concession,
because Hassan is
Mr. Fan.
transparent about it, but you guys aren't. He's
I
transparent
appreciate
about
you for being a fan
fan.
of my content. I've obviously inspired you enough to join the
Do
Q&A.
you want to like debate why you voted for Donald Trump, or
I've
are you
already
done with that?
debated. We've already gone over it. I've
Oh.
already won.
You won on what
Wait,
point?
name one point you won on.
Already won on the like the case of the woman being pregnant. Like you guys are just bad at what you do. You guys keep ducking debaters. Andrew Wilson has called you out.
Now
Aaron Gaines keep calling you out.
he's now
Betsy has called
arguing
you
a
out.
point that doesn't
You've
relate to
only
the
had
thing you won
1
on.
2 hour sit
So
down
what
with the-
specific
Wait.
point about the case that we brought up did you win on, apparently?
Wait, then also, Ty, now you're being bad faith because earlier you literally admitted verbally and conceded that I'm not running from Andrew Wilson. Now you're saying I am. Which one is it?
Oh, I mean.
Yeah, look at that.
I
Bad
said
faith.
Parker. I said Parker was running.
No,
I
you
don't
said you
know what it
guys.
is. Okay, well, I'm saying
Wait, does
generally.
guys imply singular or plural?
So look, now you're just being
No,
bad
answer
faith.
my
You're
question. Does guys imply
Look, you're
singular
being
or
pedantic.
plural?
I'm obviously when I say you guys, I'm just speaking
Semantics are
generally.
important. I'm quoting Mr. Andrew Wilson. I thought you were a big fan. Come on, you know that semantics
Wait, when
are
I say I was
important
a
if you
fan of
watch
Andrew
him.
Wilson.
Well, you consumed his content, right?
Yeah, I consume content. I'm not proud about his content.
Yeah, you consume his
I don't share
content.
his
Come on,
same
come on,
ideology.
buddy. Come on, buddy. So does guys imply singular or plural?
Plural.
Plural. So when you say you guys are running from Andrew Wilson talking to a group of 2 other people, what does that imply?
That implies that it would be both of you guys, but that's not what I was saying. I'm just saying I'm speaking generally because I know that
literally just
you.
quoted from you. I literally quoted you. I literally quoted you. That is not just what you said. That is precisely, exactly in quotations what you said.
Okay, it's all about what I meant. It's not about what I said. Anyways, like I said, I don't know. I don't have to.
Fucking hell, dude. Oh my god, the rage bait, the rage bait. Yeah. I mean, about Destiny specifically, I don't know if I'd be willing to go on his live stream. I was talking about this in my Discord. But what I did say to like a handful of the people in my Discord is, you know, like I'm willing to hear what he has to say, right? Like I disagree, and it's like likely after hearing I'll still disagree. But like, of course, I'm willing to hear what he has to say. I said that in my Discord, but like it's unlikely that I'd go on his stream, and I think he knows that. Anyways, Parker, want to raid?
Yeah, I'll go live. Alrighty. I will see everyone. Have a good night, Dean. Have a good night.
You as well, Parker. Thank you so much for hosting. What what account are you going to go live on?
Parker get a real job on TikTok and Parker get a job on YouTube.
Great.
Do they not have a rating feature on YouTube?
No, I wish they did. All right, y'all. Before I hop off for the night, I'd like to thank
all right, I'll see you.
VHER, see you, Parker, for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. I do.
Alrighty. Let's start up the live. Alrighty, we're gonna get some debates up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Do make sure to like the stream if you're on YouTube. Everyone, it helps send it out to more people, especially all the Dean Raiders. I would really appreciate it. What's up, everyone on TikTok and YouTube? What's good, everyone? Hopefully we can get some debates today. I hope we can. Hoping to do another maybe 2 hours or so, at least, of debates. 2 hours, maybe we'll get in 3. What's up with the other Dean Raiders? What's good, everyone? What's good? We're gonna start getting some debates here in a second. Here in a bit. What's good, everyone? We're gonna start getting some debates up here in a second. Do give it a second. Russell, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Good to see you, Russell. Vicky, thank you so much for the 5 Australian. Thank you so much. Crazy. I know, right? NJ, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you. What account are you live on TikTok? I'm on Parker Get a Real Job. By the way, I'm not gonna have the mustache for very long. I mean, it's gonna be here for a little bit, but let's see if we can get some debates up here in a second, everyone. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. We're just looking for some debates. We're gonna start getting some people up here very, very soon. Alrighty. Let's see if we can get some people up here in a second. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
37.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yep.
Okay, why so?
Because he would have been way better off than Kamala Harris. She's horrible. She would have been the worst president ever.
Why would she have been the worst president ever?
Do you mind if I go down the list, or you just want like one at a time?
We can go one at a time if you'd like.
One at a time. Okay. So first off, when I heard her say she thinks our biggest adversary is Iraq, like that shows that she's doesn't really know what she's talking about. Do you want to refute that?
I mean,
hold on.
I've actually never heard of this position. Can you give me any source? She said that?
Yeah, CNN, her interview.
Okay, which interview? Allison, thank you for the $5.
I mean, that was going to be another point. She's only had a few. She hasn't had a lot.
So then you should be able to tell me which interview.
Yeah, the one with I don't know the black guy's name with the glasses, the older guy. I don't know the guy's name, bro. CNN, bro. How many interviews has she had with CNN?
CNN interview.
Yes.
Kamala Harris.
Type this. Hold on. Better yet, type this.
Iraq
type in
is
our biggest adversary. Yes.
Biggest adversary.
Yeah. It should pop up.
Okay. Where do you see that?
Come on. Just type in Kamala think Iran is our biggest adversary.
Let me.
That's all.
I know. I did. I'm currently trying to look through and find that final page.
And she's if I'm not mistaken, she's only had
I don't
one
see
interview.
anywhere on the CNN article where it says adversary. Even I literally just Control F on the page on adversary.
Okay, do you see her talking with the black guy with the glasses?
Winnie, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I do not see any video of which you are referencing.
Wait,
if you'd like to go, if you'd like to go find the video or any type of source, I'd love to see it.
I just got one phone right now. I just watched it the other day too, bro. Like,
are you saying Iran or Iraq?
Iran or that's a good question. It was either way, none of those are our biggest adversary.
Okay, wait. Are you?
So which one did you type in?
Are you instead referencing Iran?
I could be, bro. I could be.
Because I see a Cato article saying no, Iran isn't America's quote unquote greatest adversary.
Well, when she said that in the interview, the interviewer even said right after she said that, the interviewer was like, "Well, that's interesting."
Okay, wait. So
some of our generals said.
Do you think this like let's say she said this about Iran?
I mean, that's just one thing.
To clarify, do you think that it means that she's worse for foreign policy with Iran because Donald Trump won pulled
we could talk. We could talk Donald Trump.
Is it possible I could finish?
All right. Go ahead.
Yeah. So so are you saying that like this is indicative of her being worse for foreign relations with Iran?
Well, not saying yes, but at the same time, I'm also saying that it just shows how competent she is when it comes to foreign relations. Like she doesn't know, like she's just incompetent, period.
Okay. So I have a question. Do you think like maybe someone as a part of their administration saying that like they're a laughing fool to foreign leaders around the world, would that be indicative of maybe them not being like good for foreign engagement?
Yeah, but that could just be hearsay though. That could just be
from someone that was appointed by the presidential candidate.
Yeah. Yes. But I mean, anybody.
But they were appointed by for example, right? They were appointed by Trump, right? And they said that Donald Trump right? Specifically, was a laughing stock to foreign leaders around the world.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard that before, and I don't believe that. And all you're saying is basically like somebody said that. Like that's all you're saying when you make that claim. That is literally all you're saying. Is hey, somebody said this. But this is literally coming out of her own mouth.
What?
So
where do you
hear me?
That you're talking about something someone said, right?
Yeah, I mean that's
that?
another thing.
I'm sorry to say. How can you say that I have no basis referencing things that people have said, but you have total legitimate basis referencing things people have said?
Yes, because this is literally coming right out of her mouth. Yes.
Yeah, and this literally came out of the someone that was appointed by Donald Trump.
Okay, well let me ask you a question. Who's our biggest adversary?
I don't have like a
according to you.
Country. I don't have a specific country. Maybe Russia.
See, take a guess. Okay, that's kind of better than what she said. I mean, a little bit. Would you agree? But that's just one point. You want to move on to another one? Because you can't beat. You're not going to win this one.
Keep trying.
You want to move on to the next one?
No. I would love to see how I'm not winning.
I mean, you literally don't have anything right now.
What do you mean?
Parker, you literally have nothing right now, bro.
How so?
You just claimed that what she said was wrong. Like
I'm claiming I disagree with what she said.
Cool.
Right? But what I'm saying is that she is infinitely better on foreign policy, right? If we were to reference all of these respects than Donald Trump.
Okay, what was her foreign policy?
On which country?
What was it? On anything going on in the world.
Anything going on in the world.
How about that?
How about this? She went to
anything.
Yeah, I'll give you an example. She went to Central American countries to raise private funds to reduce the likelihood of people coming here.
Like what? Where?
In Central America.
Okay. So she raised some money?
Yeah, private funds to reduce the likelihood of people coming here.
What was her plan?
A good example.
What were her plans on? What was her plans on? The wars going on. What about that?
Which war?
Anything? Did she mention anything at all?
So if you're referencing
ever,
for example, Ukraine, she was going to support and help defend Ukraine, right, with the entirety of NATO against Russia. Donald Trump undermined funding to help defend Ukraine from Russia, which is going to give Putin more power within the region.
Yeah, I disagree with that too. That was horrible.
Which part do you disagree with?
That was horrible.
Which part about what I said do you disagree with?
I think I'm going to de-escalate and try to stop giving tax dollars there and try to come to an agreement.
You're cutting out. Seems like there's an issue of MAGA mobile.
What was that?
We'll give him a second. Hannah, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much for a better mic. It's quiet. I'm sorry. I need to get a little bit closer. It's actually related to the mix amp and being plugged into my iPad. I'm sorry. Pamela, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. Thank you. That's incredibly kind of you. You were saying, Cage?
Can you hear me?
You were saying?
We're still cutting out.
You were? Okay, give him a second, everyone. In the meantime, make sure to tap that screen here on TikTok. Hello? If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. I would really appreciate it. Help send it out to more people. What's up? Okay, he's cutting out. We're going to look for someone.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I do hear you.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so do you want to debate me or are you just going to...
Yeah, like I was saying, like I was saying, that's horrible. Did you hear my stance on what should have happened?
No, because you're lagging really badly.
Or no? All of a sudden, I lag. I've been listening to you guys the last couple minutes.
Is it just me or is he lagging, chat? Watch this, Cage. Look at that. You know what? I might be the delusional one. You know, the entirety of the live is saying that Cage is the one that's lagging, but it's actually Parker that's lying. Saying that Cage is lying. Or lying? What's it called? Saying he's lagging. Okay. All right. Well.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah. I do
Can you
hear
hear
you.
me?
I do hear you now. But it's seemingly like.
You can hear me?
Yeah. If you'd like to continue debating.
I don't know what I don't. Yeah, I'm here. I don't know why you can't.
They're doing it on purpose. Probably.
Hello?
Yeah. What's up?
Who's doing MAGA Mobile? You guys all sound the same, bro. You guys all say the same exact. Yeah.
You're mad, bro. You're mad that we say the same thing. Yeah, it's like a known meme in our community, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, you are lagging right now. I'm just letting you know. Okay. All right. Well, we're gonna look for some people while he is lagging. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump.
Oh shit, dude! I
Didn't mean to join. You're good. You're good. You're good. Alrighty, we're just looking for some debates, y'all. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yeah, I do hear you, but you're still lagging, it seems.
You're still lagging, it seems.
Jed, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Did you vote for Donald Trump? I did.
Okay, why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
How much are we gonna have to pay you to do Christianity content?
What'd you say?
How much do we have to pay you to do Christianity content?
$1 trillion, man. You got to match the Illuminati, dude.
No, you and Dean said you would do it again. Doing it soon or something like that.
I do actually have stuff that's coming. But like, here's one thing. I would go back and like talk about that if I talk to some like notable people. Is what I would say. Like, if I would love to be able to talk to some like notable Christians, like on their views on Christianity. That'd be great. I'd love to do that.
Okay.
Right. I know you didn't vote for Donald Trump.
Hello?
All right, alrighty.
Can you hear me?
No, go
fix your fucking mic.
Why is it echoing now, bro? Yo, what's up, how old are you?
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2006,
What month?
June.
Okay. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, but I just wanted to say, Parker, I like you a lot. Thank you for everything you do.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Cage.
Okay, Cage.
Get the fuck out of the live. Microphone is
Hello.
available. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
What'd you say?
How old are you?
I'm 27.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Why'd you do that?
I wanted him to protect our borders.
Okay. How is he protecting the borders?
I can't tell you exactly how, but it seems like the numbers are going down and border crossings.
Okay, so you're saying him limiting the level of border crossing. So you're saying that there being a lower level of border crossings is indicative of the idea that like the border is more secure, correct?
I would say so.
Okay, so did you know the end of Biden's administration, there were actually lower border crossings than the end of Trump's administration on the first term? So are you saying at the end of Donald Trump's first term, the border was less secure than the end of Biden's first term?
Yes.
Okay, so then why is it the case that you attribute the beginning of the administration in terms of border crossing numbers, which is likely a trend from the previous administration, to Donald Trump, right? But you don't attribute the end of his administration, right, after he implemented all of his policies the first time, right?
So my understanding is that it was a pretty drastic drop at the beginning of his administration. So he clearly did something.
Can you give me any evidence he did anything?
Would you say that? I guess I can't off the top of my head, but would you concede that like you don't think that any executive orders were passed related to border security?
Under Biden, they were.
No, under Trump. Like at the beginning,
he passed an executive order, the Remain in Mexico executive order.
Yeah, and so do you think that was the only executive order that was passed to secure the border?
No, but like I'm confused what your point is.
I'm just saying that it seems like there was a drastic change in policy, and so considering there's a massive drop off, I'm under the assumption that there was a change in policy.
Okay, so you said that there was a change in policy because there was a drop, but the drop was already dropping. How do you attribute the drop to him?
So it's the drastic drop instead of just a downward trend. There's a seemingly drastic drop in border crossing.
Okay. Well, how about we go from this lens? Why is a lower level of border crossings good?
I think that we risk a criminal crossing whenever.
Okay, so to clarify, you don't want criminals in the country.
I mean, yeah, across the board, I agree.
Okay, so you don't want them coming to the country, but so it's a qualification for citizenship, right? That you're not a criminal. Why is it not a qualification for president of the United States?
Don't you think that would be a pivot?
That's not a pivot. I think that's a relevant quality. Like if you're saying that someone has to not be a criminal in order to be able to immigrate to the United States, well, shouldn't they have to not be a criminal in order to be president of the United States? Seemingly, you would think that there are harsher qualifications for being president of the United States than just being a citizen of the United States, because there are plenty of citizens that we agree, right, aren't, to the sufficient level, right, in order to be president of the United States. So clearly, right, there would be harsher qualifications for who's president comparative to who's just gonna be a citizen.
So even if I granted you this point, Parker, like, wouldn't you say that that doesn't have anything to do with the border? Like what I was proposing is like what I consider a safe border.
The reason why I do think it's related to like the border is because Donald Trump, and you like have specific reasons and motivations for why you want to restrict people from coming across the border that are not consistent with you supporting Donald Trump.
So I think in a perfect world we wouldn't have a criminal as the president. I agree with that, but I don't think that takes away from the idea that minimizing criminals across the board is, I think, a good idea.
Okay. So I'm not minimizing criminals. If anything, I think that your position is minimizing criminals because you voted for a criminal, who is a convicted criminal held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, who released violent criminals into the country, who pled guilty and admitted to and were convicted of beating police officers on January 6th.
Do you think that I disagree with that?
I would hope you do, and that's why I brought it up.
So I don't disagree with it. I agree that he's a criminal. I don't want to criminalize my president, but from strictly like a utility standpoint, like I think that a safer border is good, regardless of who is the president.
Okay, but like, did you actually know that the bipartisan border bill that the Democrats proposed and were wanting to pass and would have passed if Donald Trump did not call for people in Congress to undermine it, would have actually provided security to the border? It would have increased how fast the asylum process goes in terms of processing.
Yes, I wish that would have passed, and I recognize that Trump played a role in making sure that didn't go through. He torpedoed it. I agree with you, but I don't know how this is relevant to me agreeing or me trying to say that less criminals crossing the border is a good thing, or the number of border crossings being down is a good thing, because at the end of the day, we roll a dice whenever somebody crosses the border on whether they're a criminal or not.
So I just want to let you know, did you know that immigrants and undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime than natural-born U.S. citizens?
That's probably true.
So given that that's true, you say you're rolling the dice on whether or not they're a criminal. You did roll the dice on a criminal, and that's why you voted for him. But if you don't want to roll the dice on something in which is less likely to be true than natural-born U.S. citizens.
So I recognize that like the risk is probably lower than I'm probably saying that it is. I'm still saying that the risk is there, and having a strong border like minimizes that risk.
So again, when you say having a strong border, right? That would mean that like you are limiting certain people from coming to the country, correct?
Limiting certain people from coming to the country.
Yeah.
I think that can be equality. I think.
Yeah. Who are you? What are you trying to limit based upon? Like what qualities?
I think specifically border crossings is a metric that I would care about.
No, I'm saying how do you reduce the level of border crossings? Like what quality are you using to say that we shouldn't let certain people in, but we should let others in?
When did I say we should let certain people in, but not others?
When you say that there should be a number that limits how many people come into the country, you're saying certain people should be allowed in up to the specific number, but not others.
Wait, when did I say that?
Did you just say that there should be a cap on the amount of people that can come to the country?
No, I just said a stronger border, meaning less border crossings.
So restricting the level of people who come to the country. So based on what metric?
Well, is border crossings not a metric?
Sorry, no, I meant like on what variable? Like what about someone are you going to restrict them from coming to the country based upon in order to limit the numbers of border crossings?
I'm sorry, maybe I didn't understand the question. Can you repeat that?
What are you going to do to limit the border crossings? What variable are you going to say that people shouldn't be allowed into the country based upon in order to limit the amount of crossings?
I don't know if I have a good variable off the top of my head. I don't know.
What criteria should people have to go through in order to get into the country?
I think to some extent they would have to prove that they are not a criminal, like whether they're using their legal records in the state of or at the entry to the country.
Prove that they're not a criminal. Okay.
Yeah, like if you
are
could
you
provide
saying that
yourself
anyone who's in the country undocumented currently that can prove that they're not a criminal, they should be able to stay as a legal citizen?
Yes.
Okay. Well then,
if they're
you seem
seeking
to-
asylum or if they are going through the process the correct way, I think that they can be a citizen.
No, I gave you an example where they were in the country undocumented, right? But they specifically have not committed any crimes. In that instance, should they be allowed to stay?
I guess contextually, how did they get there? You said that they got here through an illegal process. And I guess like from a pragmatic point of view, I don't know if I would necessarily kick them out. I feel like that might be a waste of money if they haven't, but I mean, that also sets a bad precedent.
Did you know that Donald Trump is disproportionately, in terms of the percentage of people that he's deporting more people who have not committed crimes?
He's deporting more people
who have not committed crimes outside of just coming to the country illegally.
Well, so you can't necessarily say they haven't committed a crime besides the crime that they did.
Wait. Well, then you're saying anyone who's in the country undocumented should be deported?
I mean, to be consistent, I guess I was wrong. Yes, I agree.
Okay, so then you think the person who has not committed a crime other than being in the country undocumented should be deported? But you just said that they shouldn't be deported.
I was going to walk it back to some extent because I think that it sets a bad precedent if somebody can commit a crime to get into the country and not be punished.
Wait, say that one more time.
It sets a bad precedent if we allow certain individuals who commit the crime of illegal, like border crossing, and we don't punish them.
Okay. So you're saying that like if you don't punish bad actions, maybe especially from a presidential candidate, it will make it worse within the society, right?
Yes. I think this.
I just want to clarify: Donald Trump, convicted criminal, held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman that bragged about walking in the changing rooms.
Parker, did I disagree with you?
Can I please finish? Who bragged about walking in the changing room of girls in Miss Teen USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. Who said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years? That guy?
Yeah, I think I'm like a single issue voter. Is what like.
So you don't care about any of those characteristics? Is there something?
I mean, I care. I
have a question. Is there something Donald Trump could do that would make you think badly about him, or say that you wouldn't want it to vote for him?
Yeah, if he like completely chopped the heads off of a bunch of individuals, that would probably disqualify him.
Say that one more time.
Like if he just straight up chopped the heads off of a bunch of individuals, that would probably disqualify him. What I'm trying to say is a single issue voter. I'm saying that I was voting for him strictly because of border security, and I didn't feel like Kamala or Biden were going to be as tough on the border. And so, I'm not going to say if Hitler walked in, I would vote for Hitler over Kamala, but I don't think that in this scenario, I was willing to take a weaker border
Okay,
security.
let me clarify. If Donald Trump was saying that he wanted to leave women's right to vote up to the states, would you have still voted for him?
That in terms of abortion?
I said women's right to vote.
A women's right to vote? Yeah, I mean that would be pretty fucking heinous.
Would you still have voted for him?
I mean, I don't think so. I think that would
No?
be insane.
Okay, so you would draw the line there, right?
Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna play this game.
Yes,
of,
yes.
how much
So
are
he
we-
would draw the line there. But by the way, he's not drawing the line at any of the other things that I brought up. Right? And you're also not drawing the line at restricting women's access to abortion, because in plenty of states, women, even who have been assaulted, have restricted access to abortion. Right?
Yeah,
And you disagree with that.
I disagree with that.
Okay, so then if you disagree with that, in the same way that you disagree with that, you should be like, oh, I'm not going to vote for him. In the same way that you wouldn't have voted for him if he wanted to get rid of women's right to vote by leaving it up to the states.
Do you know? I'm sure you know what I mean by single issue voter, right?
When you say single issue voter, I'm just exposing how you don't actually think that way. No one is actually, in a legitimate sense, if they are a reasonable human being, going to be a single issue voter. The reason why is because in the context of politics, how it works within our current system, there are so many facts that you have to consider based upon the government, right? Its effect domestically, internationally, etc., that are going to be relevant, where you can't just isolate specifically on one thing to be able to make a calculation of who's going to be the better candidate for not only just the country, but the world.
I don't disagree with a lot of that. I'm just saying that when I say a single issue voter, what I'm really trying to say is that I'm willing to look past quite a few things simply to get what I want. And when it comes down to those bad things, I'm not going to sit here and act like that they're not wrong. I can acknowledge that they're wrong.
Okay, so then let me ask you a specific question. If Donald Trump said he would date your 10-year-old daughter in 10 years, would you have voted for him still?
I mean that would definitely be pretty bad. I mean, I know what you're talking about, and I acknowledge that he's done something like that. Me being personally affected, maybe, I don't know.
So you would still vote for him?
Only because I was personally affected. No.
No, you wouldn't. Okay, so only because you were personally affected. So you're saying that you would vote for him if it doesn't personally affect you, but if it does personally affect you, then you wouldn't vote for him.
To some extent, yeah. I'm fairly selfish. I can acknowledge that.
Okay. What about if it affects your children or your children's children?
You would have to
would
demonstrate how.
Think about it this way, right? Policies. Whose policies the better the average person? Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
To the average person, probably Kamala Harris.
Okay. So, given a few generations, right, your family member in the future, right, your kids, right, will literally be an average person. So if you want their life to be better off, if you care about future generations that come after you, well, then why don't you support policies that will inevitably be better for them? Because you care about them, right?
I do care about them, and I see the path that you're walking. I also I consider the scenarios of will as somebody who lives in Texas, will I encounter one of these criminals, because I will be more likely to be personally affected by an illegal border crossing.
Jordan, I just want to let you know, an undocumented immigrant is multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime, right? If someone is coming to the country undocumented, they are likely not going to try to hurt you because they want to be in this country for a better life. They have a better reason to not commit a crime because they are here and they're trying to not get caught. Okay? So they have a better reason to not commit crimes, right? So you should not be scared of undocumented immigrants at all. You should be scared of people like Donald Trump because of the effect that they have on our culture, how we treat women, how we treat immigrants, how we treat trans people. How racism is talked about in this country, right? How so many different issues are talked about in this country, and how they're undermined and not talked about enough because it is the case that we have someone who's in the particular position in political office, right, who has done all of these things and yet can still get to the highest position of power in the country.
Yeah, so I just want to say, Parker, I've been lying. I am a fan. I just don't know how to argue this position, and I need you to teach me.
For sure. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Do tap that screen. Everyone, let's get to 150,000 likes. Share the live as well. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. It helps get it out to more people. We are just looking for people who did vote for Donald Trump. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yep.
Why so?
So essentially I'm an anarchist. So the best way to cause that to happen is to vote for well, first they have to actually have a shot at winning. So that's why I didn't vote for Chase Oliver. So once they have a shot at winning, I have to see who's more libertarian, and Trump was a more libertarian candidate. So that's why I did vote for him, but that's the only reason I voted for him.
Are you an ANCAP?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's not accelerationism. You're not like a left-wing anarchist. You're a right-wing anarchist.
Yeah.
Okay. To clarify, what law should exist that should put pedophiles in prison for raping children?
There should be no laws.
You don't think that pedophiles should be put in prison for raping children?
Correct. Yeah. So if someone gets raped, why is that?
I have a question. Do you think there should be any borders?
No.
You believe in open borders?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
I have a question. I have a question. Do you think there should be age of consent laws?
No.
FBI, open up. Hello? No laws? No laws on age of consent?
There should be no laws at all. So yeah.
Hello? Are you sentient, bro? You don't think there should be a law restricting a 60-year-old from sexually assaulting a 13-year-old?
Yes, exactly.
You don't think there should be a law putting serial rapists, serial murderers in prison? You would go up to murderers in prison and be like, you should be let out.
Well, I think everyone should be let out.
Okay, well then you think that, okay, if someone murdered one of your family members, would you say they should be let out?
Yes.
Okay, I genuinely think that person's rage baiting. That is a diabolical position. That is such a diabolical position. That is such a, like, what the hell, bro? What the hell, man? No way he's serious. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
13.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 50.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I voted for Trump with both my hands, my entire chest, and if I could have used the foot, I would have, Parker.
Okay. Can I say thank you to some people real quick, and then I'll debate you?
Sure.
All right, Cindy, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Link about the is in Discord. Okay, I will make sure to look. Let me pull that up. Oh my gosh, people are putting a beard on me in the Discord chat. What the hell is going on? Can someone put the link in with the baby again? I would really appreciate that. Wait, actually, I think it's here. I got it. Thank you. Oh wait, that's actually the one I sent. There we go. The doctors told the thank you, Discord. I fucking love y'all. Told the family that the fetus had fluid on the brain and they were concerned about his health. Yeah, maybe it would be relevant, like how much fluid, or like I'd have to read into the article. It's from The Guardian. Okay, I'll make sure to read that. And also, let me say thank you to some people. Ethan, thank you for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Ethan in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Ethan. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm really happy to hear that. Thank you so much, Ethan. Give me some fucking W's for Ethan in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Ethan. And Adam with $100 on PayPal. Give me some W's for Adam in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Adam. Let's get some W's for Adam in the comment section as well. Thank you so much for the $100 fucking on PayPal. Thank you so much. W's for Ethan and W's for Adam in the comment section right now. That's fucking wild. W's in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Ethan and Adam. Holy shit, that's actually nuts. Thank you so much. W's for them in the comment section right now, as well as Sid. Thank you so much for the $45. It should actually be like another, like, I think I asked him. I think it's like another month or two before it's that thing I told you about. It's gonna come out. And I don't know why it's taking so long, but yeah, that's actually wild. Thank you so much, everyone. I really appreciate it. Y'all are so fucking kind. Y'all are so fucking kind. Go ahead. Why did you vote for Donald Trump?
I voted for Trump for the mass deportations, the tariffs, but mostly the tariffs. The taxes. I just thought he had the best plan for the nation.
Okay. The best thing for the nation. Wait, hold up. Hey, hold up. Do people know who you are? I'm getting messages.
Don't worry about them.
Oh, wait, do you have a crush on Athena?
Kobe surprised me with her look. Yes. I had seen her one time complaining about that situation with that dude, Jones X. And that's where I saw her first. And she never shows her face.
Hi, brother.
How you doing, Kobe? How are you?
I'm okay. What about you?
I'm doing good. The nation is headed to a golden age. I'm so excited about where Trump is taking everything.
So that's what you told people not to tell me when you were on my live.
I told them to keep it from you. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Why do you think it's headed towards like a golden age?
Oh, well, I voted for the economics. I voted for the tariffs, the taxes, the deregulations, the
taxes are increased regulation.
Say it again.
Taxes are increased regulation. So you voted for the taxes and then you voted for deregulation. Is saying you voted for regulation and deregulation.
That's true. You can consider taxes, I guess, a regulation, but you're splitting hairs there. You know what I mean by regulations.
Okay, so can you give me a specific regulation that you want to get rid of?
You did this last time. I can't give you a specific.
So I have talked to you before.
Hold on. Yeah. So you said last time I told you I couldn't give you a regulation because all regulations sound nice from the title.
Wait,
like
you know what? This gives me a specific thing, a perfect circumstance. I'm sorry to cut you off. You know that, like, if I asked you in the past for a specific regulation and I'm asking you again for a specific regulation and you still don't have the answer to it, isn't that an issue?
It's not that I don't have the answer. It's because all regulations have nice titles. So if I say, like, I don't want the Clean Air Act, you're gonna be like, you don't want clean air? Like, stupid. They're not gonna name it something.
Do you agree with the Clean Air Act?
Of course, man. Come on.
All right. Well, is there any specific? Well, you can explain what you disagree with in the act if you would like to.
I can't tell you that I know every single regulation since there's so many, but I know that regulations stifle the economy and hurt job growth, that hurt company expansion. And you know this to be true, man.
So you're saying, okay, you know what hurts company expansion? You know what hurts the economy?
Do
Donald
you
Trump.
agree?
Hold on. Let me please clarify. Donald Trump's tariffs. Wait, maybe it's my main account that causes the lag, actually. But yeah, it's Donald Trump.
No lagging for me.
Yeah, I know it isn't for us, but it is for other people in the chat, and it just kind of started. Maybe let me kick my main account out. But yeah, Donald Trump's tariffs, right, are very harmful towards the economy, right? So not only for the United States, but also right internationally for everyone around the world, right? That's going to be harmful, right, and negatively impactful. So like, how are you going to say that's going to be good for like business investment? How are you going to say that's going to be good for the market? Because it creates a lot of uncertainty, right? It reduces the efficiency of trade. It harms countries around the world that rely on the supply chains that would send the goods to the United States, right? And it harms a lot of American companies that rely on aspects of the production process that come from countries around the world.
Yeah, that's a bunch of nonsense. That you could have got away with that stuff before the election, but we have tangible proofs that the tariffs are the most amazing thing that happened to the country since Trump himself.
Really,
man.
what tangible proof could you tell me?
We have monthly Treasury statements letting us know how much revenue is brought in from the tariffs, and we also had the CPI charts to show that they are not directly impacting the consumer the way you guys purported them to be inflationary. The whole election, they were going to be passed on 1-to-1 to the consumer.
Prices have gone up.
I didn't interrupt you. Give me a second, because you got actually let's stop there. You said prices have gone up. Are you going to use that what is that website, that .org? Hold on, I got it up here where they speculate. Yeah, conference board where they speculate on the lack of consumer confidence, because that's not what the recent GDP estimate said on the 30th.
Okay, so the recent GDP estimate said that there was a decrease in GDP. There was, and we look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics, there was an increase in the inflation rate. Right, so Donald Trump, since he's become in office, GDP is down, prices are up, right? Jobs have gone down. What is this? What are we getting from this?
I really don't know what you're talking about. Even crooked CNN had to admit that the inflation rate is still going down, right?
That's not true. If you look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics, you can see that the inflation rate went up.
Why can't I? You're lying. You can't see that because inflation is down. And second of all,
what are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Pull up the recent. I can't turn on my
Bureau
camera.
of Labor Statistics inflation rate.
I got it pulled up here in front of me, but I can't turn on my camera on this account. You know, I'm a little guy, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm literally looking at the CPI report right now. I mean, we're up a little bit up in shelter, but that has nothing to do with the tariffs. And the last report, the beef index was up, but that's because farmers couldn't get new loans to expand.
If you look at CPI from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, what is it?
I'm looking at it right now, man. I'm looking at it right now, but it's not the inflation you guys were saying was going to be throughout the whole election. All right. We have 3 months on tariffs on our 3 biggest trading partners, 10% on China since
you understand, because they haven't been implemented yet, because Donald Trump is trying to do this sort of thing where he's saying he's doing renegotiation, but he's not actually going to renegotiate anything that's going to be meaningful for the country or for around the world. He's doing it specifically for, right, like people to like literally just bend the knee to him. He's trying to get power, political power.
Parker, so you got to understand it. You were saying that the 25% on our biggest trading partners, on our allies, quote unquote, is crippling to our economy, and that China, we get everything from China. So putting anything on China,
I never said we get everything on China.
No, that was that was the narrative on the left, and I didn't watch you that often, but I didn't ever hear you say no. Tariffs on China's fine. I never heard you say that. Okay, that's what I was saying, and everybody was dumping on me, including people on my side, and I told them that the tariffs weren't inherently inflationary. Now y'all moving the goalposts.
Tariffs are inflationary. What is a tariff?
A tariff is a tax on international goods and services paid by the
country, right? Who is it paid by?
The importer at the dock.
Okay,
all right?
well, then that does increase the
We
price.
don't have to go through we don't have to go through the basis. We already went through.
By definition, increases the price.
No, that's passed on back to the exporter. They can negotiate the price to compensate for the tariff, because the exporter would do for us the same thing we would do for our customer. At the end of the day, we see in China, we don't have to argue. We see in China that there are people laid off for unpaid wages, closing of manufacturers, civil unrest. This is not something we could get to. Let's make a hypothesis.
Happening in the United States, by the way.
None of it is happening. It's all happening in the United States.
Do you think there's civil unrest in the United States?
Yeah, but due to the tariffs, man, we're talking about tariffs. Don't talk about the lunatic left burning up cyber trucks, bro. Don't do this.
Wait, now what do the left have to do with this? This is crazy. Can I ask you a question? Were you done, by the way, Parker?
Go for it. Go for it.
Yeah, what do you think of Trump's decision to attempt to send immigrants or undocumented immigrants to Libya?
When did he announce it? He announced that today. Let me look into it.
No, not today. Actually, like a week ago, 2 weeks ago, and he attempted to send already the first undocumented immigrants to Libya, but was blocked by a judge. But he's still like trying to attempt it. And do you know what's happening in Libya, by the way, currently?
I am kind of familiar with Libya. I'm not.
Yeah, so I
Libya.
talk about I talk about what happens in Libya. There's a full-blown slave trade in Libya.
Oh yeah, I
currently.
do. Is that where Muammar al-Gaddafi? They took out Muammar, right? That is right.
They did take out Gaddafi, but what I'm saying is
Slavery
there's a
was already there
full-blown slave
since
trade.
Obama bodied it, and actually Obama actually regretted not having a plan after he bodied Muammar.
So if we're going to talk about like Western imperialism, like regardless of if it's like a Democratic or Republican leader, like American like politicians have always been imperialists, right? But we're not talking about that. We're talking about the fact that there's a full-blown slave trade happening in Libya right now, and Trump is trying to send undocumented immigrants there.
Please let Athena speak.
Oh, thank you very much, Parker. Yeah, so Trump is planning on sending undocumented immigrants there. Do you agree with that decision?
Oh, I accidentally muted him again because I was trying to unmute him.
Yeah, you're good. Yes.
Why do you think it's good to send undocumented immigrants to a country with a full-blown slave trade?
Why is it? Because I mean, am I assuming it's? I'm assuming that these are really bad people, not just regular immigrants, or what?
Not really.
I might be a little bit ignorant on this. I might have to read up on this specifically.
Isn't that still cruel and unusual punishment to some degree?
Is that the Eighth Amendment?
Saying that someone should be subjected to possible.
Is that against the Eighth Amendment?
You could say everyone is given constitutional rights in America.
I don't disagree with that.
Okay, well then.
Well, sending like undocumented immigrants to like a country with multiple governments that it has been plunged into civil war, and it has a full-blown slave trade currently. Do you think that would be the best idea?
I don't think it would be the best idea, no.
Oh, so do you disagree with Trump on that point?
I may disagree with Trump on that point until I do further research, but he is a stable genius, so he might have reasoning for it.
How is Trump a stable genius? I'm confused.
What do you mean? He's doing great for the country right now, and he's stable. Like the most present president we had in. I feel like when I say things that I be trolling. I'm not trolling. I'm serious.
Yeah, and that's the sad part. That's the sad part.
Okay.
I'm serious. That was diabolical. You just called Trump a genius?
Well, a stable genius. You know.
Yeah, how so?
Some geniuses are crazy. We got geniuses like Kanye, like Ye. You get what I mean?
Oh my God! You think Kanye is a genius?
First of all, he made late registration, Kobe.
Okay, I'm sorry. Doesn't Kanye West like self-identify as a Nazi?
Excuse me.
Also had like, does he have like in his clothing line? He came out with like a triple K outfit
and like one that has a swastika on it.
Yeah,
but that's an unstable genius. You know what I mean? It's unpredictable. That's why
I'm sorry. Why are you calling someone who supports those ideologies a genius?
He made My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy, Parker. Like there's
what?
Lost in the World is on that album, and he made that.
I think you're trolling. You have got to be trolling.
I'm not. I'm not trolling. I'm serious.
You're not willing to overlook someone being a literal Nazi because you like some music.
We have a long history of music, and there are things many artists have done over the time that disqualify them. We just never find out about them. All right? Artists are inherently unstable.
I'm sorry.
And Kanye's genius
But you found
makes
out
him
about him,
more
though.
unsafe. It's not like listen, I'd rather him say the stuff that he's saying than be R. Kelly and be a detriment to actual people's lives.
But Kanye is a detriment.
You don't
Yeah,
think
but
him?
not like
You don't
R.
think him
Kelly.
supporting Nazi ideology is at a detriment of society?
But is it worse than giving a 13-year-old girl and having her
Why couldn't both be
locking
that?
her up in a hotel room? Is that
Locking someone up in a hotel? Okay, why can't you say
R. Kelly did that?
Why can't you say multiple things can be bad at once?
There are bad, but there's levels, and if we have that extreme, then we can.
Yeah, and I think that not being a Nazi is at a pretty extreme level. Would you agree?
It's it's an extreme level, but it's not as extreme as holding a 14-year-old hostage. Hold on,
I'm confused. Why is that the comparison?
Because we know that artists are unstable, and if we know that artists of all history,
why would you want to support people who are artists
listen
who
to
are
me,
Nazis?
all artists have their idiosyncrasies, Parker, and we have artists that we never found out.
Here, I'm just gonna let you know. If I found out
Greta.
any artist that I listened to was a Nazi, I would not support them anymore. Why can't you just say that?
Because Kanye made "Watch the Throne."
Why can't you just say being a Nazi is bad and that you don't support
Being
Nazis?
a Nazi is bad, but he also made Life of Pablo.
I'm confused why that's supposed to like make being a Nazi okay. You saying that there is like things that you support is not like evidence. This is just insane.
But
if David Duke were to come out with like this amazing album, this artistic masterpiece, would you overlook the fact that he's David Duke to listen to his music?
Kobe, the greatness came first, right? And then we see this as this genius rearing its very ugly head.
How is that different? I'm confused.
Because David Duke branded himself as such, and that's what his base is.
Okay, what if like your favorite artist came out as like a P3DO? Would you still support his music?
No, I wouldn't support. I wouldn't.
I thought it took you that long to answer.
No, I was drinking water. I was drinking water.
That's actually crazy that it took you that long.
I was drinking water. I was drinking water
Okay,
too.
so but like segregation should meet that threshold, right? You agree?
Segregation of people?
Yes.
No, I don't know. 808s and Heartbreak is like phenomenal.
So one, that's what Nazis do. They engage in segregation plenty, right? Secondly, right, Donald Trump advocates for that, right? Especially, I mean, within federal policies, they can segregate, right? Within the context of federal administrations because of things that Donald Trump has gotten rid of within the context of the federal government.
I wanted to show you.
What's that?
I wanted to talk about the 3 monthly treasury statements that show we had $31 billion in tax revenue in the past 3 months without causing inflation. And then Colby asked me about
$31 billion in tax revenue. I'm sorry, do you know how little $31 billion in tax revenue is comparative to the overall federal budget?
It's a little bit, it's a drop in the bucket, but I want to highlight that they're not inflationary. They're good for the country and they're not inflationary. They're win-win. They've been win-win since the beginning.
They are inflationary. If they're not inflationary, then there would not be an increase in domestic production.
Then there will not be an increase in domestic production.
Yeah, the only reason that there's an increase in domestic production with the utilization of tariffs is if there is an increase in the price of goods coming from countries around the world for the consumer in the United States. So that
not all of them are
so that the consumer decides to buy the American-made good comparative to a good made in a country around the world.
No. They're not a one-trick pony. All right, they can incentivize domestic production. They can be levied as a negotiating tool whenever we need it.
Through what mechanism would it incentivize? Through what mechanism would it incentivize an increase in domestic production if it's not an increase in prices?
Listen, understand that they are not a one-trick pony. Okay, they are the number one objective for the tariffs is for them to make our nation rich. We know that the reciprocal tariffs before they
I'm
were
not hearing a
caused.
response to my specific question. Through what
No,
mechanism would a tariff increase domestic production if it's not through the increase in prices from goods coming around the world?
some things are not going to move back to. Not all sectors are moving back into the United States. That's why they incentivize domestic production. All right.
I'm sorry. I'm asking through what mechanism?
Yeah, they increase the prices of the importer buying it. So
Increase the
he
prices.
buys it.
Well,
Excuse me.
well, you just said that the mechanism through in which it would
Yeah,
increase the
but
price.
that's what you wanted to hear, and I didn't want to say that.
Yeah, because that's what's true, right? And the increase in price would be contradictory to what you just said in saying that like it doesn't increase the price. So
Yeah.
it's either going to be the case that if it doesn't increase the price, then it doesn't lead to an increase in domestic production, or if it leads to an increase in domestic production, but there was an increase in price.
All right, it's gonna fare in different sectors differently. All right, so for you to say that it's gonna be one uniform, obligatory consequence of the tariff should be disingenuous, because we know that of course it's supposed to disincentivize the importer from getting stuff from another nation, but we know that nation wants to keep the business, so they're going to take measures to keep the business, including negotiating the price to accommodate the tariff, because the exporter, once again, will do what we will do for us, what we will do for the customer in our domestic market.
I
So
don't think China is dependent on doing that. They're very stubborn. But
they're
what
really
happens,
dependent as we speak.
Parker? You're like you majored in econ. What happens to small businesses when they're having to pay like when the prices increase?
More small businesses go out of business. So it's not only going to help there be more monopolization within markets for American conglomerations, like huge firms that already have power within the United States, they will become more wealthy, but small businesses will be harmed. So there'll be consolidation within the context of these markets
Commercial.
that will lead to greater levels of monopolization,
It sounds
which
like
will
a
be
90s
very
commercial.
harmful not only to consumers, but also to other business owners that are small business owners.
It's crazy. Wow.
Hey, you sitting on the couch. You need to get up and you need to do something about your life. That's what you sound like, bro.
That's not at all what he sounds like. He made absolute
He's got that tone. That's
gonna
that
harm.
bouncy tone. Like, address me, man. Come on.
He is addressing you, but he like absolutely made sense. It's gonna harm small businesses. It's gonna harm your average American citizen. But who's benefiting off of it then?
The nation, since he wants to use the tariffs to offset the tax cuts he's proposing in the one big beautiful bill.
And the tax cuts that disproportionately will go to the rich.
I mean, by percentage wise, everything is going to disadvantage the middle class. Just
Wrong.
literally.
Ding, ding,
That
ding.
doesn't mean.
Wait,
Doesn't
wrong,
mean
wrong,
that
wrong.
the
Because
middle class don't
I
get
want
taxed.
you to explain why that's. I want to explain to you that it's wrong. If there's a progressive tax structure within the context of income tax, right, that would be preferable to a regressive tax structure, i.e., tariffs that disproportionately, right, will increase taxes for people who are lower and middle income as they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods in order to be able to survive.
But now we're talking in circles, because I just told you that the tariffs are not passed on to the consumer. It's not reflected in the CPI charts. It's not reflected in the PPI charts or any intermediate charts.
Okay,
where
well then
inputs are
it doesn't.
passed
Well then it
Let
doesn't
me-
increase.
let me finish.
No, because then it would. Then the conclusion of that would be that it doesn't increase domestic production.
Then it doesn't. But it doesn't. The point is not exclusively to bring domestic. It can incentivize it. But Trump has been saying it's going to make our country rich. That's it.
That's just
It's
not
going
true.
to make our
Is there
country
any,
rich.
can
It
you
is
provide
true,
any
and it's
evidence that
going to be
tariffs
true,
lead to?
Parker.
Provide any evidence that tariffs lead to an increase in GDP?
It's like a circular conversation. You called it a regressive tax when we have three.
Give me any evidence that tariffs in the long run increase GDP.
That it will increase GDP. That would mean that it could increase GDP by reducing imports.
That would decrease GDP.
No, reducing imports would increase GDP because the GDP actually
That
accounts
makes
for.
no sense. What is GDP?
You make no sense. The GDP, gross domestic product.
Yeah, does
The
gross
GDP
domestic
account for-
product include the amount of imports?
No, it does not.
Yes, it does.
It
What is
account-
what a
Excuse me.
what an
Let me
argument.
finish. Let me finish. Please let me finish. It accounts for domestic production, it accounts for unemployment, and it accounts for consumer spending. If we have an increase in imports, it would negatively impact the GDP. That's why we had the contraction we had of 0.3 in our last estimate.
Within GDP, it doesn't account for unemployment. I don't know what you're talking about.
Wow.
What are you saying? What are you saying?
I love that you just said that.
GDP can affect unemployment, but within the calculations
How
of
so?
GDP,
How so?
there is
How
not
so?
unemployment. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, how so? If the GDP doesn't account for employment in a nation, that's not what is calculated in
No,
the GDP.
no.
Yes or no? No.
No, I actually learned the equation for GDP, and it does not include that.
All right.
Consumption,
Okay, well-
investment, government spending, net exports, which would include imports,
Net imports negatively affect
and
the
there's
GDP.
also technology.
Imports negatively affect the GDP, bro.
So okay, so if you're so
Are you serious right now? Are you trolling me? Or you do because the last time people were saying that y'all pretend to not know something, so then I can agree, and then y'all could be like, slam dunk. Are you doing that right now?
Are you saying allowing for imports decreases the GDP of the country?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Well, I'm just letting you know you're wrong.
Wow. What do you like?
Every economist would disagree with you.
Wow. Really?
You think an economy where we did not allow for any imports?
Even though I'm over here in the BEA.gov. I can't turn on my camera. I wish I could. I wish I could.
He thinks an economy with no.
Look. Can I read this to you? Can I read this?
Yeah, in a second. He thinks an economy with no imports would have a higher GDP. So if you have no imports, well then
Yeah,
I have a question. No, listen.
Yeah, and I'm saying yes.
Plenty of American manufacturing companies rely on imports as an aspect of their production process. Plenty of companies in the United States rely on imports in terms of food, in terms of other types of goods, right, as a part of their production process, which will hurt American businesses. Cars that come from other countries around the world, materials that come from countries around the world, those are all imports. So we'd have a smaller economy if it is the case that we had no imports, because it is the case that imports are a very important component of our economy and how we can transact plenty of goods and how people's jobs rely on that. It absolutely would affect GDP.
Yeah, you don't sound confident. Let me read this over here. BEA.gov, Bureau of Economic Analysis. All right, so this is the GDP estimate. I don't know if you want to pull it up and read along with me. It's pretty general. You could just get it, right? The decrease in real GDP in the first quarter primarily reflected an increase in imports, which are a subtraction in the calculation of GDP, and a decrease in government spending. Shout out to Doge. These movements were partly offset by increases in investment, consumer spending, so there's your consumer confidence, and exports, right? For more information, refer to the technical notes below. We can go to the technical notes that, discuss, the GDP in comparison to the Biden's fourth quarter.
Here's what you're not understanding.
Confident. Is it the new mustache?
No, it's just here's what you're not understanding. When you import goods to the country, right, you get a good that you then transact in a different manner. If you got rid of imports as a whole, or you minimized imports through the context of tariffs, the reason why that would be harmful to the economy, even though you referenced the GDP equation in the way that you did, right, is the fact that it is an aspect of plenty of other aspects of the economy in which are going to impact, jobs, production, right?
I
Plenty
never
of
said
things.
that imports
So
wouldn't.
what you're
a
not,
lack of
what you're not,
hold on.
what you said is
All
that
right.
an economy where we have less imports
No,
or where we due to
I said the
tariffs.
GDP doesn't account for imports.
Where we have you're not listening. Where we have less imports, right? And it is the case that we have no imports. You said that was better for the economy, which is clearly false.
All right, I've never said that, nor did I ever say that import. No, I never said that. Never did I say that a reduction in imports wouldn't negatively affect the economy. I just said that the GDP doesn't account for that. It's where the contraction comes from. Okay, so you trying to conflate the two to confuse the conversation. You ain't gonna
think the contraction comes from. Sorry.
I don't think. I read it here. The decrease in real GDP in the first quarter primarily reflected an increase in imports, which are a subtraction in the calculation of GDP, and a decrease in government spending. Shout out to Doge, I said. All right. I never said that we got to leave room from comparative advantage. There are things that other nations can do that we may not be able to do, but not need to do. I never said that we can shut out completely. That's why when you say, oh, we need to bring domestic manufacturing back, I say that's one of the things, but the number one thing is to make our nation rich. And you guys were my dude, let me finish.
And you said imports negatively impact GDP. I just want to clarify that. And can you tell me what
I didn't say it. I just read it to you from the Bureau of Economic Analysis.
Can you tell me like what the title was so I can read that what you're referencing?
It's the GDP estimate of the first quarter, the advanced estimate. It's like the only GDP.
What's the title of what you're reading?
Gross domestic product first quarter 2025 advanced estimate. There's not like a title. It's a news release. It's BEA.gov. Like if you guys go to BEA.gov and then go to news and then news releases, and right under is release schedule, you will see all of the government reports that are coming out and the date that they're coming out. I keep up with these like Jordan releases in 2005, 2011. Let me change the year, 2011. Or are you going to be one of those people that tell me, oh, I don't trust government sources because Trump is manipulating them? And in which case we don't have
No, I would never say that. No, I would never say that. I'm looking at this to interpret what they're saying, right? So I can like clarify it to you. So like this isn't at all making the claim that if we were to limit the level of imports based upon the usage of tariffs, that it would benefit the economy.
This is not
because I originally asked you for evidence indicating that like there was going to be an increase in GDP from the tariffs, and you were using this as evidence. That's not what this is claiming at all.
What did I say again?
You claimed that there was going to be an increase in GDP in the long run from tariffs. And
never said that. I just said they bring in revenue and they make our nation rich. I just want the monies.
Yeah, it doesn't make our country rich because it decreases GDP.
It's already doing it.
It decreases GDP.
It doesn't decrease GDP. How does it decrease? How do the tariffs?
I have a question. Did GDP did GDP decrease in quarter one 2025?
Of course, there was a contraction of 3, but it was due to. Are you, bro? We're talking in circles now. How did the tariffs affect?
It was increasing prior. It was increasing under Biden. Now it's decreasing. Why?
Well, you're talking about 2024, the fourth quarter. This is the highest spending quarter. This is why we use seasonally adjusted and seasonally unadjusted because we know
we saw. I just want to let you know, according to these statistics, quarter 4 there was real GDP growth. Quarter 3 there was real GDP growth of 3%. Quarter 2 there was real GDP growth of 3%. In quarter 1 there was real GDP growth. In quarter 4 there was real GDP growth of 2023. All of those quarters, the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 quarters, at least this is just from this data, right? Growth.
Yeah,
right? Quarter 1 of 2025, no growth.
Actually rebounding because Biden technically had 2 quarters of negative GDP growth, but they redefined one due to imports. Right, they reduced the imports on the second GDP, but he did have a negative.
You mean a revision?
a revision. Now, I'm not
Well, there's
doubting
nothing
it.
wrong with revisions. Economists revise
There's
all the time.
nothing wrong with revisions. I'm just highlighting that there was 2 negative quarters of GDP growth before the revision.
That's not a calculation of a recession because plenty of economists were challenging that idea because
I didn't say that.
Let me please finish because there wasn't.
But you're arguing a point I didn't make, Parker.
I'm clarifying a point then, because there was an effect on unemployment, right? And because there wasn't that effect on unemployment, right? They wouldn't have calculated that as a recession.
Cool. But
also I can show you how Trump induced this by advocating for tariffs, whereas you can't show me how Biden would have induced that recession.
Yeah, and in reality, he only saved that by inflating a bunch of government jobs in the public sector. This is why we needed those to chop a bunch of people off. Second of all, you're contesting a point I never made. You boxing with the mirror is weird. Stop. What I'm trying to tell you is that, listen, man, what I'm trying to tell you is that the GDP contraction is not due to a tariffs implementation. And since you made a positive statement, I want you to highlight how the tariffs impacted the GDP negatively, please.
Yes. So the tariffs impact GDP negatively because it is the case that it harms an aspect of the production process, right, which is going to cause things to be more expensive.
How did the tariffs?
I'm finishing. I would love. Do I need to mute you?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So again, it would harm, right, the production process for manufacturers in the United States. They rely on aspects of the production process that come from countries around the world, which will harm their ability to be profitable in the United States, right? Because it is the case that they would have to increase their prices, right? That is one. Secondly, how are they harmful towards the GDP, right? They're harmful towards the GDP because they cause there to be a limited level of what's it called? A lower level of what's called demand for goods, because it is the case that there would be higher prices for those goods, right? Given that that's the case, there will be less goods supplied or transacted within the context of the economy because there's a restriction, i.e. a tariff, which would cause there to be a lower GDP.
Yeah, but we don't see that because we see the quarter was positively offset, positively helped the GDP was consumer spending. So we see that consumer confidence is still up. So your point that the tariffs hurt consumer confidence and that's what hurt the GDP is hogwash, is nonsense.
Wait, they're still being it above zero doesn't mean that there wasn't a decrease.
No, that's what the report says. Consumer spending was high and that offset the imports and the cut in government spending.
So what you're not understanding is that what you're referencing from the BEA, right? When you're talking about imports actually massively decreased. That's what led to a decrease in the GDP. So you're actually reading the original thing wrong because it's claiming that there was such a reduction in imports insofar as that subtracted
you're reading
from the
in comparison. GDP. You're going down the screen and you're reading in comparison to the fourth quarter.
Look, it says contributions to percent change in real GDP first quarter 2025, right? And most of the decrease is specifically within imports. Also, what you're not taking into account is what the expected rates were prior when Biden was in office, right? In terms of what the consumer spending was, in terms of the increase.
That's what you're doing. You're reading in comparison to the fourth quarter, but you can't. It's unfair to compare to a fourth quarter of the year because we know that's the holiday season. We know that.
Wait, I'm sorry. That's a horrible argument because GDP was higher, right, in quarter 3 and quarter 2 comparative to quarter 4.
Say that again.
GDP was higher in quarter 3 and quarter 2 comparative to quarter 4. So if you'd like me to use quarter 3 or quarter 2.
All right, but quarter 3 includes the summer. This is. Do you not understand?
Okay, do you want me to do quarter 2?
The first quarter of the year.
Wait. I can do quarter 2. There was 3% real GDP growth in quarter 2.
Okay, we're going into quarter 2 now. You are comparing the lowest spending quarter of the year, the beginning of the year, with higher spending quarters. Do you not? What the season?
Quarter 4 had a lower increase in real GDP comparative to quarter 3 or 2. If we're referencing quarter 2, right, there's going to be a higher rate of real GDP growth by nearly a half a percentage point.
Yeah, I got.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm sitting here listening, and you low-key got cooked, Britta. Not gonna lie.
Don't do that. Don't do that, Colby. Don't do that. Don't do that.
No response. Just don't do that.
Yeah, what are you? I'm gonna get into an argument with a girl about a debate
with a woman.
With a woman, yes, with a woman.
You don't debate with women?
I do debate with women, but
Okay.
I don't argue with women. Debating with women and arguing. When she was talking about the Libya thing
Wait.
earlier,
I just want to clarify. You don't. You said you do debate with women, but you don't argue with women. You know that in a debate you engage in argumentation, right?
yeah, but argue is more emotional. Like, oh no, I'm not getting cooked. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Now, if we're going back and forth on facts and stuff like that, then I will engage, as I did with her on the Libya point. Don't do this, bro. It's corny. Y'all already look really corny due to that whole Un-F America debacle. That shit was embarrassing. I was laughing. I enjoyed it. Hold on.
Wait, what was that random pivot? That's crazy.
Yeah. I'm actually seeing when Biden added all of these superfluous public sector gigs, because
Donald Trump undermined
federal
jobs.
That's what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for that GDP estimate. I know what you're talking about, but I gotta get the years.
Listen. Donald Trump undermined jobs for federal employees.
What?
Do you agree that's harmful towards the GDP?
Yeah, we see that as harmful to the towards the GDP for now, but ultimately, since it's an ongoing cost, it's going to positively affect the economy.
What?
That's one of those things that affect short term. That are
how is it going to positively impact the economy? Do you have any evidence?
Ultimately, we're going to save money on these redundant jobs. Like 1 + 1 = 2. Parker.
You said no. Say that one more time. Sorry, I didn't follow.
Oh, what did I say?
I said that I didn't follow. I apologize.
Yeah, but what did I say that you didn't follow? I forgot that fast, because I'm thinking of what I'm typing over here.
You were referencing how tariffs caused increase in GDP, or how there would be an increase in GDP.
Nah. Well, yeah, but no. We were talking about something specific just now. Kobe, what did I say?
I thought I referenced something pretty specific there.
Oh, you said how does
the policy cause an increase in GDP?
Yes, how does getting rid of government jobs,
federal jobs? Sorry, I apologize. Federal jobs, not tariffs.
Yeah, federal jobs. That's what it was. So, yeah, look at this: 85,000 jobs in 2022, and what was that GDP? When was that GDP? Quarter 2,
3%.
Quarter 2,
Real
2022.
GDP.
Yeah.
And what is it now?
Now it's what do you mean? Where's the GDP right now?
Yeah, it's negative 0.3, right?
Well, that's the contraction. Where is it right now? Like, it went down 0.3. It's not 0.3.
What? I said it went down 0.3.
No, you said I said, what is it now? You said 0.3. No, it's not.
That's
0.3.
what I was saying. The rate. Oh my gosh, I'm referencing the
But
rate.
where is it right now? So where is it right now?
The overall GDP?
Yeah, where is it right now?
Let me go find the specific number. I don't know why you need me to give you the specific number.
Yeah, I don't think you
It gives me percentage change. It's not giving me a number right now. I'd have to look a little further to find the specific number. It's around 30 trillion. Is there anything else you want to bring up, legitimately, or?
Yeah, you guys are going to contest everything. We can show you that the tariffs came in and brought in revenue without causing inflation, and look what you're doing. You're talking in circles.
You're just literally lying.
How am I lying?
Because it is the case that prices have gone up. GDP
But
has gone
why
down.
is that not reflected in the CPI?
GDP went down mainly due to the imports going down.
Imports went up. That's why the GDP went down. We went through this, bro. I read it to you. What's wrong with you?
If you look at the BEA reference that you just pointed to, there was a massive decrease in the and I'm referencing real GDP, by the way. in the specifically the level of imports by multiple percentage points, which is what's bringing down real GDP.
Say it again.
You just misread it.
No. Say that. I misread it.
Yes, you did.
Say that again.
Yes, you did.
Say that again. Okay, say that again.
You misread it.
No. Not that I would read what you read again.
There was a larger level of decrease percentage-wise, right, in the imports, which is what led to
I already addressed that. That's
in the real GDP.
Trump, Biden's 2024.
No, I'm referencing the BEA.
Where in the BEA you're referencing the G? I have it in front of me, so just let's read it together.
It's the second page, at the very top. Do you see? Tell me what the percentage decrease in imports is, okay, and then tell me what the title of that is. Yeah, it gives you the aspects of GDP: consumer spending, investment, government spending, exports, and imports. And you can see imports.
Where are you reading right now? Hold on. Where are you reading right now?
The second page of the news release that you cited.
The second page of the news release that, and what's the title of it?
The title is Gross Domestic Product First Quarter 2025 Advanced Estimate.
The one that I gave you.
Yes, I just told you that.
Okay. Okay, and where's the second page? The second page, contributions to percentage of real GDP. I'm scrolling down to the second page. Where does it say? Compared to the fourth quarter, which I keep saying it's compared to Biden's 2020, the fourth quarter of Biden's 2024, and you said no. It's literally in the first line. The downturn in real GDP in the first quarter reflected an upturn in imports.
Wait, can you instead of just thinking in your head for a second, right, about like whatever you can find that might make you look a little bit better, can you go to the second page and can you tell me, right, how much is the percent that imports decreased, and tell me what the title.
The second page, 2 of 17. No.
Okay, what is the title of the graph?
Contributions to percentage change in real GDP first quarter 2025. Real GDP decreased 0.3%.
And then it shows that there was a over 4%.
Almost. Then it's got the graph, right?
It shows that there was an over 4%, almost 5% decrease in the level of imports, right? Specifically, which is what led to or contributed to the.
Where does it say that? Can you read it verbatim?
Please listen to what's coming out of my mouth. Stop cutting me off because I'm giving you very important information. The title says contributions to percent change in real GDP first quarter of 2025. And then one of the aspects of the graph that shows what diminished in the economy, as it outlines all of the aspects of the equation, right? Consumer spending, investment, government, right? Imports, and exports and imports. And it shows that exports increased slightly, whereas imports decreased by almost 5%, which is the major contributor, the largest contributor towards the percent change in real GDP in a negative manner.
Okay, I've read to you the title, the second page. I don't know where you're reading. I'm looking through all this. I read this many times, right? Help me reach where you are. Help me reach where you are, man. Because I've read to you the title of the page and we agree, contributions to percentage change in real GDP. Yes, and on this page, which is the second page, is it the first, second, or third paragraph that highlights what you're saying? Please.
It's the graph.
Okay.
It's the graph. It's the graph.
It's two graphs.
It gives you a picture. You can look at the picture, right? And maybe the picture and the graph will show you and allow you to visualize that.
We see that imports is negative, right?
Yeah.
What do you think that means? Do you think that means that we got less imports? Do you know that that's highlighting the negativity, how it negatively affects the GDP? Not that we got less imports. You know that, right?
This guy's not listening, right?
No.
This guy, listen, I have said this multiple times. Yes, I am referencing the contributions to percent change in real GDP, as that's the title of the graph.
Yeah, right. And now you're looking.
So the imports had a almost 5% negative impact on real GDP.
That's what I'm saying. That's not what you were saying.
No, that's what I was saying that you were not saying.
That's not. No, I told you that the GDP accounts for domestic manufacturing, so imports are going to negatively impact.
Actually, wrong. domestic manufacturing, right, is not included within the contributions to percent change real GDP. I told you, it's consumer spending,
So
investment.
gross domestic production does not account for domestic production.
It's consumer spending, investment, government. Can you like listen to what's coming out? I'm trying to be incredibly nice to you, and it's incredibly annoying to deal with you when you're not trying to engage with what I have to say at all. Like literally none. The equation of GDP includes consumer spending, investment, government, exports, and imports. And although domestic manufacturing can be an aspect of the consumer spending, right, investment, right, government, exports, and imports, it is not one of the aspects of, right, the equation that was relevant to bring up. So I don't know why you're not engaging with the point that I was making incredibly clear, that what you said was not included in the contributions to the percent change in real GDP.
Yo, bro.
Can you repeat to me what I just said?
No, I absolutely cannot repeat what you just said because you said nonsense. It was word salad, and you struggled through it, and you know that. You usually speak fast. You like went like word for word there. Listen, Parker.
Wonder. I've been trying to speak slower for people typically on the live since I came back, because it is the case that it's easier for people to understand what I'm saying.
That's
now
rebranding.
What's that?
You rebranding?
No, I just think it's more effective for me to do that as I also came back trying to be more patient. Now you're testing my patience very much. But like, again, I'm just addressing the equation includes consumer spending, investment, government, exports, and imports. And domestic manufacturing can make up aspects of these different parts of the GDP, right? In parts of the equation, but it was not one of the aspects of the equation mentioned. Does it make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. It's not used in the Gin-Jix equation, but it does account for domestic manufacturing. That's why imports negatively affected. You're talking in circles, man. Because it's not in the equation, because it's not a final calculable figure, does not mean that it is not accounted for in the total GDP, Parker. And you know that. That's why imports are calculated.
Wait,
because now we're getting from somewhere else.
Actually, you want to know something fucking hilarious? Why did the imports decrease?
The imports decrease. What do you mean? The imports decrease because we bought less in the first quarter of the year.
You think it's just because of the first quarter?
Yeah, the first quarter we just buy less. It's just a low spending season the first quarter of the year. And you notice nobody bought nothing in January until like February hit. And until we start getting summer numbers and stuff like that.
No, I just want to let you know, it's the tariffs. Tariffs diminish the level of imports, right?
It's a circular.
Given the tariffs diminish the level of imports, it had a harmful impact on the GDP. At least this is evidence actually against your point that tariffs increase GDP. Because I'm giving you evidence that they actually have diminished GDP based upon the BEA report that you actually cited yourself.
That's pure speculative.
No, it's not. It's literally what the graph says.
It's not what the graph says.
It is
the
what
graph says.
That is exactly what the graph says.
The graph says we bought more imports. That's why it negatively affected the GDP. That's what the graph says. That's what that blue bar that's going down means, Parker. It didn't mean we bought less. It means it negatively affected the GDP.
The imports, right, affected the GDP in a negative manner, correct?
The rise in imports negatively affected the GDP. Yes.
Okay, I'd love to see where you are seeing that.
What do you mean? I literally, if you go to the bottom of the first page, under the first chart.
I understand. I think you're misinterpreting that.
It's okay. So let's read it together.
I understand. Wait, hold on.
All right, let's read it.
Actually, let me just look this up.
The decrease in real GDP.
No, you know what? I don't even want to have this conversation with you anymore because I don't think you even know what you're referencing enough to even have a just constructive dialogue with it.
So you read it.
No, I'm just saying that you don't here, I can give you other
Bro, you
reasons to believe,
stressed
but
out, bro.
I'm not stressed out. What are you talking about?
You look stressed out. You're like red in like the top half of your face. You gotta chill.
I'm
bro.
red.
Yeah, chill.
How am I red? I'm not red. You
Just
mean my
chill,
nose is
bro.
red? That's sunburn.
Just relax, bro. The decrease in real GDP in the first quarter primarily reflected an increase in imports. Did I misinterpret that? Which are a subtraction and calculation of GDP and a decrease in government spending. Shout out to Doge.
Okay.
These movements were
So then
primarily.
here's my question.
I don't understand how I'm misinterpreting this.
Okay. Well. I mean, I apparently can't explain it to you. So then, can I ask you like further questions, at least clarifying what you think tariffs do?
Yo, now you want to speak about the idea of tariffs in
No,
general.
let
This
me.
is like-
I know, dude.
This is a November talking point. We're already in the meat and potato.
Here, I'll explain. So, it is the case that if they increase the price of goods coming from countries around the world, right, which would be the main process in which it increases domestic production, right, it would lower the level of imports that you get. That's just a fact. So you can say things if increase at a lower rate than what they would have. So because of the decrease in the level of increase in interest, or I mean in imports, right, that can have a negative impact on the economy as well. That's also an
That's not what we see, bro. You're just making stuff up because that's not what we see. You're confused.
I'm not making anything
You're uncomfortable in your seat.
I'm not making anything up. I'm explaining to you how tariffs can impact the level of imports in the economy, because it is the case that if you look at basic
All
economics,
right, so why does it say that we got more imports, an increase?
if you look at basic economics, right, it is the case that if there is a higher price, there is a lower demand. Do you agree with that? If there's a higher price, there's a lower demand.
Yes.
Okay. If it is the case that tariffs cause.
No, actually, I disagree with that. There's many things that have higher prices that have higher demand. Macro and micro.
That's not what I meant. I meant within the same market.
The idea has to be consistent, though.
What do you mean?
And it's not. I disagree with that.
I'm saying within the same market, like for the same good, a higher price for the same good, right, would cause that good to be demanded less.
No, I disagree with that idea.
Okay, so to clarify, right, if a video game is $100 compared to a video game being $50, do you think that more people will buy the video game at $100 or $50?
We can't predict the market. We gotta test the product. You know that the consumer base is fickle and can decide the value of anything depending on how they feel about it. So we can't say, no, yeah, this game goes up, because that's not the case. GTA 6 could cost $200. It's probably still going to sell out because it has a high demand and high value.
I understand, but I'm saying that, like, if the GTA 6 was free comparative to you having to pay for it, right, more people would get GTA 6. Do you agree?
I can't agree or disagree with that because that's speculative.
That is a ridiculous statement, because it is the case that not everyone, there are some people that are not going to buy GTA 6 simply because it costs money, whereas they would have got it if it was free.
It's just speculation.
No, it's not. That's just how the market works. Like,
So-
I'm asking you, would you, if you could get lemonade for either $3 or $1, which would you prefer to get lemonade at, given that it's going to be the same if you buy it for $3 or for $1?
I'm going to buy it for $1.
You're going to buy $1, right?
But
So
that's-
you
that's a-
you will prefer.
That's not an exclusive product, and that doesn't speak to comparative advantage when speaking on tariffs and
Comparative
international.
advantage is, what do you reference? Comparative advantage is not a good concept for you to refer to, because that's something that's going to be like a critique to tariffs.
No, because if there's
That's a
something
reason.
exclusive
Comparative
to one
advantage is a
that they
reason
do
for
better, they can control that
comparative
pri-
advantage is a reason for global trade.
Yeah, I know that. What I'm saying, yeah, I know that. What I'm telling you is that when you're saying two lemonades are the same, then there's nothing inherently better about one lemonade as opposed to in trade. There's something that one offers that one nation doesn't. So that idea doesn't apply in general when talking about tariffs.
Adriana, thank you so much for the Future City. Thank you so much. I really appreciate some W's for Adriana in the comment section right now. Let me say thank you to some people real quick, and then I'm gonna literally do a basic econ class with this guy.
This guy is disrespectful. You could have said my name, bro.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
I think you did it because I'm black. That's what it was right there. To reduce my humanity, to generalize me when you know my name, hurtful.
Well, you did it to me because you're misogynistic. Remember when you called me a girl when I'm a woman? So you
That's
reduced
very
me.
different.
Yeah, you infantilized me when I'm a grown woman. So that's crazy, Breda, that you infantilize women all the time. You don't
Look what
respect
you did.
women.
Yeah.
It's because you're
Instead of
misogynistic.
acknowledging my discomfort, you go ahead and just kind of deflect. When I corrected myself when that happened, and
I
instead of
didn't correct
correcting yourself
yourself.
as
You were
I did,
corrected.
Parker, when Parker called me out, I corrected myself. And instead, when I called him out, he went and just used you like a pawn, and you went ahead and
He did not use
used
me,
your
by the way.
victim
I
status
don't
over
know
mine.
his name.
It's even
First of
more
all,
hurtful.
hold on. First of all, nobody used me. I
Because
have
you
a
still didn't
moment.
acknowledge my humanity by saying, "All right, brother, okay, brother, whatever." But and now he stays quiet, frustrated, and then you speak for him and weaponize your victim status. I guess I see how it
You
is.
not weaponize your victim status? That's
No, I
crazy.
just acknowledged I just wanted to be acknowledged as the person that I am. You know what I mean?
So since when does this guy have any racial
Actually, I'm still hurt.
connotations?
I'm still hurt, by the way. You can say all that.
Okay.
I know he did it because I'm black.
Since when does this guy have any like negative connotations, like racial negative connotations? I'm
He
confused.
just did it now.
So
and is it not how I'm supposed? Isn't it how I?
He's literally denying that when price goes up, that demand goes down. He's denying that the demand curve is facing that way. That's literally his position. I just want to clarify to the chat. Like his position is literally denying that this demand curve is faced in that direction.
You wore a helmet.
Like chat, this demand curve right here, he's denying it's faced in that direction.
Yeah.
Like that's literally what his position is.
You were wearing a helmet when you drew that chart.
What? I didn't draw this. This is a typical supply demand graph. Let me say some thank you to people real quick. Mary Joe, thank you so much for the membership subscription. Thank you so much. Dustin with the fucking $100 to Hawaii. Can we get some W's for Dustin in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Let's get some W's for Dustin in here. Thank you so much. W's for Dustin. Holy shit. That is wild. It's good to see you as always, Dustin. It's really good to see you. W's for Dustin in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Nick, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. That is actually true. That is actually true. That I understand that now, and I actually totally agree. That makes sense. Sid, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh my gosh, I get you. Sid, that is so valid. I feel you on that one. I feel you. Can we get some W's for Sid in the comment section for the $50? Thank you so much. Kelly, thank you so much for the $100 on YouTube super chat. Thank you so much. Please kick. Glad to see you back, Parker. Thank you so much, Kelly. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Positively Diverse, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, it's been brutal on the live today. Brutal on the live. Chris, thank you for the $7.77. Barista, thank you so much for the dollar. Barista, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I know it's really laggy today. I don't know. TikTok's been really laggy the past 2 days, which has been very unfortunate. Also, I've been getting the following glitch on this account. I think I've been getting the restriction glitch, like where it restricts my live when I first start, but it's for some reason not telling me right now. But yes, what were you saying, by the way? Brad, what were you saying?
Yeah. I was gonna say I've been very fair to you. So I don't know why you're saying it's a brutal live. Been very fair.
I'm not necessarily even just referencing you.
Okay.
But I mean, I don't think you've been very fair, to be totally honest with you. I've tried to be incredibly fair. I've been trying to
I
be.
think I think I've been more fair than you. I've said your name. I've said Parker. You reduced my humanity, then you weaponized a young lady. But we'll leave that to the side because that's nothing.
I'm sorry. Do you actually believe that? Because like I genuinely thought you were just trolling.
I was.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just.
And
making
we will
sure.
also stop saying weaponize the young lady as if I don't have a mind of my own.
Mm-hmm. Also, you just literally infantilized her again. Like I mean, I think it's important.
Young lady is infantilizing.
No, you sound like you're a grandpa. Yeah.
Yeah, you
like,
that was like in accordance with like you calling her a girl earlier. Like I was just pointing it out as like that was like a point that you were referencing. So yeah, I mean it would be preferable just to say like refer to Athena after you just said that one, or you could say woman, but
yeah, you could just say
that's
Athena,
all
yeah.
that's all we were trying to acknowledge.
Yeah. All right. Okay, we'll move on from that.
Were you actually 50 though, or are you just trolling?
No, I'm 50. Born in 76.
Wait, for real?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
76 wouldn't be 50.
No? 79?
Oh my god.
You're definitely not 50.
No, I'm not 50, but I am 40. I am turning 40 now, August 28th. Anyway, listen, I just don't want y'all to know the truth. It's 50, so I threw out around a year, so you're off your balance.
Wait, what's wrong with like telling people your age?
A lot of people dislike me on this thing, so I like to keep as much private information private.
Okay, I mean, I don't know how people would find you through the age, but
just don't give them that much, bro. That's it.
Okay.
A lot of people on my head top, Parker.
You know, I'm actually 150 years old. Did you know
that? All right.
You
didn't know that?
I just look younger because I like bathing in the blood of my enemies. So, but I'm actually.
That was weird and demonic.
Demonic. That's diabolical.
That was weird. That was weird and demonic. But you do you. Like we all faced the Father at one time. I hope you're as confident.
Okay. So demonic. Okay. What do you mean? How is that demonic?
Anything that is outside of the blood of Jesus Christ is demonic.
She never said that it wasn't Jesus's blood.
She said her ancestors. So there's only one Jesus.
Wait, hold on. I did not say my ancestors. I said the blood of my enemies.
Oh, the blood of your enemies. Also, Jesus is your enemies?
Well, I was just making a joke. I never said that she was saying that. I was just making a joke.
All right. Well, all right. Blood of your enemies is demonic. I forgive my enemies and I love my enemies.
What? I'm sorry. Would you say that about Hitler? Would you forgive Hitler?
Yo, why do you keep going? Bro? I forgive everybody and I let the Father deal with how he's going to do.
So I have a question. Have you forgiven Hitler?
Yo, this guy.
That's like the logical conclusion of his argument, and yet he's laughing at me.
Yo, please, it's not first of all, Hitler didn't affect me personally for me to need to forgive him, right? The people that he wronged, and their descendants, it's up to them to forgive them, because if I
have a question. Do you think that the people that were the victims of Hitler, do you think they should forgive Hitler?
If they believe in Jesus Christ, then let the Holy Spirit work on them. Then
the answer yes. So the answer is yes.
But I can't speak on how God is going to move somebody's heart.
Would you forgive the Triple K?
Do I forgive the Triple K? I was never personally affected by the Triple K for me to say I forgive them or not. But those that were affected by the Triple K, I hope that Jesus Christ works in their heart and the Holy Spirit with them, and I pray for them.
Yeah, that's interesting behavior.
Why is that interesting? That I'm forgiving and that
for forgiving of anyone?
Well, listen, not of anyone. Those that find strength to forgive, and it is in righteousness under the Lord Jesus Christ, then upon them be peace and love, because
I like to, I think forgiveness You know what? Let me not say it.
You started though. You should say it.
Yeah, I don't know. Like sometimes people need to be forgiven, like through like I don't know, the wheel of a car or something. Allegedly.
Like allegedly, yeah. You know, some people,
Allegedly.
some
Like Schindler, for example.
yeah, some people have done horrible things. You know what I mean? And like that's like good for us to acknowledge that they've done such horrible things. They can't come back from those horrible things. There are actions that people can engage in that are so horrible that we're gonna be like, nope, they can't come back from it. That's why we put people in prison for life.
Like Jeffrey Dahmer, for example. I don't know. I don't think Jeffrey Dahmer should be forgiven.
There are some people that do unforgivable things. That's why I'm for deporting some aggressive, very illegal aliens, and many of the homegrowns I want to see them shackled up on their knees in El Salvador, getting their head shaped.
What the?
Okay,
are you okay?
That's what?
Weren't you talking about forgiveness and the blood of Jesus just like 2 minutes ago?
Hold on a second.
That did not sound very Christ-like, sir.
Listen,
I'm not gonna lie. That did not sound Christ-like.
Christ did put in the Bible that like you should like send people to El Salvador. Christ did put in the Bible, you know, that you should, you know, restrict people from coming to the country. You know, maybe that
Christ also, yeah.
Maybe that's actually demonic. You know what I mean? Like.
Wow,
in Deuteronomos 5:10, exactly, Christ did say
that's the Old Testament.
No, Deuteronomy. I'm talking about Deuteronomy. It's not Deuteronomy, right? So in Deuteronomos 5:10, Christ, after saying goodbye to his mother, Mary J. Blige, did say that people needed to be deported to Libya because that was the only like path forward, you know?
That's really unbecoming of you, Kovi.
Why is it unbecoming of me?
It's just
Why?
Really,
tell me.
yeah, it's just I guess.
Why? Tell me.
I mean, you said it is what it is. I just said it's very unbecoming.
Wait, but why is it unbecoming? Can you explain that?
It might have been my idea because I didn't know you that well. I only heard you that one time speaking on that dude that scammed you, and then I saw your face on another live, and I was like, "Oh, that's that girl that was there." And then I was just in the comments.
He keeps doing the thing that we told him earlier about that.
That woman in the
right. So I guess. You hearing you speak now breaks the idea that I had of you. It's very unbecoming. That's it.
And what idea did you have of me?
Yeah.
You just seem like a sweet lady. You just. Seem different. Yeah.
I'm still very sweet, but I'm just not sweet to everybody.
Sweet lady.
Oh.
Remember that one? So.
Is this Riz?
Nah, it's just it's all right. You know, you don't believe in Jesus Christ. Just all I'm saying is be that confident when you meet the Father.
Wait,
we're all gonna meet the Father.
Yeah, so I actually grew up like so my mother is Orthodox Christian. I did grow up very like evangelical. Went to evangelical church. Doesn't necessarily mean that I don't believe in like a sentient being up there. So like yeah, I don't know what that has to do with anything though.
Do you think that he's disconnected from us? Like he just kind of lets us do what we want? Like I'm up here. Do you think that he exists separately? Like he didn't create us? Like he just exists and then we just existed, and he doesn't care about us? This being that you are referencing, alluding to? Just curious.
Why did this turn into a God conversation? I'm confused.
I guess you're right. So the tariffs are perfect. We agreed on that.
Brett, I could just tell you, I don't believe in any type of notion of God. I don't believe that I'm gonna be, you know, sent to like a place of judgment in front of the Christian God.
So you don't believe in a spiritual realm at all?
No.
Just all carnal?
I just don't know.
You just don't know, and you're gambling it. You're gambling with eternity, huh?
Okay, when you say gambling, what you bring up is Pascal's wager. Why don't you say that you're gambling for any other religion? Like that you're gambling against Islam, you're gambling against Judaism, you're gambling against like the LDS Church, you're gambling against all of the different religious perspectives. I'm just deciding to also gamble against yours, which I can provide evidence is not likely to be true or is not true.
Well, listen. I guess you can be. I guess that's objectively true. We're all, I guess, gambling. I'm sure of mine as they are sure of theirs. So I'm not gonna sit here and say it's really gonna be hard to just prove God in this live. So, and personally, I believe if you reject the Father, that He has already rejected you and hardened your heart because He doesn't want your love.
I can't reject something I don't believe in. I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, you're already rejected.
Okay,
so He's not gonna let you.
Did I reject like the existence of Thor?
Thor's not God, Barker.
Did I reject the existence of like what do you mean by reject? Do you mean by reject? Do you mean I just don't believe?
Yeah.
Because then sure, but like
that's
not what rejection. Rejection, I thought in the context you're referencing is saying is I don't like them, and I would actually to take that back. I do say that to be true. I mean, have you read 1 Samuel 15:3? Have you read Leviticus 25:44 through 46?
Let's read it right now.
Yeah. Okay, go for it. Pull it up. Do you have the Bible?
You said First Timothy.
I didn't say that. I said Leviticus. I said Leviticus 25:44 through 46, or 1 Samuel 15:3.
All right, 1 Samuel 15:3. Let's go to 1 Samuel 15:3. All right. 2 Samuel is one of my favorite books. 1 Samuel 15:3. Let's see what it says. 15:3. Now go on and smite Amalek. Yeah, Amalek is the great grandson of Esau, who God hates. And utterly destroy all that they have and spare them not, but slay both man and woman, infant and suckling, ox and sheep, camel and ass. I don't want to flag. 100%. Yeah. You know who Esau is?
The God called for Saul and his men to slaughter the men, women, children, and infants of Amalek.
And not only that, because Saul didn't finish the job completely, he replaced Saul with David.
Okay, so you're saying that like if you were Saul, would you have slaughtered all of the
every single one? None of them would have lived. None of them. Nobody would have lived if I was Saul under God's authority. Nothing would have survived, not an ant. Nothing.
You're talking about literally slaughtering infants, bro.
Gone.
Are you pro-life?
Yes.
Get the fuck off my live. Jesus, dude. He literally ends up talking about like how he would slaughter infants, and then I ask him if he's pro-life, and he's like, "Yep, dude." I can't, man. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, I've never been this quiet on a panel before. I'm just gonna say, that was very interesting. But I'm gonna go back in the chat.
I'm sorry that you were subjected to that. That was diabolical.
I've never ever been this quiet before. I didn't know what to say.
Like
but anyway.
I'm pretty sure he was like trying to raise you up, and he just totally tried to play it off with the random singing, like literally.
Yeah, the gasp I just gusped is crazy. Anyways, I'm gonna drop. Bye.
All right, I will see him. Alrighty. Let's go on to the next person real quick, everyone. That was diabolical, chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh.
How old are you? Raw Honey, thank you for the Cooper. Thank you. I know it's lagging, everyone. I'm sorry. Chat, what can I do to fix the lagging on TikTok? Should I hit a restart? I feel like the lag has been unbearable recently. Yeah, restart. Hey, everyone on TikTok, I recommend to go over to YouTube. Someone's saying TikTok's trying to suppress you. That probably could be true. I would recommend to go over to the YouTube. That's like a place where you don't have to deal with any lag. There's a restart button. Oh yeah, chat. There is a restart button. Let me try that real quick. Let me find that. Where's the restart button? Here, I'll try to add up someone else, and then maybe I'll try to do that. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
50.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Okay, why so?
Better candidate.
Okay, how was he a better candidate?
Because he had better ideas.
Okay. What better ideas?
All of them, pretty much everything.
Like
the border, tax.
The border, tax. Okay, so like what taxes, what border policy?
Well, closing the border.
Closing the
Taking it
border.
back. Yeah.
What policy closed the border?
Trump.
I asked.
I mean,
what policy closed the border?
Crossings are down over 90%.
What
Since
policy?
he coming off.
What policy closed the border?
Trump. Just him being there. Crossings are down 90%.
That's not a policy.
Okay. So I didn't say it was policy. You said it was. I said Trump did it. Didn't have anything to do with the policy.
Okay, so his presence, he just like stood there and they're like, and you're like, oh,
yep,
undocumented immigration went down.
It did.
His just aura.
It is. It's orange. Brown people don't like orange people, apparently.
Wait, what'd you just say?
I said brown people don't like orange people, apparently.
I just got an immediate ick. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Why so?
Well, I want to flip the table. Why do you not support him?
Held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, bragged about walking in the changing rooms of girls in Miss Team USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect that without their consent. Inspect them without their consent. Sorry, I can't speak right now.
Okay. Politically speaking, we're talking about pure policies on this. You can dislike him as a man. I'm not going to dispute that. Policy wise, why do you disagree with him?
Yeah, for example, right, I disagree with him on his tax policy, giving predominant tax cuts to people who are rich and replacing it with an income tax or with regressive tariffs that will disproportionately negatively impact lower and middle income individuals. Right, I disagree with his policy specifically. We can reference on deregulation, right? Whether it be relating to the EPA, the CDC, federal workers, allowing segregation within the context of federal work, plenty of things.
So what I heard there was primarily tax and then deregulation. So let's go over that real quick. So are you aware of the percentage of tax revenues that are brought in by the various percentiles of income earners in the United States of America by total percentage of the revenue collected from tax?
Restate the claim, sorry.
I'm asking you, are you familiar with the total percentage of revenue collected by income brackets in the United States?
Like the total amount of revenue?
Stratified by income brackets.
I'm not familiar.
So I'll break it down for you. So overwhelming majority of the tax collected is going to be every single year and has been for a very long time from high net worth individuals.
Sure. Yeah.
In fact,
yeah,
many individuals in this country effectively pay no net tax and actually are net burdens on the system every single year.
Totally fine.
If you look at what the last tax cuts did, they all projected that they would decrease revenues and increase the deficit. I'll give it to you. The deficit is going crazy, but both parties have their hand in the cookie jar. However,
Donald Trump signed off on more debt-related spending.
When they dropped the Trump tax cuts in 2017, the actual amount of revenue jumped. It increased. I believe it was Norway. Don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure it's Norway who instituted a ultra high net worth tax, and they projected that it would bring in billions of dollars, in fact, trillions of dollars.
Hold up.
Over a
Can
20,
I, like,
30
address
year
a few of
span.
these claims?
Well, let me finish what I have to say here, because we're dealing with tax here. And so I've heard people make claims that we need to tax the rich. Well, the rich already pay most of the taxes. And if you look at the situation like Norway, where they shot up that tax on the ultra high net worth individuals, a bunch of people just left. And their tax revenues dramatically decreased. So you can go ahead and address.
Okay. So yes, income tax, most of the money comes from people who are rich. That's the point. I'd rather tax people who are rich than people who cannot pay the tax and need money in order to be able to survive. I would love to give more money to people who need it, right? And just because certain wealth taxes haven't worked doesn't mean that like increasing income tax on the highest brackets is bad.
But do you not agree? I guess my question would be, do you think it's good to tax things like income when that seems to disincentivize people to earn more? If you're dropping the tax for people who don't earn anything, I can understand to a certain extent that the lowest individuals already in the current system are not basically net taxpayers at all. But if you're going to institute higher taxes on higher income, what incentivizes people to grow their income, to start businesses, if they know that the majority of their wealth that they have accumulated and that they are building, because those people who are ultra high net worth usually aren't ultra high net worth because they themselves are solely running a business alone. They're creating jobs.
Was there there's for the top 400 billionaires a lower effective tax rate than the working class?
Lower effective tax rate.
So what I'm advocating for is increasing the tax. I'm not saying I support over a majority of income being taxed. I'm saying I support up to, for the highest levels of income, up to 50%.
So when you say highest levels of income,
I mean, a lot in the millions of dollars a year.
Yeah, well, a lot of them, I'm sure you're aware of this, they really don't, the way they secure their things, their net worth is going to be tied up in stocks and other investments, and they take loans against that.
Yeah, so that's
how are you going to
here? How about this? If you specifically, right, are going to take out a loan, appreciate the handout, thank you so much, Athena, on some of your net worth, right, that you're saying is unrealized, then you should have to pay taxes on it because it's realized, right? Because you're claiming it as you.
But that's not how it works,
bro. Oh, Jesus Christ, bro! Do I have to mute you?
Don't cry. I'm here. I'm listening.
No, I'm not crying. I'm just annoyed that like everyone is like not listening today.
Come on, I'm here.
What was I saying?
You said that it's a realized gain when someone gets a loan against their assets, and I was prepared to tell you that that's nonsense.
No, what I'm saying is that they're claiming it to be unrealized for tax purposes, so they don't have to pay taxes on it. But they're claiming that they have the money, insofar as that they can, claim that for like a loan.
So it all boils down to financial derivatives. Are you aware of what premium finance life insurance is?
Think of it, $2. Premium finance life insurance. You might have a different depiction of it, but typically that's gonna just relate to like life insurance policies for like when you die, right? For like your family, for people around you, or any beneficiary you establish.
Yeah, on a very basic level, sure. But premium finance life insurance is a whole different scheme. And this is available to people with, moderate net worths. I mean, I'd say probably someone within the range of 1 to 3 million plus. It's a very valid thing. And so what this does
I
is
don't
it's
know if 1 to 3 million
usually
is a moderate net worth. But
in America, if you do $200 a month into a Roth IRA or any sort of 401k, any other advantage plan through the duration of your working career, $200 a month, you're going to come out right around that level if we're going to backdate that.
yeah,
but regardless,
like when you come out,
I'm not going to get off. Let me get back to my main point there. Premium finance.
When you come out to that in like 40, 50 years, that $1 to $3 million will be significantly less than what $1 to $3 million is now.
Regardless, I want to get back to my standard point. So premium finance life insurance operates in a similar manner as the loans do for the ultra high net worth individuals, wherein you pledge your securities as collateral for the premium on the premium finance life insurance. So at the end of the day, it ends up being outside of your taxable estate. And what it does is they have a nice hedge strategy there, Iron Condor, wherein it doesn't lose value, it only gains value. The value goes to the insurance company. That'd be akin to the percentage that they're paying in interest to the bank. But when you pledge your securities account, if they needed to make up collateral, they're able to pull from that pool. Now, that would be a realized gain if they had to sell some of your assets. And in many instances, billionaires do sell assets. They do pay the tax on that, and then they pay off their loans. And they pay the tax that's on that. So you also made another point. If you want to continue on this, I'm more than happy to. But if you want to go through
that point real quick. So I don't think Elon Musk should be able to leverage his Tesla stock in order to be able to buy Twitter. Like, I think that would be like an example of how billionaires are evading taxes. Now, I don't think that should be applied to people who have lower levels of net worth. But
so
I do
saying
think it should be applied to people with higher levels of net worth.
So I also take issue with tax evasion. Tax evasion is a crime. Tax avoidance is a smart strategy.
So when I'm saying tax, I was just referencing like they're evading they're like for loopholes.
Well, that's the whole purpose of the code.
I don't think the loophole should be legal.
Don't think the loophole should be legal. What do you mean by loopholes?
I don't think that there should be these tax loopholes.
What tax loopholes?
So for certain tax loopholes, right? Whether it be like certain things like what I mentioned with claiming that it is the case that you have this particular money insofar as that you can use it, right, to buy certain types of things, but then also claiming at the same time that you don't have that tax, or I mean that money specifically, where people will specifically like they'll get what's it called, like a loan to pay some of their like basic things in their life to specifically evade paying taxes. Right, because the level of interest on the loan is going to be lower than what the tax rate would be.
I mean, but in that same breath, really everything has an intrinsic value. If I have a baseball card, for example, that's worth $500,000 that I want to go get an insurance policy on, I mean, they're going to value that at the asset value. I'm not going to give up that baseball card, but they're going to value it at the current valuation. And if I wanted to go to a pawn shop with that asset and say, hey, here's my $500,000 baseball card, and I'm just using that as an example, they're going to value it. They're going to say, okay, we're going to give you the money for this. We're going to charge you a little bit of interest. And so even the common man, although he may not have millions of dollars worth of stocks, billions of dollars worth of stocks, can still inherently operate within the same framework that he's operating in.
I'm not following. Can you restate?
When you pledge something as collateral and get a loan back and they charge you interest, it isn't a realized gain. I haven't sold the baseball card even though they gave me a loan. It's the same thing with a stock.
Sure. I understand it's not necessarily realized in that same sense, but what I'm saying is that they are claiming it, right? That they have.
What do you mean by claiming it?
They're claiming it. They can use it as enough so far for collateral.
Yes, that's kind of how these things work.
They're claiming they have the valuation, right, when it comes to the loans in the banks, but they don't have a valuation when it comes to taxation.
Well, when it comes to taxation,
I'm just showing you ways that billionaires can utilize collateral for loans.
I'm aware,
right,
man.
That I think is harmful in the market.
So circling back to the central point of tax, you said you don't like would you not then stratify that and just expand it to include pretty much every president who has operated in this, country? Because I mean, short
I'm
of,
really confused with what you just said. You cut out.
so essentially you say you don't like his tax policy, but ultimately, isn't every other president to blame on that as well? And none of them have
It's
successfully
not the
even
president.
introduced
It's
tax plans.
it's Congress, and
It's
sure,
Congress.
I think that presidents haven't gone far enough, typically speaking, throughout history, in order to address
Yes.
economically related issues that affect the middle class. I would acknowledge that, but then also say that Democrats are preferable to Republicans on these economic and socially related issues.
So when you say a Democrat economic policy, the tax policy of Kamala Harris we'll use as an example, you would be for her tax policy as opposed to Donald Trump's tax policy.
Mhm.
Why is that?
Because it's the case that Donald Trump's tax policy is meant to help rich people, whereas Kamala Harris's tax policy was meant to help the middle class.
Can you give me examples of how that's true?
Yeah, Donald Trump's tax policy would increase taxes for low and middle income individuals.
no.
His tariffs
For
are
Kamala.
aggressive. Kamala
How
Harris is
Kamala's
advocating
is
for
good.
increasing the child tax credit, specifically $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, which when implemented in 2021 through the American Rescue Plan for 1 year, reduced childhood poverty by 40 to 50% when it was implemented for that 1 year. And that's an example.
Again-
There's also a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes. There was a $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, right? $35 cap on insulin for everyone, not just people who are on Medicare.
So you kind of conflated a couple of different topics there, but from what I'm hearing from you, you believe in subsidization of the lowest and the middle at the expense of the top. Is that in essence your position?
Yes.
And so why do you want to incentivize the bottom class to leech off the top? Do you not think that disincentivizes
I think that
people?
there should be a bare minimum standard for everyone. I don't think it's leeching. I think it's a bare minimum standard for
Do you
everyone.
think that
Same way-
anyone's-
Do you agree with public education?
Do I agree with public education? That's a very broad question.
Yeah. Do you
What
think
do you
that
mean
there
by
should be
that?
K through 12 public education?
Do I think there should be free K through 12 education? Yeah.
Okay. Well, why are you letting people leech off the rich?
Why am I letting people? Everyone pays into the school system. In a lot of places, it's funded by property tax.
Not
In
every.
a lot of places, it's funded
not
by
every
property
single
tax.
person.
Not every single person. What do you mean by that?
Some people don't necessarily pay into that as much.
Writ
They
large
don't have that.
society bears the burden of that. It's a lot of places
Society
it's
bears the
funded
burden.
primarily by.
Yeah, but
Go ahead.
you would acknowledge that. Oh, wait, so do you think it should be property tax that funds it?
Personally speaking, I think that's a good idea because it incentivizes the people who live in an area to fund the schools that are local to that area.
No,
But that's not-
housing prices don't fund the schools. Tim, think of the $5. Thank you.
Housing valuations are directly related to the property tax that you pay. That's why the assessor's office requires an assessment of your property to assess you a tax.
I understand. So you're saying that people would pay more if the school is good, and that would lead
No,
to a
they
higher
pay-
price of it. You're just saying that people with a higher housing prices would pay more. I'm not disputing that, right? But what you're not taking into account is that it's not in terms of percentage, and also like in terms of property taxes, oftentimes that can have a very harmful impact on lower and middle income families, and also provide lower levels of expenditures for certain communities in which have lower housing prices. So already communities in which need a greater level of push would receive less of a push because it's the case that their areas would receive less funding and do receive less.
I mean, sure. I mean, perhaps in a bubble that would be true, but I mean, the most heavily funded per pupil system is in Baltimore, and those results are terrible. I mean, even LeBron James's school, who's got LeBron James.
I'm sorry. You pointing towards one area, saying that even though there is a high level of investment in this area, and yet there is still like quote unquote bad outcomes in the school system, does not at all mean that is the that is the main driving factor. It could be certain things that are invested into, right? It could be other socioeconomic factors within the area that are harming those particular types of conditions within the context of education, as plenty of the outcomes would be related on that. What you're not understanding at all, right, or addressing is that you're not addressing any of those things. Typically, more funding does lead to better outcomes.
That's not true. if printing money solved problems, then printing degrees
That's not printing
would
money.
create education.
Donald Trump signed off on more debt-related spending. I'm talking about more investment in education, leading to better educational outcomes. That's all I'm saying.
More investment in education, although it sounds like a good tagline, doesn't do anything. If printing diplomas cause people to be educated, then printing money would make
diplomas.
everyone rich.
It's investing in resources and infrastructure in which allow for people to get better education, which allows them to get higher paying jobs in the long run. Jesse, thank you for the $2. Alana, thank you for the $3. Thank you. Rodney, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Rodney. Also, you want to diminish education because then it will lead more people to be.
No, I believe. I wanted to address this. Do you believe in school choice?
What do you mean by school choice? You mean voucher programs?
Do you believe that children should be destined to go to the school that their zip code determines? Because zip code determinism is a greater predictor than any.
I think you should be able to go to whatever school you'd like. I don't think it should be dependent upon districts, and that's why I'm against property taxes.
So voucher programs, are you for or against?
I'm against voucher programs.
For what purpose?
Because it is the case that it will lead to already underfunded school systems to have even less funding.
And shouldn't the free market principles apply even in schools?
Free market doesn't operate effectively within the context of education enough to the degree that I would see as satisfactory.
Hold up.
The case that I care about democracy, and the free market doesn't always care about that.
Hold up. Some schools could do better with less. I mean, could you not agree with that principle?
No.
You don't think so?
No.
Certain schools do better with less funding.
Wrong.
Is that true or false? Do you
False.
think that the most heavily funded programs are the best programs?
I think that if a certain school system gets more funding, they will do better off.
Is that a general rule?
Yes.
I strongly disagree with that. I believe free market principles should apply to education. And if a school is
stupid.
No. If school is doing a horrible job at educating their students.
The reason why we don't leave it just up to the free market is because the free market doesn't have the same concerns that necessarily we do. It's just profit-based. And is the case that plenty of individuals would not get a satisfactory level of education, given that's true. We already have an issue with having a satisfactory level of education. Why would you want to make that even worse? We want an educated society that votes for better politicians. We want an educated society that is specialized in their labor. We want an educated society because it's beneficial for everyone that exists within that society. They're going to be the parents that are teaching the children in the future. They're educated. Children will be more educated. Everyone will be more educated. That's a good thing. Education is a great thing. Not investing in education is a fucking horrible idea. Absolutely horrible idea. This country already is failing on providing adequate education. Okay? It's already failing on that. We need more education. That's why I do what I do. Is because I want there to be more education, right? We already are lacking on that.
Education is the key. I'm not disputing you there. What my point is that there are schools within systems that are failing. I'm not gonna, give you information.
So give them less funding?
No. Let me please finish my point. Since you had to mute me.
I'm sorry.
I came from a school system. I came from a school system that was failing. Funds were being misappropriated. Teachers were not doing what they needed to do. And the school system, although receiving more and more and more money year after year, went bankrupt. How does that even happen? It happens because of misappropriation of funds. The amount that it takes to educate a student in the same city at different schools with relatively the same demographic profiles produced dramatically different outcomes because certain schools, they just weren't up to snuff. And what ultimately happened is there were two competing school districts. One of the school districts was doing great with similar funding. In fact, less funding with similar demographic profiles. The schools that were doing terrible in the school system, they all went bankrupt. It got absorbed by the other one.
I'm sorry, demographics are not the only thing that determine that.
No, I'm saying demographics.
Environment. It could be plenty of other various factors that that impact specifically educational outcomes. So what you have to take
the point. I'm saying the point that I'm making is that it isn't like this was a rich district and a poor district. These were two competing districts within a county where one went under because it just kept getting more and more money. The outcomes were not coming there. It got absorbed into the other one. The money was better allocated. They closed a lot of these schools, consolidated them because these schools were failing. And the money that was going to the schools that were failing ultimately was been able to be cut and the schools were consolidated. The money was put to the schools that were better at the education. And overall, it's been a more positive experience. I'm not going to give you more information about where it is, but you can take a look at Mississippi right now to see that the way we've always been doing things is not the way we should always do things. Mississippi has had, they call it the Mississippi miracle. They've gone from near the bottom of educational standards to almost, I think they're in the top 15 states. And what they've done is they've closed a lot of schools that aren't working. They've stopped doing things that weren't working, and they have consolidated that all together. And so your argument that we should continue to pump money into failing schools and programs so that one day, somehow, miraculously, these kids are going to be able to be taught by overpaid teachers years down the line, if we're going to just continue that money is the solution, it's not going to change anything. The value of the educator is what changes, not the value of the dollar.
And if you have more money, the value of the educator likely will go up. When you say overpaid is ridiculous because teachers in this country are heavily underpaid, I think teachers should be paid more. What you're not taking into account is that the standards would be better for these school systems if they had greater levels of funding. You say, oh, it is the case that increasing the funding doesn't provide better outcomes. But then right after that, you mentioned that giving the funding to schools that were already doing good, even more funding, produced even better outcomes. So you're just advocated for even more.
The funding
Can you stop cutting me off? Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. I wanted to be nice to people. But Jesus Christ, can you have a conversation with me? Can you listen to what I'm saying? Can you actually try to engage with the points that I'm bringing up?
You getting triggered, boss?
I am incredibly annoyed at you right now. Yes, absolutely.
Man, you have interrupted me like 30 times. I'm trying to be respectful. You're telling me to shut the fuck up. How about we have a pleasant conversation? It's a back and forth.
I would be able to if you actually engage with the points that I'm bringing up. You saying that I'm the one cutting you off? I don't even know what you're talking about. I practically just let you yap for how long?
Go ahead.
What was I talking about? Can you tell me?
You said that the point I made, which was incorrect, that you said, is that the more funding ends up making the programs better. And that's just wrong. That's just flat out wrong.
You argued that if instead of giving the money to failing school systems, right, you give it to school systems that are already doing well, you're going to be having better outcomes, which is in of itself increasing funding for schools that were already doing good. You're still advocating for increased funding, and you're saying that that's going to lead to better outcomes. That's one thing. Two, as it relates to this, if you want to reference the funding for school systems, right, places in which there are school systems already doing well are likely very well funded school systems in areas in which there are high property values because it's predicated off of property tax, right? Meaning that you're going to be, right, making it easier for people in areas in which already have good school systems to have better school systems, but you're not making it easier for people who are already in bad school systems to have access to good systems, because now they have to drive to a different community, right, in which they could have done prior, right, and which might not have the same type of capacity, right, because it is the case that there is a influx of many other people that are coming from the areas in which there were smaller schools that had less funding that weren't doing as well.
So I want to emphasize the point that it's not, if you break it down per student, the funding is not being increased. It's merely being shifted from one school to the other. So the per pupil is not going up. The funding is not, let's say if we had 5 schools, for example, they're each getting $10, and we closed 2 of those schools because they were underperforming and reallocated that the money that went to them to the other remaining schools, funding didn't increase total. I mean, you look at the black hole of funding to the education.
I'm sorry, that's not addressing my point. That's not addressing my point. Did you hear what I said?
I wanted to address the point that you made originally to my point. And you're making up these, assumptions that people are not going to have access to these schools. But if ultimately an 8-year-old's not the one who's making the decision what school they want to go to, it's the parents that are making these decisions.
Right now, it's district-based school systems. School systems in
Where you're from.
School systems in which are not performing well, right? People who are living within those areas are now going to be even further from good performing school systems, right? Unless you provide good funding and adequate resources and infrastructure to those areas so that you could have good school systems everywhere around the United States. But the issue I have with your position is that because of the fact that there are going to be less schools overall, because you're advocating to mitigate and reduce the amount of schools, it's going to be harder for lower income students in areas in which had bad school systems to get adequate education. I'm just saying that there's going to be a negative impact.
Fair enough on certain aspects of that. However, I would say that in this, it's not the case everywhere, what you're saying.
Okay, sure. That would be in places in which there are very close school systems with not much
Well, I'm talking about
traffic.
district based.
Okay, but like if a district has less schools, right, then the schools that they do have, they'd have to be expanded.
Yes.
By multiple times the size, which will
Yes.
which will require massive levels of funding and new teachers. Which, if you're just going to fire the teachers, right, in the other school, where are we going to hire the new teachers? From the same basis of teachers that the other school had access to. So the hiring of teachers is no different.
So, and I want to
might
circle
even
back
hire
around
the
on this a
teachers
little
that came
bit.
from. You likely might even hire the teachers that came from the school that you just closed.
Do you believe that we should continue to fund programs that are not working? Do you think that if a school
I
is
think we should get them to operate differently so that they do operate efficiently.
operate differently?
Like,
So,
can I give you an example?
yeah.
I think the funding for Social Security right now is inadequate and is incredibly wasteful. And we could have a more efficient one by giving everyone a certain set of money, whether it be $5,000 to $10,000 at the point in which they are born. Right, $7,000 would lead to $1 million for someone at the end of their life, or for retirement. 65 years old, $1 million in their account if we just gave them $7,000 at the point of birth.
Okay. Do you think that people should be able to opt out of the Social Security system entirely?
No.
No?
No.
Why not?
Because I think that we should provide a baseline for retirement for everyone, and that's the point of Social Security. It just right now has a bad revenue mechanism.
Bad revenue mechanism. I believe you should be able to opt out of that.
No, because then it would lead to a less efficient funding mechanism, because all the people who are incredibly rich, right, would just opt out of the program.
I mean, the money that you pay into the system. I'm not opposed to having a Social Security system. I believe that there should be that social safety net for sure. But if you took the money you invested into Social Security from the time you start working until the time you retire, and you actually invested that money over the long stretch,
that's exactly. Yeah. I'm still advocating to invest the money, but I'm saying that it should be government funded from the point of birth into like retirement fund accounts that are investment accounts, like invested in the S&P 500. If you put in the S&P 500 by the time you're 65 years old, right, they're going to have near $1 million if you just give them $7,000 at birth, which is around $30 billion in added costs, right?
Yeah.
If we were to do that.
See, I
the
don't
thing
disagree.
is, in order to subvert the revenue mechanism for Social Security, you have to continue to fund Social Security for at least 65 years until you can accurately and adequately, all right, change the revenue mechanism completely over to the revenue mechanism that I'm referencing.
Yeah. I don't disagree with that. I think that needs to be reworked anyways. So, I've appreciated talking to you. I've watched your videos before. I'm looking forward to hopping on here again. So, thank you.
Okay, for sure. All right, everyone. I know it's lagging right now on TikTok. I'm gonna hit a restart and try to fix the lag. Let me see how long I have left on the live, everyone. Let me see how long I have left on the live. I might have, I could have like 45 minutes left on the live. Something like that. So yeah, I think we have enough. So all right, I'm gonna hit a restart on TikTok. Go over to my YouTube. I understand that a lot of people don't want to go to YouTube, but it's not laggy there, and it is laggy here on TikTok. So go over to my YouTube. For the people on YouTube, I'd really appreciate it if you like the stream. Seriously, it helps push it out to more people, and I haven't been on YouTube for a while, so I have to help build up the algorithm back up again. So I would really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. I'll be right back, everyone, on TikTok, though. Go over to my YouTube. Alrighty. Let me try to get another setup here. If you're going live, hopefully it doesn't lag. Alrighty. I did drink all my liquids. I low-key need more. What's good, everyone joining in, though? What's good, everyone joining in? Do make sure to like the stream, everyone. It helps get it out to more people. By the way, everyone, I need to go debate people more in person. I think that's the move. People seem to like the content. Whenever I post it on YouTube, it always does well. I think it would be great. I would love to get more in-person debate content. How much longer? On live, at least 45 minutes. I'm texting it depends on whenever my girlfriend gets back. And she hasn't responded to me in like an hour and a half, so she could be driving right now, though. I liked your video in the park with that lady. She was nice and it was a good combo. Yes. I think that the combos I have in person are better too. Like in general. We are just looking for some debates, so only do send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Parker, I like your stash. Thank you. I'm getting mixed reviews on the stash. She must be getting food right now. Crazy, diabolical. Not the stash. Try beard, maybe. All right, let's try to get some people up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up,
Hey.
How old are you?
21.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Nope.
All right, appreciate you coming up. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up, Paladin?
27.
Okay, did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did. I just want to say you look like a pedophile.
What? How do you that I don't even know how that makes sense.
The stash, bro. It's not a good look. You look like you should have a restraining order from be 100 yards away from a park.
You voted for one.
He's not one.
He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years.
That doesn't mean anything. That just means he's being very nice and saying, "Oh, your daughter is very pretty."
Okay, so if he said that to your daughter, you'd still vote for him?
Oh, absolutely. I don't care. I think it's a compliment.
Oh,
it's a little.
By the way, you say in your bio the only position that you think a woman should hold is secretary?
I agree. Absolutely.
Are you an incel?
What's an incel?
Like, are you involuntarily celibate?
No, I get plenty of puss.
The fact that you referred to it that way, like referring to like engaging in intercourse that
Hey,
way,
I'm just talking
makes
how
me
you
think
about.
that you are absolutely an incel.
Eh,
You just completely lied in saying that you engage
you
in
and Dean
intercourse.
talk like that
You
too.
don't engage in intercourse. I don't fucking believe you. You're rage
No.
baiting, dude. You are totally an incel.
What's rage bait?
Okay, yeah, get out of my life. Actually, how does this block feel, bro?
No.
How does the block feel?
No, Parker, don't. I'm sorry.
All right. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. I would really appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Hello. Oh, sorry. 22.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I personally don't vote, like, at all.
You don't support him?
I don't support either side because my mom was Democrat.
Okay. I'm just looking for people who are debating. By the way, we don't even have 1,000 likes on YouTube. Chat, people hate me on YouTube. They don't want to like the stream. I'm sad. Also, the stream's not sending out on TikTok. We gotta love it.
Republic.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29. Word on the street is you're a Republican now. Look at that mustache. Is it true?
A mustache makes me Republican?
You finally have masculine features, man. Congratulations.
Okay, so are you saying that like liberals aren't masculine?
The majority I've known in my life are pretty unmasculine, I would say.
Unmasculine?
Yeah, or non-masculine, better word.
How am I lacking masculinity?
I think the mustache adds something. I don't know what it is. You look way more masculine now. You actually look like a man. I'm proud of you.
Okay, so I'm a man even though I'm a liberal?
I think the mustache adds something to it. I don't know what it is. Wait. I heard you're a Republican now. Is that true?
No, who the fuck told you that?
You disappeared because all the Democrats turned on you guys, so I figured you'd be a Republican now.
No, not all Democrats turned on us. I didn't disappear. Also, I was addressing my mental health.
Oh, good for you. Either way, you know what?
Also, by the way, Dean's been on live this whole time.
Dean?
Yeah,
I
Dean.
know. You disappeared. I'm not talking about Dean. You disappeared for a minute.
I didn't like disappear. I just, I took time off for my mental health.
Well, good for you. I think you know what would help your mental health? Become a Republican. You'll love it. All we do is win.
I'm sorry, Republicans, like being a Republican wouldn't mean that I have better mental health.
We would welcome you with open arms.
I understand that you would, right? But like I still don't think that means that you have better positions.
I'm not saying we do. I'm just saying mentally.
Can you give me like a single economic policy like of Donald Trump's?
I like his foreign policy right now for sure. That's for sure. His economic policy is a little iffy at the moment. I like his foreign.
So you cannot name an economic policy?
No, I cannot. But
okay. Would you like to name some foreign policy?
I would say right now is what he just did in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, making deals, them contributing money, building better relations. What was it? Eliminating the sanctions on Syria. That was pretty big, you have to admit.
So you think being greater allies with Saudi Arabia, who helped construct 9/11.
So are we allies with Germany and they did World War II?
Oh, okay. So
and World War I?
Is that recently?
It doesn't matter. Yeah, it's 9/11 recent. That's 20 freaking years ago.
Yeah, that's relatively recently. 20 years ago is relatively recently. In terms of like country perspectives.
You do understand the importance of making allies in that region, though, correct?
Okay. And are you saying that like it is important to make allies with Saudi Arabia?
I believe in order to stabilize the Middle East and bring peace to that region somehow, some way, you got to do something.
So
There's nothing else.
So you think Donald Trump's actions have led to more peace in the Middle East?
He's the only president that's done anything, like any little thing to help bring peace.
I asked you a question. Do you think that Donald Trump's actions led to more peace in the Middle East?
So far, yes, absolutely.
Okay. Which actions?
The Abraham Accords for one, just the idea of
that
it.
led to more because it didn't recognize the Palestinian state, which has led to more conflict within the context of the region, because it is the case that there wasn't an acceptance of that. Plus, Donald Trump allowed for Israel to take the Golan Heights, right? Donald Trump also allowed for Israel to, what's it called? In terms of Israel, sorry, my mind is completely and totally 100% blanking. I apologize. But Donald Trump allowed for not only for Israel to take the Golan Heights, but allowed for what's it called? Bro, why am I blanking? I had like another point I addressed, but I completely am blanking.
Go ahead.
I don't know why I'm blanking on it. My bad. That's you can address that, and then I'll remember. I'm sorry.
Were you saying? Well, I think you were saying the Abraham Accords caused more conflict than peace. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, because of the lack of recognition for a Palestinian state, which is, and
Oh, wait,
without
wait, wait,
Palestine being a part of the agreements.
Yeah, no. The last thing you said was he. I wanted to bring this up. You
Oh,
said
I remember. The moving of the embassy.
Yes. Are you talking about the one to Jerusalem?
Mm-hmm. From Tel Aviv.
Well, I wanted to address the point you said that he let Israel do these things. I mean, he doesn't have control of Israel. He can't say yes or no. You can or can't do
He
that.
said that he did that. That was his own claim. He said specifically that he let Israel take the Golan Heights.
Well, I don't fully agree with that, obviously. I mean, I'm more for peace, but like, he's definitely made mistakes along the way. But I think what he's doing now is more important. Wouldn't you agree?
He's also giving more power to Putin, which is not pro-peace. How is he giving more power to Putin? By limiting the amount of funding that's going to Ukraine, which is going to give Putin more power within the region. That's why Putin wanted Trump to be in office.
I mean, we're kind of going all over the place. I mean, we could talk about that too. I'm just saying he's making attempts. It's going to be a long process no matter what we do, but he's trying something different. You have to admit the Syria thing is pretty big, ending sanctions there.
The Golan Heights is like a part of Syria, right? Like,
I understand.
So, like, are you saying if you're saying that like it's better for the conflict within the region, you're just sadly very mistaken.
I think someone has to do something different. That's what I'm saying. Like everything else we've tried in the Middle East.
Something different doesn't mean Donald Trump. Like,
okay, then let me ask you this: what would you do personally if you're Donald Trump right now? What would you do?
I would immediately. That's an incredibly vague question. You're just gonna have me describe all my views. Like,
okay, no. I'm talking about in terms of the Israel, the Gulf. No,
I completely agree with the U.S. not having a relationship with Israel, right? Given the fact that they are engaging in genocidal actions, right?
We need them. You do realize that, right?
No, we don't.
Parker, I don't. Do you understand what
I think we should allow the international agencies. All right, like the ICC and the ICJ to hold Netanyahu accountable.
You do. They keep our troops safe too. You do understand their intelligence agency is top notch, and they share that with us, keeping our troops safe in that region.
Yeah. Why are our troops in that region?
That's a bigger conversation for powers way ahead of me. But my guess is stabilization.
So, are we actually stabilizing the region? Because since we've gone there, we haven't stabilized it.
It depends on what country you're talking about. Obviously, Afghanistan and Iraq was a mess. But in terms of like troops wherever they are in the Middle East right now, and I'd say let's take, say, for example, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, they're there for stabilization to keep the region from going into chaos.
So, okay. So again, you think involvement of the United States within the context of the Middle East has led to more stabilization?
Overall Middle East, for now, it keeps it from blowing up, I would say, yeah. Us being there, just being there, having a
There's not good evidence since we have been involved in the Middle East. There's not been greater levels of stabilization, right? There's seriously no good evidence indicating that.
I would say if we pull out, that would be total chaos. We take ourselves out of every Middle East country. You do realize terrorist groups would flourish, right?
You understand that terrorist groups are already flourishing, right?
Not to that level. I'm talking on an extraordinary level. They would. Iran would run the show.
By the way, currently there are terrorist groups running the show, including the IDF, right?
Not to that level.
Secondly, if you want to reference, you said like Iran. Donald Trump gave more power to Iran by pulling out of the nuclear peace agreements.
Didn't I see something like yesterday saying Iran is trying to come to the table right now with a new deal? With Steve Witkoff?
That doesn't change the idea that like they've come closer to like getting a nuclear weapon since Donald Trump pulled out of the deal.
Okay, let's finish this with the bottom line. In my opinion, it's not a perfect world. We have to try new things. I like what he's doing with the Gulf states. I think it's a good step forward, building better relations there. It's going to be a long process way past his presidency. That's all I'm saying. I like what he's trying to do.
So again, you say that you like what he's trying to do. You think it's beneficial for the region. You think it leads to more peace, right? What I'm saying is that like actively the things that he's engaged in have led to destabilization of the region, right? As we've seen. We've also can reference the fact that Donald Trump engaged in 400% increase in his first administration in military drone strikes in the Middle East, called for the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians and the no right to return for Palestinians, which has led to more conflict within the context of the region. He has not provided a ceasefire with the context of Russia, Ukraine, yet said he would do so on day one. there are plenty of things that Donald Trump claimed, particularly that he would do about foreign policy, that he's just completely lied about and completely been wrong on. And
He didn't say the ethnic cleansing thing. I've never heard him say he wants to
he
ethnically.
absolutely called for no right to return for Palestinians after they should be forcibly removed to like Jordan and Egypt.
Why do you think Jordan and Egypt won't take them in?
Because they won't support ethnic cleansing.
No, why won't Jordan and Egypt take in the refugees?
They won't support ethnic cleansing. They're not going to facilitate ethnic cleansing of Palestinians.
That's a complete cop out because they could help. They could help.
That's what they claim themselves.
Well, they could clean because they know it's a cop out. It's easy because they don't want to deal with them.
Okay, well then, what evidence do you have to indicate otherwise?
Because that's what everyone would do if you were that leader of a country. They know taking in refugees.
Really? What did I have a question? During the Holocaust, do you think we should have taken in Jewish refugees?
We did. We wasn't taking
We
refugees.
did. We should have. Okay, now you're arguing that any country wouldn't do this. Yet I just gave you an example of our country doing it.
We've done it. We've taken in refugees all the time. Have we
but,
not?
Yeah, but now Trump wants to take in refugees specifically for South Africans, right? White South Africans. But he doesn't want to do so for any genocide around the world, right? For the people in Sudan, right? For Palestinians, for Ukrainians, for people in the Congo, right? Donald Trump's not advocating for refugee status for any of these countries where people are experiencing genocides.
I understand that, but I'm talking specifically about Jordan and Egypt. Why are they not taking them in? Just to help.
I just said they're not facilitating genocide. Or no genocide, ethnic cleansing. Sorry.
That's just helping the people that need it out. Like let them, Egypt
ethnic cleansing. They're helping facilitate the ethnic cleansing.
That's not ethnic cleansing. They could go back. They're just taking them into help.
Hey, Donald Trump said on an interview with Brett Bauer that there would be no right to return for Palestinians. That is ethnic cleansing by definition. Forceful removal without a right to return is ethnic cleansing by fucking definition. You cannot tell me it isn't. It is a fact of reality. You can reference the definition. Tell me what definition you have of ethnic cleansing.
I don't have it. I'm not saying your definition is wrong, Pete Parker. I'm saying, me personally, if I was Egypt or Jordan, I'd be taking in the refugees because the U.S. has done it as well for many, many conflicts over a long period of time. Just to help.
Why not the U.S.?
The U.S. taking in all the Palestinian refugees?
Yeah, because the U.S. helped facilitate the genocide and ethnic cleansing of them.
That's a deeper conflict in terms of between Israel and Palestine.
You see what I mean? Like he's just not at all like wanting us to, take accountability for our fucking actions.
I mean, that's a complicated subject. Our actions over there.
I don't know if it's complicated to say that killing innocent people is wrong. I don't think that's very complicated.
They're not just. I mean, innocent people die in war all the time, Parker. You know this. Name one war where innocent people didn't die by the thousands and the millions. Name one war right now, and I'll shut up.
Thousands in the millions?
Yes. Name one war that they didn't die by the thousands or the millions.
I mean, I don't know off the top of my head. I don't know what your point is with that, though. I don't. Are you arguing that war is justified?
I say my point is, you said civilians are dying. Yes, civilians die in war. It's a war.
Yeah, innocent civilians, right, are being targeted.
They're not in their like intelligence briefings. They're like, all right, we're going to target that family, then that family. They're going after Hamas specifically.
You're saying that, but then if we look at the evidence, there is plenty of evidence that indicates that there's targeting of citizens, right, that are known to not be Hamas. So you claim that it's about targeting Hamas, but that is just simply a front that people are using, right? Instead of addressing the reality that the ICC and the ICJ has indicated that there's genocidal and likely genocidal intent on behalf of the Israeli state government.
I'll say this to you, but what about World War II? We blew up a lot of civilians.
And that was wrong.
Was it wrong? I mean, we had to do it to stop Nazi Germany, right?
I don't think that killing innocent civilians is justified. I think that there should be international accountability for killing innocent civilians.
Parker, there's no way to win a war, I'm sorry, without civilians dying, because the side that's losing is going to use.
You could say that, but we still want to minimize that as much as possible.
Yeah, I absolutely agree.
The issue is just that they're not doing that.
Israel is backed into a corner their whole lives. So they're going to do whatever it takes to survive in their definition, no matter what. They're going to go ape shit either way.
What are you saying, bro? You're saying it's okay to kill a bunch of innocent people because someone's quote unquote backed into a corner?
It's a complicated subject. I can't speak for them. I'm not Israeli or Jewish. I can't speak like I'm Israeli to understand their pain. I can't speak like I'm a Palestinian to understand their pain. It's complicated.
Appreciate it, Galaxy. Thank you so much. So again, you say that it's too complicated, but you're like making all of these claims.
I'm not making claims. I'm more just giving you my opinion on how I see it because I don't influence this.
Those are claims.
Yeah, more opinions, not just I'm claiming this as fact. I'm claiming this is my opinion.
I understand. That's why I was addressing it as if it was your opinion.
My opinion is it's complicated, but let's get back to the main topic. All right. I like what Donald Trump's doing on foreign policy. Economically, he could definitely improve, but that'll be over time. We got 4 years. We'll see what happens. But I like what he's doing for foreign policy right now.
Yeah. So you say you like what he's doing with foreign policy. We've already gone through that. Is there anything else that you like of Donald Trump? Are you saying his foreign policy makes up for, right, like him being a sexual abuser, right, him walking in the changing rooms of girls in Miss Teen USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent, things like that?
Parker, you say the same thing every live or every video. You guys have like the same script. We get it. He's president.
There's no script. I don't know what you're saying. Script.
Parker, you have said the same thing on every live or every video I've ever seen you in.
If you've heard me say it before, why don't you have a response to it right now?
What do you want me to respond to exactly? Which one?
Any of them.
Well, give me a particular one.
The sexual abuse.
Who?
Eugene Carroll. You don't know? I've said it a million times on live, yet you still don't know. Maybe this is why I have to say it over and over again, Titan, because you don't understand. I would love, Titan, to not have to talk about it because people didn't disagree with it. I would love that. I would love that there aren't grape apologists. That would be amazing. But I have to talk about it because a lot of shitheads like you exist. To be totally frank and totally honest, that don't acknowledge it, even though you've heard me say it a million times.
Parker, I'm a shithead.
Yes, for not acknowledging, right, the assault of Eugene Carroll when determined by unanimous decision from a jury after hearing me say it a million times.
When did I say I didn't acknowledge it? You were talking the whole time.
You didn't even know who got assaulted.
I was asking what particular occasion. You brought up multiple sexual assaults. Then you said something about little girls. I asked for a particular.
I gave you an explicit circumstance of him being held civilly liable of sexual abuse.
Oh my goodness. Listen, if he did it, that's bad on him, obviously. Fuck him.
If he was held civilly liable.
We don't know if, held civilly liable. There's a lot of people that have been held liable for things they didn't do.
Oh, okay, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. Would you let them babysit your child?
That's a good question. I would have to, I'd probably say no personally. Absolutely.
Would you
not.
let them be the gym teacher for your children?
Oh, hell no.
No. So if you wouldn't let them be in a position of being a gym teacher or a babysitter, why would you let them be president?
Because in his case, it just came out of nowhere, in my opinion. It just felt like
came out of nowhere. No, she filed in 2019.
Filed when he's popular and in the mainstream. Why didn't she file before that?
Many victims don't come out right away. The fact that you're claiming that there's less likely a chance that it's true because no, it's not. If it was a money grab, why didn't she do it earlier?
Because he wasn't in the mainstream.
What?
He wasn't like as mainstream as he was when she brought it up. He wasn't.
Okay, then why didn't she do it in 2016?
Yeah, why didn't she do it in 2016 before he ran for president?
Yeah, I'm asking you. Like it could have been applicable to his first campaign. Why? Because you want to know why? You want to know why? Because I actually do know why. It's because, right, her family was alive, right, and she didn't want to have her family to go through, right, with these sets of circumstances, right, of hearing about these types of things, right. That's what she claimed, right. So you have to understand there are reasons why great victims don't come out right away. There are plenty of reasons, and for you to deny that someone was assaulted because it is the case they didn't come out right away, is the exact reason why people take a long time to come out in the first place.
I'm not saying I deny that she was assaulted. I'm saying her story seemed skeptical to me, and when I saw her on an interview on CNN,
none of the jury though.
Let me finish. When I saw her in an interview after she won, she was literally celebrating the money, talking about what she's going to spend on. She didn't seem like someone that just won a case against her rapist. She seemed like someone that just won a case on a money grab.
I'm sorry. You don't think rape victims should be happy that their rapist is now held accountable?
Going on TV and talking about all the money she's going to spend, how she's going to sue him again and make millions more, how she's going to keep doing it and doing it and doing it. That doesn't sound right.
Absolutely. If she did that, which she didn't do, right? It is the case that I would be in support of her doing that. Fucking good for her. Damn well she should be able to spend that money however the fuck she... Wait, listen. Damn well she should be able to spend that money however the fuck she wants to. She was assaulted. I absolutely believe she should be able to spend that money however the way she wants to spend that fucking money. And the fact that you're going to sit there and you're going to say that a great victim who got money for the fact that they were assaulted from their rapist shouldn't be able to be happy about the fact that they got money from their rapist is exactly the fucking problem I'm mentioning. You are literally creating the problem why victims don't come out in the very first place. You are literally adding to a problem.
If he actually did it, good for her. But if I'm saying if she didn't, because we don't know, then it's a money grab and it's pathetic and awful that she did that.
Okay, so you say that's a money grab, but you won't reference Donald Trump's meme coin to be a money grab. You won't reference Donald Trump specifically in engaging in like getting a plane from Qatar to be a money grab. You won't reference the money that he's getting from foreign governments through the context of his businesses to be a money grab. You won't reference any of those things to be a money grab.
Parker,
Right, but you'll reference a great victim holding her abuser accountable, right, for grape, right, and getting money from that, and being happy that they got the money from that as somehow some fucking horrible thing, when Donald Trump is the reason why she ended up getting that money in the first place, because he assaulted her. It should have been criminal. He should be in fucking prison. He should be behind bars, and yet you're sitting here saying that she shouldn't be happy about the money she got. That's fucking ridiculous, right?
Parker,
Victims should absolutely be able to be happy about holding their abusers accountable.
Parker, this is the second time in the conversation you have brought up multiple other topics when we're talking about one. I bring up the Gulf states, you talk about Israel, Palestine, Ukraine. We're talking about E. Jean Carroll, you bring up Donald Trump, Qatar, and this Bitcoin thing. One at a time. You're comparing things, you're trying to change the subject, and it completely ignore everything.
I'm sorry, if your teeny fucking little brain could realize what I was saying and listen to the words that were coming out of my mouth, you would have understood the fucking comparison and the reason why I brought it up in the conversation. I explained the context, Titan. Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. It's not complicated. I explained the context for you. If you actually opened up your ears and tried to listen to me for half a second, maybe you would have understood what I just said. Jesus Christ, please listen to what I'm saying. I explained that context.
And I heard you explain the context. Can you hear me?
And
Hello?
you just decided to ignore it.
No, I just repeated everything you said to me. So clearly I'm listening to you. But once again, you keep changing the subject when we're focusing on one thing. Yes, I understand you're trying to make comparison, but then you go on these rants about a million other things Donald Trump does. I get it. You don't like the guy. He's not perfect. But all I'm saying, this whole conversation started with me saying I like his foreign policy. And then we delved down into
You said that you understood the context and then proceeded to show us how you didn't understand the context.
I completely
Go
understand
off.
what you're trying to say. You're not
No, you
hearing
don't.
my point. You're ignoring. Parker, look at you. You are literally ignoring anything I say. Parker, we started with one thing. You went to a million other things. That's what you do. That's what all of you do.
What was the context?
You were comparing the context of accountability, correct?
Why?
You were saying that Donald Trump doesn't take accountability for this, doesn't take accountability, correct? That's the context. Once again, I just proved you wrong because I wasn't listening to you, but then you said I wasn't, so now you're lying. I was listening to you the whole time, Parker. Like, calm down, brother. We're having a simple conversation. It's not always a heated conversation. It doesn't have to be that way, but you always get fiery. No matter what someone says to you, you get offended or you go on these rants because you think we're all awful people when in reality, look in the mirror, buddy. You're pretty awful yourself. Look at the stuff you've done recently with Dean.
So
What happened?
I've been incredibly kind to you this entire time.
Oh,
I've been
you called me
incredibly
a shithead. You called me a shithead. What?
because of what you fucking did. Why is me calling out your behavior indicative of me doing something wrong? I'm so frustrated with that. You're mad at the fact that I called out your behavior as bad. What the hell is wrong with you? That's what you're mad about. So listen, I've been incredibly nice to everyone on the live. All right. I've been incredibly nice to you. I simply described your behavior as bad. And you got mad at the fact that I described your behavior as bad. You can't listen to any of the context of the things that I bring up in terms of responding to certain Trump's behaviors, things like that. You brought up a money grab specifically in terms of E. Jean Carroll said that she was engaging in money grab. And I gave you an example of Donald Trump engaging in money grabs. And then you just tried to explain it as me saying that he wasn't taking accountability. You proved to the very point that you weren't listening to what I was saying and then tried to act as if you were listening to what I was saying and you completely understood what I was saying. You didn't.
Once again, I have heard every word you said, and I completely understand why you said it and what the context was. Completely.
What was the
But once-
context?
You already said it, Parker. We went over this. The
Go ahead.
accountability for Donald Trump, the comparison. Why are we repeating this?
It wasn't
said like a-
it wasn't accountability. It was money grab. You dude, I just explained it to you. I seriously just explained it to him. I was referencing that it was the money grab point and not accountability, and you didn't listen again. Try again. Try it again. It wasn't accountability. It was the money grab point. I was making a comparison of money grab. I'm saying you didn't identify any of these things as money grab, but you applied as a money grab with E.G. and Carroll. That's not accountability. Dude, it's embarrassing that he just did that again. It's so embarrassing. He just did the exact thing that I said he was doing. And then kept acting like he wasn't.
Are you a chat? Why do you keep muting me?
Because I just explained. Can you repeat what I just said? What did
I'm
I just
not
what did I just say?
I'm going to say what you just said, but you keep interrupting me and you mute me, and I have not interrupted you once. Why do you keep muting me? I'm going to let you talk. At what point did I interrupt you, Parker? Why do you keep muting me?
Because you weren't addressing what I was saying and doing exactly
That's
the issue
not
of
what
what I
you-
was addressing. So can you tell me? Instead of just pivoting and saying that like, why are you muting me?
We're talking about the money grab, correct?
Yeah, and that's not what you said I was talking about. You said I was talking about
Originally,
talking about accountability, correct?
You did. Before that, you said accountability, then you said
I
money
was
grab.
referencing money grab, and you knew I was referencing money grab, and now you're pivoting and changing the goalpost, right? Given
Parker.
that I caught you in your lie.
Oh, Parker, I'm not lying.
You
My
did. You did.
No, I did not. You were talking about accountability, then you talked about money grab. What do you want me to acknowledge exactly here? I'm confused exactly what the problem is. I told you I've heard every word you said.
You didn't, and I explained exactly why you didn't do that. And then like you're gaslighting me, and you're not engaging
Not
in addressing.
gaslighting you, Parker. I'm
You
trying to
are.
have
You
a-
totally are.
No, I am not.
You said that the conversation we were having was about accountability, right? When it was about money grab, and I
Well, you
explained
said
that
the
to
word
you,
accountability.
and then right after you said that same thing, right after
Parker,
I
we
just
want
explained it to you.
accountability.
Do I need to go back into the YouTube clip and show you?
Yeah, go look for the word. You said accountability, brother.
Do I need to go back into the clip where I explained it to you, and then you just decided not to
No,
address
no,
it?
no. You said accountability, then you said money grab. That's where we're at right now. And you lied when you said you didn't insult me. You called me a shithead. That's an insult, Parker. So now you're lying as well.
I said, yeah. So when I said that you're being a shithead, it was in reference to the behavior that you were engaging in.
No, you said you are a shithead. You said you weren't being a shithead. You said are.
I'm pretty sure I said being.
I heard you say you are a shithead, Parker.
If I did say that, I apologize for that.
Thank you. Can we get back to the main point of this?
Instead of addressing anything that I said, you're
I
going to say
addressed
that
it
and
all.
then not.
I addressed it all. I told you I heard you completely. I heard you completely on both the accountability and the money grab.
Then can you address why that was like an irrelevant point? Because you were acting like it was an irrelevant point for me to bring up. It was just me yapping.
Okay, I feel like the chat's getting annoyed by this conversation, so I'll finish it with this.
I don't think you should be caring about the chat. I think you should be responding to me.
I am responding to you. I'm
No, you
finishing. The conclusion of this, I think what she did was completely and utterly a money grab.
Okay. Right. And why?
Because she saw an opportunity to make $90 million.
So you're saying any victim that makes money off of like a liability claim against their abuser, right, is just doing it as a money grab. So, for example, there are thousands of different cases in New York where abusers, all right, were held accountable, right, that were members of the Catholic Church that were held accountable, right, like people high up in the Catholic Church that were held accountable for assaulting children, right, because the statute of limitations ran out for children for criminal courts, so they could only try them in civil courts. So, given that they can only try them in civil courts, and they made money off of these civil claims in terms of holding their abusers accountable, right? Are you saying that they were only doing it as a money grab?
I'm saying I didn't believe that she was doing it until I saw that interview, which I brought up earlier. When I saw how she reacted in that interview, it seemed like
I'm sorry. Is that a response to the question that I asked?
I'm letting you know that I believed that I believed.
I don't believe it was.
I'm letting you know why I believe it was, because originally I believed her, but then when I saw that interview, it rubbed me the wrong way and a lot of people because it was covered a lot. She was talking about all the money she's going to spend on her friends, how she might sue him again. It was
I
a
like how
little.
instead of answering my question, we're now going to end up talking about something else.
No, I brought this up earlier. You were
What was my question?
What? Say that again.
What was my question?
I don't even know what your question. You've been asking the same thing over and over again about the money grab. You don't believe it's a money grab.
I asked you specifically if it was a money grab, right, for the victims of the Catholic Church, of members of the Catholic Church who were assaulted as kids, right, to hold their abusers accountable and get money from the civil court.
Well, those actually happened, though. I believe those 100%. Her is sketchy to me.
Why? Why do you believe those, but not E. Jean Carroll?
They had a ton. They had a mountain of evidence. She didn't have much.
Wait, I'm sorry that they're under the same standard of evidence, and plenty of those cases didn't have unanimous jury decisions, yet this did.
Well, I completely believe them. Her, I don't know.
So it meant a higher standard of evidence than a lot of the cases that you just accepted.
I didn't see the whole trial. What I saw, from what I saw personally of her in that interview, it rubbed me the wrong way. This is where this is all stemming from.
What in the interview?
I told you already. Did you not listen to me?
Repeat.
Okay, so it's okay to repeat sometimes. Maybe you didn't hear me. That's okay. See, we don't have to be dicks about it. Anyway, what she said in the interview, she was happy that she won, but then she was talking about all the money she made, how she's going to spend it on this and that. She didn't seem like someone who just beat her rapist and was her rapist was held accountable, and she was happy for that.
Titan, how many times have we talked about this?
You just asked me about.
I understand because I thought you were referencing something that we haven't talked about already.
Oh my god!
Like we've talked about this like 7 times, right?
Well,
and you know what my response was to this?
Policy. Then you brought this up yourself. So
I'm just asking you. Do you know what my response was to that specific point?
Can you imagine if I did this to you, just to bring up a million other topics besides the main one we were talking about?
I'm not. You just did that.
Parker, we were talking about foreign policy, then you brought up E. Jean Carroll. Like, we were talking about the golf.
Wait. You understand? We had a lengthy conversation about foreign policy, and then after the conversation with foreign policy, we then went into a conversation about E. Jean Carroll.
That you brought up. I said I want to talk about foreign policy. That's why I'm up here. But then you brought up.
So then, wait. I'm sorry. Now I'm changing the topic. Yet we were just having this conversation for like 15 minutes, and you said that we should stay on that topic. Now I'm not staying on topic for arguing the topic that you just argued that we should have stayed on.
Are we just going to go in circles with this, Parker? Are you going to take accountability for any of the BS you've been speaking here today? Because Parker, I want you to watch this back.
Are you? I think you're purposefully rage baiting.
No,
so thank you for the membership subscription.
This is why when I saw that Charlie Kirk interview, you did the same thing. This is why he won't debate you, because you don't debate. You go for gotcha moments, for hit moments, and then you just go back and
name one gotcha moment I went for today.
With the Charlie Kirk, I saw you go.
I said today.
Today with the E. Jean Carroll thing.
That wasn't a gotcha. That was me just bringing up.
You go, Parker. Whenever we're talking about any other policy, I've seen you in any live. Let me finish the statement. In any live I've seen you in, whenever.
Tell me what a gotcha is.
Man, let me finish.
No. Can you tell me what a gotcha is?
Oh, you know what was coming. You knew I was about to make the point too.
No, there's no point you're making. I'm doing this for productive aspect of the dialogue.
Against anything, you bring her up with any conversation. Oh, what about E. Jean Carroll? Oh, what about E. Jean Carroll? Anytime when Trump supporters talking about anything else, about anything that Trump is doing, that they're like, oh, what about E. Jean Carroll? Every time, Parker. You did the same thing against Trump.
You seem really mad for me bringing up the fact that E. Jean Carroll was assaulted. Now I bring it up because it's relevant, and I also don't bring it up in every conversation. I'm pretty sure this is the first time I've talked about it today. Right.
Because you just got on live. When I entered, it was like 400 likes. That usually means you just got on live.
Really? I've been on live for over 5 hours.
Then why did you only have 400 likes in this TikTok?
I restarted the TikTok live.
Okay, well, that's when I entered. I don't know what happened to 4 hours prior.
Interesting. I've been on YouTube live for the past 5 hours and 6 minutes.
Parker, I didn't know you had a YouTube.
I know. I'm just clarifying.
Anyway, as I was saying, the bottom line is you cannot keep using her when we're talking about specific topics. You got to stop doing that. If you want to talk about that specifically, say it at the beginning. But if we're talking about one thing,
I don't have to at the beginning of the conversation be like, yo, in this conversation, we're going to end up talking about all of these certain topics. We end up talking about certain topics because of the natural flow of the conversation. Stop being a whiny crybaby about fucking literally everything, and literally just engage with any of the things that I have to bring up. Like you're mad that we're talking about E. Jean Carroll, right? And yet you are still engaging in the conversation. Change the topic then.
Carroll, I'm talking about you now. I'm talking about what you do in the debates. Parker, do you remember your Jubilee video? Yeah. There was a moment in that video after one of the debates where you just asked the other side completely off topic, how many of you would vote for a rapist? It was literally had nothing to do with the topic at hand.
So I want to let you know the first question I asked was cut off. So you didn't even see that question
Well,
or that context of the first part
You're saying
because
Jubilee
they.
made you look bad.
It's not me looking. I never looked. Can you not stop cutting me off, please?
Go ahead.
Jubilee didn't make me look bad. I looked incredibly good in that clip, and I think the entirety of your side looked horrible, as they said they wouldn't have voted for a guy who sexually abused a woman, was held civilly liable of it, right? And yet they did end up deciding to vote for him at the very end of it. So actually, what my point proved is that I can ask them a question that would utterly prove under their own position that they wouldn't support him, yet they still decided to support him. If anything, it demonstrated cult-like mentality.
I hear you on that, yes. But my point on that is the topic you guys were talking about had nothing to do with that whatsoever.
You didn't hear any of the topic because it is the case that it
I
was
was
cut
watching
off.
the video.
Secondly, right?
Video.
Secondly, and you don't even understand the context of this conversation. This conversation, we were said that we can bring up whatever we want, right? And when I did bring up something that was relative to the conversation, they cut it out of the video. The reason why they cut it out of the video is because people didn't understand what early puberty was, like the word I used for it.
Okay, but let me say this.
Like precocious puberty, they didn't understand that.
I understand. They cut some stuff of whatever you said out. Obviously, if they release the full thing, I can change my opinion on that. But let's say I did that to you, or someone else you're debating did that to you. You guys are in the middle of a topic, and someone else just brings something completely else up out of nowhere that they weren't debating.
That's not what happened, though. You understand that in the context of. Let me explain the Jubilee video. Okay. In the Jubilee video, we were told we can bring up what we would like to. Right. And when I did bring something up that was relative to the conversation, right, they cut it out of the video. And also they didn't answer my question. So given that they didn't do that, they let me ask a separate question that was not relative to that point.
I understand.
So it was because of the fact that it was set up in that setting, insofar as that I ended up asking that question. Right. I was allowed to do that in that setting.
Okay, well, they didn't specify. I'm saying in context of what I saw in the video, that's what it looked like.
I'm telling you what actually happened.
And in the Charlie Kirk thing, it was the same thing. Whenever he brought something up, you guys either interrupted him or immediately jumped to another topic. Like you didn't stay on topic.
So with Charlie Kirk, there's only one of the topics that you can reference that I did that on. And that was the
religious one, correct?
No, there wasn't a religious topic. It was
the slavery thing.
It was it was when I brought up religion in the context of the college is a scam conversation. But that was relative, and this is a reductio, and I probably wouldn't have used the same one, but the reductio was predicated off of his view on different Christian churches. So he does believe different Christian churches, although they have false doctrine, right, are not scams. So that contradicted his original definition of what a scam was.
So you were going after him for his definition of a scam.
What's that?
You were going after him for his definition of what a scam is.
Yeah, because he was arguing that college is a scam.
Okay, I'm going to rewatch the video. I just want to make sure. Did you actually say that you're going after his definition of a scam? Did you say that to him?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's good. If you wanted to debate that. But in the Jubilee video, it looked like maybe it was the way they were editing it. It looked like you were interrupting him a lot and trying to change subject on him.
I did interrupt him a lot because he was lying.
Why? Why interrupt in the debate? You don't want me interrupting you, right?
Because he was lying. And I think that, like, in the context in which he was lying, I thought it was productive for me to listen. Can I please finish? I thought it was productive for me to do that because there's a time constraint on the conversations.
That's not productive. That makes a hostile environment. That just gets the other person pissed off at you.
Titan, in the context of where you have like 3 to 5 minutes max to talk to someone, right? You have to be able to get certain points out, which requires the context of interruptions. Otherwise, people will yap for very long times and not address the point. And specifically, Charlie Kirk, when I address points, he will specifically yap about things that are irrelevant to the point so that he doesn't have to address the questions that I ask because he realizes that they're hard questions to answer from his perspective. And you can watch that in the context of the Jubilee videos.
He doesn't think I think he won't debate you because he doesn't think you're debating in good faith, that you don't want to debate, that you're just doing this for views and clicks and money. Like, that's what it looks like.
I think that's a ridiculous assumption to have about me.
Like, it looks like that's what
it's not. You think I'm just engaging for clicks right now? All right, I would have kicked you off by now. I'm engaging in a genuine dialogue with you.
Yes, you have, for the most part.
So then why did you just lie about that? You fucking. This is why I said that you're being a shithead, because you just engaged incredibly dishonestly.
I quoted Charlie Kirk what he said why he won't debate you. This was from his video.
Yeah, you said I understand, but that is not a good reason for him to say that, because I am a genuine actor. I am trying to engage in genuine conversation. And the only reason there were interruptions with that scale, which he interrupts people constantly all the time, right, is because of the time constraints that existed. And when I'm advocating for a long form conversation, there isn't the time constraints. I will literally shut the fuck up and be quiet.
Okay, but my point, I was speaking in his quotes is what I was saying, but then he went after me. I was saying this is what he said. And you're like, well, we've had a genuine debate. Have I not had it? Like, yes, we have. I'm saying this is what he said. The reason.
I understand, but
that's all I'm saying.
I'm saying that's not.
Aren't you guys debating soon? I could have sworn I saw a video where Dean said you guys are set up to debate him soon.
He said Dean is set up to, but there hasn't been any more conversation about that.
Well, I hope it happens. I hope it's like a 3-hour long debate. And I hope it's.
Well, the thing is, Charlie has said he would debate Dean and I after the election, after the
Why
Jubilee
both of you?
conversation.
Why
Can
not?
I please?
Why
finish?
both of you? Why not just one of you?
If Charlie thought that I was dishonest and thought that I was bad faith after the Jubilee conversation, then why, after the Jubilee conversation, did he agree to debating Dean and I after the election?
I think because that was the first time he met you guys, right? I'm guessing he didn't know too much. I'm guessing his thoughts about you came from maybe he saw videos about you guys talking about him, that it maybe to him it looked like you guys were just trying to make money or get views off of it. Probably people around him told him the exact same thing.
So it's not based upon the conversation that I had with him?
No, not based on the conversation. I think it's just he doesn't want to give you the platform. 100%. That's probably what's going through his head.
Okay, so he doesn't want to give me the platform because he knows that I'm effective at like convincing people?
No, because I don't want to speak for him because now we're going down the road of me speaking for him. I would say he just doesn't want to give you the platform because he knows the debate's going to be a lot of interrupting and yelling and then you reposting a lot of it for TikToks and all this other stuff.
So when you say interrupting and yelling, when I've agreed that I would sit down with a moderator without any interruptions, isn't that a little bit dishonest?
Well, you didn't say that. If that's the rules of the debate, I agree completely. As long as you guys don't interrupt each other, that'd be a good idea. I hope he fits you in his schedule one day.
Okay. But he won't do that for some reason.
He will one day. I think when the midterms come around, maybe it'll happen.
Yeah. Interesting.
Well, all I'm going to say to finish out is that I agree with Trump's foreign policy. He needs to work on the economic.
Okay. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
I don't believe you. Everyone, do tap that screen on YouTube. It'll, tap the like button on YouTube to help get it out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yeah, I literally talked.
Yo.
Yeah, what's up? Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, why so?
I'm 33, bro. Just so you know.
Okay. Why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Make America great, man. That's all I can say.
Okay. How's he going to make America great?
What was Kamala gonna do, man?
Kamala?
Kamala, yeah. What was she gonna do?
$6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life. $3,600 through them being 5 years old. $3,000 through them being 18. Right. That reduced childhood poverty by 40 to 50% when implemented in 2021. Right. Secondly, we can reference she wanted to do a $25,000 tax credit for first-time homebuyers for new homes. And those are a few examples.
Yeah, it sounds pretty good, but it's all talk. It's all talk. Which I mean, in hindsight, politicians are mostly all talk. So I mean, it is what it is.
Okay. So you just say it's talk, but you didn't provide any evidence, and I also did provide a specific policy that they passed that involved this.
Huh.
The American
The real
Rescue Plan?
question. The real question is, why is there only 81 people in here? You usually got thousands of folks, man. What's going on?
You think there's only 81 people in the live?
That's what it says.
That's not what it says. It says 1.8 thousand. And there's
1.8. Holy shit, that's crazy.
Yeah, there's restrictions on this account because of I'm not on my main account because there's an account ban warning on my main account. So if I get
wow.
if I go on that account and I get banned, I lose it permanently.
Oh, okay.
I
Well, I'll be
also, I
honest
also
with
have
you.
another 1.5 thousand on YouTube.
I got you, man. I was halfway asleep. I like to listen to you when I fall asleep, but keep it up, brother.
All right. So wait, why did you vote for Donald Trump?
Oh well, I'm a longtime Republican, man. It's just I think it works best when we vote that way.
Okay, why so?
Well, you saw the past what 4 years with Biden, didn't you? You were here, weren't you?
Yeah. And what about what happened? That was so bad.
I think you saw it, man. I mean, it's pretty obvious.
Yeah, but like, what did Biden do?
I
That was
know,
bad?
I know that most folks come on here, they don't have sources, and I obviously don't have sources I can pull up for you. But we talk about common sense, common knowledge, but we saw what stuff was, the pricing when Biden come in, and you see what it is now. You see what it was when he finished off. So, I mean,
Yeah. So
it
like,
doesn't, it doesn't take a rocket. It doesn't take a rocket scientist.
What particular indicator? Because GDP is now down when it was going up, and prices have gone higher than what they were going at a higher rate than what they were. So what point? What particular aspect of the economy was worse off?
I don't know. I'm just uneducated. I'm a uneducated North Carolinian, brother.
Sure. Well, you can look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics inflation rate. You can see that prices have gone up at the higher rate than what they were previously going at. You can also look at like the GDP, right, from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and you can find that from the St. Louis Federal Reserve going down. You can find it also from the BEA.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this. Yeah, let me ask you this question. What is Trump doing now that is making you feel like we're going in the wrong direction?
Yeah, we're in a constitutional crisis. He literally is violating Supreme Court orders. He did something illegal by literally deporting Kilmar Abrego Garcia. That's one thing. Two, he's literally banned trans people from the military. I have trans.
Okay, good.
Good. I have trans friends that were in the military that have been kicked out of the military, and you're saying it's good. Why? They've been in the military for over a decade. You're saying it's okay to kick them out? For what reason?
Have they been openly trans for 10 years in the military?
Over 10 years in the military.
Well, I don't want.
And you're saying they should be kicked out of the military? They've been serving this country, and they should be kicked out?
I'm saying that first off, trans is a made up deal. I mean, we can go into it all night, but
trans people are not
made up deal.
Trans people are not made up.
Absolutely, it is. Absolutely, it is.
How are trans people made up?
Brother,
I'm waiting.
You feel a certain way. That doesn't mean shit to me. You feel a certain way. You feel this way.
Would you tell that to your, I'm sorry. Would you say that to your significant other? Would you say that to your mother? Would you say that to your siblings? No, you wouldn't say that to anyone in your fucking life. Be a real fucking human.
Wife?
Sit down and be a real human being for one fucking second. You wouldn't say I don't care about your feelings or where you're coming from at all as a human being, right? To anyone in your life. You wouldn't say that to anyone. That's a horrible thing to say about people. You think feelings are made up? Do you think people?
If you told me, if you told me, hey, look, one day I was born, I don't want to, we know it. You're not born a man. You're born a male, whatever. But when you grow up, you're a boy. You're a man. That's what it is.
Let me clarify to you.
No, don't clarify.
No, I will.
Go ahead.
Are you Christian?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
God the Father. Is he a father and
right.
uses he, him pronouns without any biology? So you're saying biology doesn't determine his gender. So why does it determine trans people's?
I'm sorry. I don't quite understand what you're getting
at
here.
Biology does not determine God's gender. So why does it determine the gender of trans people?
Well, I would say that God, the Son, the Father, the Holy Spirit, he is, It's pretty much.
Does he have a dick?
It's
Does,
in there.
does the
it's in
Holy
there
Spirit
as
have a
he.
does the Holy Spirit have a penis? No. The Holy Spirit does not have a penis, okay? The Holy Spirit does not have
Right.
XY chromosomes. The Holy
Right,
Spirit
right.
does not have small gametes, okay?
The Son, the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, they don't got that shit.
You think
yet-
he has a? He has a vagina.
No, he doesn't have any biology, yet he still is a
Right, because
father.
he's the creator.
Yeah, but he's still a father. So biology is not used to determine whether or not he
Well,
is
somebody.
a father.
Well, somebody wrote that, but it's also.
Okay, if
And
God,
you
if,
could- and
wait,
you
no, so
can-
here's my point. If God the Father can be a father, why can't a trans man be a father?
Trans man.
Yeah. Meaning they're
Because
biologically female, but they're a man. Why can't they be a trans man?
they're biologically a female, so they're a woman. I mean, I get
No,
what you're
no,
saying.
no,
I know you want to.
they're a man, right? Again, because
No, they're
biology
not,
biology
brother.
doesn't determine gender. We already went over that with God. God isn't male, but God is a man. So why are you saying that you have to be a male in order to be considered a man when it comes to trans people, but you don't say that when it comes to God?
All right, okay, Parker. Let me ask you just one question. Why is it that when I hear a quote unquote trans man, I can tell that they are? Excuse me, a trans woman. Why can I always tell that they are born male by their voice?
I'm sorry.
Why can I tell
I'm
that
sorry.
every time?
You can't always tell.
Absolutely.
No, you fucking can't.
Okay. 99% of
Do-
the time,
do-
I can
do-
tell that it is a born male.
Okay, I'm gonna do this real quick.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you think that? Do you think he should go to the women's restroom?
Oh, here we go. Anomalies, bro.
Do you think he should go into the women's restroom?
This is what happens when you let people do whatever the fuck they want to.
I'm just asking you. Do you think that he should go in the women's restroom?
He.
Yeah.
Look, I'll be honest with you. If that person walked into the men's bathroom, I would have no issue. Because
No, are you saying that they should be forced to go into the women's restroom?
now I'm not forcing that person to go to the women's bathroom, because like 99% of the rest of the world would think that that was a male. Nobody would say that's a female, but I'm guessing that it is.
Okay. You're guessing the person I just showed you was a female.
I'm guessing so. I mean, I've seen the
Well, I
live.
just
I
want to
know
let
how
you
it
know.
goes.
I just want to let you know. I literally just looked up man on the internet. I didn't look up trans man. I just looked up man. So
Okay, and I told you I'd have no issue with
I'm
that
serious. I
person.
literally just looked up man. So you said they're likely biologically female, but I seriously just looked up man.
And Parker, why would I say that it's
Ask
probably
yourself.
a
Thank you for the
female?
$2.
Why would I say that it's
Because you
probably
can't
a female?
tell. Because you couldn't
No.
fucking tell.
Well, what did you think it was when you put male into the Google search? What did you
What
think
could
it
you?
was?
Wait. No, you're not listening to my point. You couldn't tell. You said, "Oh, I could always fucking tell. I could always fucking tell." The first person I showed you, you couldn't fucking tell. It's hilarious.
Buddy, I'm just telling you that I know that y'all's games. I know that you. I figured you were pulling up as you would call it, a trans man. So I'm like, okay, whatever.
Also, even if you quote unquote can tell, that doesn't change anything. Who cares? Why the fuck do you want to be a fucked up person, bro? You understand that what represents someone physically speaking on the outside isn't always representative of who they are as a person, right? And particularly you like literally continuing to say that, right, is exactly what's going to harm them as a person.
Well, they shouldn't put themselves in that position, bro. How am I going to harm them?
They're not the ones that they didn't make themselves trans. They are trans, right?
That's not true.
And also
That's not true, buddy. That's not true, buddy. Don't. I mean, come on, man. You know better than that.
For example, like let me give you an example. If a trans person, if a trans person had the ability, right, to say spawn in a body that is more representative of right their gender identity, right? Do you think that they would choose to do that? Typically speaking, yes. That's what gender affirming cares about, right? So it's so the point is that their mind, their brain is in accordance with something that their body is not necessarily. And I honestly, to be totally frank with you, care a hell of a lot more about their brain, care a hell of a lot more about their mind, their consciousness, right, than I care about those other things. I think that like gender is a totally legitimate thing that's irrespective of biology in certain instances.
Yeah.
Gender can be considered in a biological context, but to me, mostly it's a social context, right? I think the way that kids view gender is mostly in a social context. It's not in a biological context. Throughout most of history, our notion of gender has been social, not biological, right? These are just basic facts of reality that people just for some reason don't like to acknowledge typically.
Okay. So you don't think that there's any outside being of why people would say that they are quote unquote trans? You know, that you like to play with dolls at a young age. Okay, maybe you are trans. I mean, why are people
Wait,
so quick to say why are they saying
I'm sorry.
that you?
It's persistent over a long period of time. Just because
That's
someone
not
engages
always
in
the
wait, I'm
case,
sorry. Just
Parker.
because
Come
someone
on.
engages in feminine characteristics is not indicative of them being trans. It's not
Sure,
because
but
one time someone engaged in feminine characteristics that they're considered to be trans. That is not at all what the qualifications are set to be. Allison, think of it $10.
yeah, but it's also just kind of crazy that people say, you know what, you very well may be a quote unquote woman because you like playing with dolls.
That's not the designation at all.
I guarantee it is. I
I
promise you it
promise
is.
you it's not.
Okay, well, anyways, like I said, I was halfway asleep, Parker. I appreciate you bringing me up, brother. I'm gonna keep listening to you. I'm gonna get to sleep.
Okay.
Thanks, buddy.
All right. Good night.
Night.
Jalen,
Hey,
did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Are you mad?
Why are you up here telling boy? No, I was just smoking a cigarette. That's why I sound like this.
No, I wasn't saying that. I was saying the comments you were spamming in my comment section.
Yes, it's crazy. I mean, it's just gender dysphoria and supporting mental illness and like people. You're like telling boys, yes, you can be a girl. No, you can't. That's what.
Jalen, you know that gender dysphoria, right, is something that people who are not trans can have.
I think it's a boy who thinks he's a girl or a girl who
No,
thinks he's.
no, I'm sorry. Being trans is not gender dysphoria. There are people who are not trans that have gender dysphoria. Ask yourself. Thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you.
The point is, we need to tell them
that is actually true. Ask
you
yourself.
need to tell them they're not the other gender and stop legislating around protecting.
What is? Are you Christian, Jalen?
I grew up Christian, but I don't really subscribe to everything they teach. No.
Okay, well then here's my question: do you think the context of gender is biological always, or do you think there's some social elements to gender?
I think it's always been a social thing, but it's sex goes hand in hand with gender. If you think about it, the way everybody thinks about it, I don't know what this new shit is they're trying to teach is. Like, what's the point? The point is to make it complicated, like you do. But boy is boy, girl is girl. It's simple. There's intersex people. There's a small population. Either way, it's a small population of people. We don't need to be legislating around it, and they don't need to be like. I mean, we shouldn't support it. There's nothing to support about it.
Trans people aren't new, and it's not complicated, right? I can explain it to you. Right?
Some people support it, some don't.
Gender
It's like a 1090 issue.
Listen here. Gender is based upon your desires to be in accordance with certain sets of social and cultural norms that are typically associated with certain sexes, right? So it is all associated with sex, right? It's the norms and behaviors associated with it that people have a commitment to be in accordance with, right? As a prescription of identity. So that's specifically what it is.
Yeah, got you.
So obviously, sex is interrelated, but it doesn't mean sex and gender are the same.
Yeah, sure, but I don't think I think they can do whatever they want to do, but if the leaders in the military say you can't be a part of it anymore, That's up to them. I'm not
No,
mad
that's
about
not
it.
the leaders of the military. It's people in political office, right? There are people that I know that have been in the
Donald Trump
military
is
for
the head of the
they've been in the
military.
military for over a decade,
Pete
and
Hegseth
you're
is
saying they should be
also a
kicked
leader.
out.
Pete and no, I think there should be exceptions for things like that.
Hey, TikTok, there's nothing I can do to fix the lag. TikTok is a shitty platform. Go on to YouTube. There's nothing I can do to fix it. Can people in the comment section on TikTok just tell people to go over to YouTube if it's lagging? Because there's literally nothing I can do to fix it. I've hit plenty of restarts. There's nothing I can do.
Yeah, I think it would be nice to have an exception for things like that, but we can't, we find the world as it is, and you have to deal with it. And I don't think it's a big problem that they have to fix. No.
Wait, say that more time.
And I think the military would be stronger, and I think that's the whole point. Like, we don't need them.
You think the military would be stronger without trans people? You don't need trans people? What the fuck? That's so fucked up. That's
It's
so
really
fucked up for
simple.
you to be like, we don't need people who are literally putting their lives on the line for the country. What the hell's
I
wrong with
mean,
you, dude?
you
You,
know a
got,
lot
do you
of
have no
people that are in the
respect for
military.
veterans? Do you have no
Do
respect?
do you know a lot of people that are in the military?
I know some people who are in the military, yes.
Okay, I mean, they're not putting their life on the line right now. They're fine. It's fine. Back when we were fighting wars and people were actually being drafted, that's
Wait,
when
I'm
people
I'm
talk about
sorry.
respect.
Regardless of
Respect
whether
the
or not they're
veterans that are
still, are they
serving,
still serving
and
their country?
respect the ones that are
Hey,
serving now.
are they still serving their country?
Yeah, but what I just said is nothing crazy.
What
It's
are you
like the
talking
outrage
about?
of that for like really simple things is so weird to me.
You say the outrage in that, but like you understand that there are military service members that are still dying in conflict, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know why you don't acknowledge that. It's really weird.
No, I acknowledge that. I don't know where they're dying at right now, though. Trump has all the wars stopped that we
He
were in.
didn't stop every war. He said he would stop Russia-Ukraine first day. He didn't do that.
We didn't call Russia one time after the war started. Why?
What?
Why
What are
didn't
you
Biden call Putin one time after the war started?
what are you talking about? They literally engaged in peace negotiate. They tried to, and
Biden, the
Putin should,
president
and
of the United States, didn't call Putin one time. You know why?
listen, because Putin wouldn't accept any of the conditions and was likely to continue to push on regardless, and wasn't actually trying
bullshit.
to get a peace agreement. Yeah, he said he was.
Either way, Biden wasn't capable of handling it, and now we have a president that is. Thank you.
Trump
And it's a
didn't
good
handle
thing.
it either.
Like,
What are you
we have
talking
nothing to be
about?
mad about. And they all and
Actually,
like,
Biden was handling it. You're just totally lying.
he threw billions and never called Putin. How is that handling it? That's crazy.
It's getting the entirety of NATO in the West.
Y'all will
to
argue
defend-
anything. Y'all gotta like admit when there's something.
Getting the entirety of the NATO in the West to literally defend against Russia prevents Russia from being able to take new regions around them, right, and contains Russia.
Well, I think it'll be done in a couple months. So thank you, Trump.
Well, again, he said first day didn't get it done. What happened?
He's working on it, and as far as I can see, he's being super effective. Like, he's coming at it in a bunch of different ways. He's strategic. He's smart. He's doing a great job.
He's not
So y'all
strategic.
should
He's
just
not
stop
smart. He's
complaining.
not
Like,
doing a
people
great
like
job. He's
you are
doing a
the
horrible
problem
job.
in this
And the
country
job that
now.
he's doing is leading to more Ukrainians dying. The job he's doing is leading to Putin having more power. The job he's doing is leading to destruction across the entire fucking world, economically speaking. Right?
Oh my God.
He is totally lost. He has no clue what he's doing, and he's harming Americans and people.
Everybody
globally.
knows what he's doing as far as tariffs, like you're saying right now with tariffs. The U.S. has supported all of these countries' massive growth, and now we're just bringing a lot of it back here. We should have been done a long time ago. There's nothing wrong with what he's doing with tariffs. Should he have done it the way he did, so disrespectfully? No, but it was the quickest, most effective way to get everybody to the table, and it's working.
It doesn't bring back stuff to the country because it is the case that it overall decreases
What do
the
you mean
size
it
of the
doesn't bring
GDP.
stuff back to the country? Y'all will
Because it
argue
decreases the
anything.
size of the
It's so
GDP.
ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous.
You don't know what
Basically,
the GPD is gonna be next year. It's gonna be way bigger.
hey,
Way
I'm
bigger.
I'm telling you,
We just got like 5 trillion committed from. It's nuts how
that's
y'all will
just not
argue
true.
anything
And
just for the sake of arguing.
most economists indicate that
Like, you
tariff-
get paid for this shit?
Yes, most economists
Yeah.
indicate that tariffs are bad for the economy. Jalen, do you know that I publicly discussed?
I
my
mean,
di-
if I was getting paid as much as you are for doing this shit, I would do it too. Because you should apply the same scrutiny to Democrats, and you'll realize how
I do.
stupid you are.
I do.
It's so
Jalen,
stupid. You think Kamala or Biden can handle what's going on right?
Let's explain it. Who pays me for this? People in my chat who like my content. Okay. I critique Democrats all the time. I'm very critical of the DNC. don't know what you're talking about, bro. Are you gonna unmute and address what I'm saying? Come back in the app, unmute, and address what I'm saying, bro. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. Let's try to get to 1,500 likes, everyone. I really appreciate it. There's someone in the comment section that told me to get a job. Do you see what my name is? Diabolical, I tell you. Chris, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Ask yourself, think of the $5. Someone said, you don't criticize any Dems. What are you talking about? I criticized the DNC for their pro-Israeli position for so long. Oh my gosh. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
24.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
I mean, for exactly what he's been doing for the last 4 months.
Like what?
New trade deals, private investment, trying to piece through strength throughout the world. I love that speech that he gave in Saudi Arabia.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you say peace through strength, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. What is indicative of the strength of the country? Like economic strength?
I think peace through strength more pertains to like foreign policy, like wars, military.
So are you saying more funding in the military means that he's a better candidate?
No, I just think that he has I just think that he kind of takes a more I like his approach in terms of like how he handles countries. Like peace through strength means like we seek peace first, but if you don't want peace, like the Houthis or like Iran, then like we have other ways. We don't want to use it, but we have. But if
Okay,
we have
Donald
to,
Trump doesn't seek peace. I don't know what you're talking about. Donald Trump calling for no right to return for Palestinians is not seeking peace. Donald Trump allowing for Israel to take the Golan Heights, right?
Hasn't isn't
Donald Trump
isn't Donald
specifically?
Trump just like about to? Isn't he about to like announce like that the United States is going to recognize Palestine or Gaza or like the Palestinians as a state or something like that? Isn't he going to do that?
Is there any good evidence indicating that's going to happen?
Yeah, it just came out as like a breaking report on news outlets.
Yeah, I understand I understand there's claims of that, right? Again, just a claim of like he might do this. There are plenty of claims, right? There's no good evidence indicating that. And based on Trump's history, it's not likely because he advocated for Trump Gaza.
I think that was like, I think that's why, that's why, I mean, that's, yeah. That's why he'll always beat Democrats, is because you guys take that stuff serious.
You understand that he has done this other times. He has literally advocated for peace and then bombed. He has literally advocated for peace and then literally supports, right? What's it called? Literally like the conditions in which will benefit like Russia specifically.
Like, wait, what positions does he?
Yeah, like literally cutting aid to Ukraine. Penny, think of the $2.
No, I just don't think he wants American taxpayers funding a war that like an endless war. Like why would we do that? Because Ukraine can never, let's be honest, like Ukraine can never win that war. So we would just be funding them endlessly.
Ukraine, given the funding of the entirety of the West, would be able to hold against Russia insofar as that they can't continue the war any further.
Yeah, but we would never win the war. Like Russia would never stop fighting.
That is technically winning because they would stop fighting because they economically could not handle it. First that mustache.
I mean, I think he can do that through sanctions on Russia, though, can he?
We already had sanctions.
No, but you can double down on sanctions. Obviously, we haven't sanctioned Russia.
We did.
I don't think we've sanctioned.
Okay, why isn't Trump sanctioning?
Honestly, I would like him to sanction more on Russia. I do think.
Why hasn't he done any?
I do think he hasn't taken a pro enough Ukraine stance. But I also think he's honestly going about this like the best way that he is thinking. I mean, we've tried it so many other ways. Like, let him try it his way.
Okay, So you say let him try it his way, right? Why couldn't you say the same thing about Kamala Harris? Donald Trump already had his shot. Let
Because
Kamala Harris try it now.
because the Biden Harris administration is the reason that Russia invaded Ukraine.
Give me any evidence of that.
Because they were advocating for Ukraine to join NATO, and that was Putin's big no.
So they were not advocating.
Kamala Harris went to Munich and had a speech literally about Ukraine.
That's a lie. Give me a single source.
I don't know. I heard it somewhere.
It's a lie. There's literally no point where she advocated for Ukraine to join NATO.
I know that I know that the Biden administration was they were okay with them joining NATO. That was only.
Provide me any source.
Well, I would have to go off the app to do that, but I don't really want to do that.
Okay, go ahead.
Not good.
Nope.
What?
Nothing else?
What do you mean nothing else?
You don't have anything else you want to talk about?
Aren't you the one that's supposed to be leading the debate? You're a professional debater.
So you understand I was just like saying you don't have anything else you want to debate about. Typically people come up to me with certain things they want to debate. But I can ask you certain questions if you'd like.
Sure.
Okay. Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
I mean, personally, my gut feeling, I don't think he did it, but I mean, I voted for him, so I guess technically yes.
Yeah, you would. Would you let them immigrate into the country if they were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
No.
So why do you have harsher qualifications on who's allowed to become a citizen of the United States comparative to who's allowed to be president?
I mean, because I don't think he did it.
Well, again, why don't you say the same thing for the immigrant?
If I didn't think the immigrant did it, then yeah, come in.
But it's based on the same civil proceeding.
What do you mean? I'm just saying I don't think he did it, so that's why I don't really consider it to be a case.
What do you mean?
Like, I don't think he did that. If I didn't think the immigrant did that, I would let him in.
Again, you have what evidence do you have that Donald Trump specifically, right, is not likely to be guilty of this, given that there is an entire unanimous decision from a jury they built upon a civil court that indicates that Donald Trump is likely to have done this?
I listened to how she talks about it. I kind of listened to like his defense of it. And then I also just know that like civil courts, the burden of proof is a lot less. So.
Okay, so the burden of proof for civil courts is a lot less. So why didn't you apply that claim to immigration, like through like immigrants, saying that like, oh, it's not a high enough standard insofar as that they should be restricted from coming to the country? I mean, I think of the membership description.
I don't really get what you're comparing that to, because I didn't take an immigrant stance on. I don't know where
you
this
said
is.
Immigrants who are held civilly liable of sexually abusing women should not be allowed to immigrate into the country.
No, yeah. If I thought that they did it, but if I didn't think that they did it, come in. But I'm not the end all be all in the United States. I'm just one guy.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add?
I gotcha.
Are you trolling?
No.
Then why'd you say gotcha?
I mean, because I would think that a professional debater would be able to prove me wrong on that.
I've tried to engage in a conversation with you on that. I don't think you're open to that conversation.
Why would I not?
I don't know why you keep saying this professional debater would have been able to do this.
I mean, you are a debater, are you not?
Of course, but like I don't know what you're saying.
I'm just saying
you're saying convince you of this, but you weren't open to what I was saying.
What were you saying? You asked me a question. You didn't give me any points.
Well, you weren't even engaging with that. What specific point do you think that I didn't provide clarification on?
I mean, okay. I don't like, why do you think he did that to whatever her name is?
E. Jean Carroll? Because there was a unanimous decision from a jury that indicated that Donald Trump sexually abused Eugene Carroll.
Don't people get wrongfully convicted all the time?
It's very unlikely. Especially for sexual abuse cases. In 92 to 90 to 98% of cases are accurate, right? Just on accusations, right? Just on charges.
I mean,
Not
but I
even
literally,
referencing civil cases being held liable.
I mean, but I literally know cases of like people being wrongfully accused because of, like, I mean, that
It's a
happens
small
all the
percent.
time.
It's 2 to 10%. That's a false accusation for accusations.
So this couldn't just be out of the realm of possibility. It couldn't just be in the 2 to 10% because he's a famous guy.
Wait, say that one more time.
So out of the realm of possibility, this just couldn't be in the 2 to 10% because he's a famous guy.
If it was the highest of that 10%, it still would be 90% likelihood that it's accurate, even without taking into account the fact that there's civil liability.
Yeah, I understand that the likelihood of it being right, but I'm saying there's no realm of possibility that it could be in the 10% to you.
Wait, you said, say that one more time, sorry?
In no world to you could it be possible, could it be in that 10% that it's not true?
I'm saying that like there are logical possibilities, but the evidence is overwhelmingly the case that Donald Trump has done this. Whether it be statements that he's made, whether it be the fact that he literally said that he wouldn't have sexually abused E. Jean Carroll because she's quote unquote not his type, but then in a deposition mistook her with his ex-wife. Ask yourself, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Yeah, he literally bragged about grabbing women by the vagina and without asking. And like you're like, oh, you know what? It's probably unlikely these claims are true about him, even though there's 26 allegations of sexual misconduct.
I mean, he did say that was locker room talk.
Yeah, so like you understand that that's problematic.
Listen, man, I've been in a lot of locker rooms and that stuff does get said. It's unfortunate, but it does get said. Like,
so because it happens means it's okay?
No,
and by the way, why are you not reporting that? What the fuck? You heard people say that they sexually abuse women and you didn't say anything about it?
Yeah, no.
Who the fuck are you hanging around? What locker rooms? I've been in locker rooms. I've never heard some shit like that.
You do not strike me as a person that's been in a locker room.
Okay. Regardless of whether or not I strike you as a person of that, I know plenty of people who have never heard that have been in locker rooms for very long.
And you reported them?
I haven't been in a circumstance where that's happened.
I haven't been in a circumstance.
I would report that. I absolutely would report that.
I haven't been in a circumstance where I've heard him like SA, but I've heard that type of talk, not like the
Saying
whole.
They grab women by the vagina without asking.
Not that one. No, not that specific case. No,
that's what Donald Trump said. That's what I specifically brought up to you that you said that was.
But I don't think I don't even want to defend that. I'm not going to defend that. But like I'm not going to defend that.
You defend voting for him.
Well, yeah, I think he was better for the country. I think you can be a good for the country while not being a good person.
Okay, so you're saying you can. So you think that you'll vote for?
For example, Jimmy Carter.
Would you vote for Jeffrey Dahmer if it is the case that you thought his policy was agreeable?
No.
Why not?
Just stay in the real world with me for a second.
Answer my question. Why not?
Just stay in the real world with me for a second. For example, Jimmy Carter, by all accounts, was a fantastic person, humanitarian, all that. Not a very good president. By all accounts, FDR, not that great of a person, great president. It has happened before.
Wait, restate. Sorry. What has happened before? Sorry.
It's happened before that, like, for example, Jimmy Carter, by all accounts, everybody who knew him says, great humanitarian, great person. Most people would consider him not a great president. Now, on the other hand, FDR, most people that knew him, that were around him, consider him not that great of a person. By all accounts, he's a pretty damn good president in my book.
Really, with the internment camps? You understand that you can point to practically every U.S. president and be like, they did things that are horrible, disgusting, and bad, and that you shouldn't support. You understand that I can reference Jimmy Carter, and I can say that he was a good person. And when you say a good president, being a good person is fundamental in that.
I don't think it's that fundamental in being a good president.
Whether or not people view him typically as a good president, I don't care about. I care about the values, what they perpetuated, what they cared for, what they did right as president, and what they perpetuate specifically for future generations in terms of like what they do.
But that doesn't make him that effective.
What do you mean?
He clearly was not that effective of a president.
You said that he's not that effective. Donald Trump is a less effective president.
I think Donald Trump's a way more effective president.
Really? Give me anything. Give me like 3 policies of his that you like.
I like the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. I like the Lincoln Riley Act that they just signed.
The
I'm
Lincoln
hoping
Riley Act that he signed that allows you to deport people based on accusations of violence. So you think
Of violence?
accusations of violence is a good enough standard to
I think
believe
that's
it?
I think that's stretching the meaning of what it is a little bit.
That's what it was in the Lincoln Riley Act.
I would way rather see a quote on that than actually agree with that.
You didn't even look at the bill, did you?
You didn't even look at the bill.
I have, and that's why I just told you that.
I don't think you have.
I just gave you some aspect of the bill. Dude,
I don't think you have. 'Cause I think that's obviously stretching the bill a little bit to just fit your little narrative.
okay, would you like to go look into it and do research then?
I'll probably do research after this, yeah.
Okay. And now, would you like to name any policies he's passed that you like?
The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I like
Tax
that
Cuts
one.
and Jobs Act. Okay. Did you know most of the tax cuts went to the top 1%? Went to people who are very rich and wealthy. And
No,
then
but
added only.
But I do know that during his 4-year term, the wealth gap in America shrunk. Under Biden, it increased. So something he clearly did was right.
So wait, repeat that one more time. Sorry, because I was looking. I apologize. I was looking over.
During
It cut out.
During Trump's 4-year term, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. I don't know if it's because of that, but I'm saying during his 4-year term, the wealth gap in the country decreased. During Biden's 4-year term, it increased. So I think Trump was a better president for the middle class.
I don't see there to be any evidence the wealth gap decreased under Donald Trump's presidency. But if
very
you want to
fast.
reference the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, it would have increased the wealth gap more because it gave most of the money to people who are rich. So I don't
Then
know what the hell you're
why-
talking about.
Then why,
The
if
gap,
the,
the wealth gap has gotten worse. I'm pretty
why
sure.
it got worse under Biden? Yeah, it didn't get worse
It got
under Trump.
worse under Trump.
It did not.
I'll find it.
All right. But also, then why, if the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was so bad for everybody, would pretty much everybody's taxes be raised if they were eliminated?
Say that one more time.
If the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act were eliminated at the end of I think they expired this year, at the end of this year, why everybody's taxes would raise? Why would that be the case if they were so bad?
Do you understand that it is the case that the prices go up disproportionately? I mean, taxes go up disproportionately for people who are richer, right? So if it is the case that you cut taxes the same for everyone, you're cutting them disproportionately for rich people in a nominal sense.
I'm gonna have to go here in a second, but
Okay. But like, if you want to reference income inequality, I'm gonna try to pull it up for you right now. Wealth inequality. Give me 1 second. From 2024. Overall median wealth gap. Okay. Yep, wealth gap has gotten worse, and it even got worse under Trump. You just lied. This is from the
it
St.
definitely
Louis
did get worse
Fed.
under Trump.
What's up?
I know this for a fact. It didn't get worse under Trump.
I literally am looking at it right now.
What source?
It's from the what's it called? The St. Louis Federal Reserve. Yeah, it was worse for every age group under Trump. And the title is U.S. Wealth Inequality Gaps Remain Despite Widespread Wealth Gains. Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to address or talk about before I probably get close to ending it today?
Nah, it's all good. Vance 2028, baby.
Really weird. I bet you have fun with couches, huh? Okay, he left. He didn't want to address the couch. He's running, dude. He can't address the couch. But yeah, it's that's weird. Vance 2028 is weird and diabolical. Kim, thank you for the $2. By the way, everyone, I'm probably gonna get off here in like 3 minutes. You have any questions, you can ask me. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal. Link tree in the bio. Plus, you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. You can ask me questions there before I get off. H, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Yep, I did about 6 hours today. Got back into it. But yeah, I would recommend everyone on TikTok to go over to the YouTube channel. It's way better there, I tell you. Parker has a mustache. I do. I don't know how long I'm going to keep it. I don't know how long I'm going to keep it. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, if you have any questions, you can. Otherwise, I'm about to get off here. Parker, you need to take a break, man. I did for like a few weeks. So people keep saying what Sharpie color. That's diabolical, bro. Coming after my mustache like that is crazy. Please shave. Yeah, I probably will. I know a lot of people are saying keep it, but it's just also like it feels weird, like on my face, if that makes sense. A lot of people saying don't shave it. I'll give it a few more days. I'll see how I feel. But it does feel like weird. I kind of do this, you know, and I kind of feel it on my face. It's brutal. Tell me, it's brutal. I tell you. Reminds me of my 23-year-old son. Well, I am 23 years old, so that makes sense. See you tomorrow, Parker. See you tomorrow, Courtney. Have a good night. Have a good night. Yeah, we're about to hit 6 hours here. And I'm just going to end it for today. Just going to end it for today. Let me actually see if my girlfriend's on the way back home. If not, oh, she is on the way back home. So we'll see. She should be back here pretty soon. So yeah, it is time to get off. All right, y'all. I love you so much, everyone. Thank you for coming up. Ask yourself, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Dean makes me feel like Vance with my donations. Say thank you. He never sees them. Aw. I always try to see. Yeah, I did hit 6 hours. By the way, everyone, I recommend going and watching the video that I posted today. It's like a 30-minute conversation. I'm planning on doing a lot more like in-person conversations like that. So that is definitely something I'm going to be doing a lot more in the future. I thought it was a pretty good video, so I recommend to go watch it on YouTube. But yeah, I love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. I will see everyone later. Have a great night, everyone. I love y'all so much. Peace out, y'all. Peace out.